But he come on the internet and tell y'all, right? He come on the internet and tell. This is why I tell y'all this. He did that. He did that to Ben Crump. Ben Crump ain't never do nothing to this man.
Nothing.
So how can you say that about Ben Crump and that's what
You
you
gotta
do?
watch what these shiesty
Think
dudes
about
do,
that, y'all.
man. You know,
This
let
is
me
why
have your
you
back.
shouldn't run your mouth about people if you are steadily earning money on it. He's earning money, so why is he talking shit about Ben Crump?
Cause he a hater. He's a hater. Today is Saturday. It's not Monday. See, I know what that means. Monday is the worst, first day of the week. Always seem to feel I never get enough sleep. Tuesday's the one day, feels like a Sunday, and if it wasn't for Monday, I wouldn't even notice. Wednesday's the hump day, get you out the slump day. Thursday's the day before that bread, so you come day. Friday's the next direct deposit, and now it's the weekend, and you didn't realize it. Yo, my TikTok livers, show has begun. Fall back, and I'll be back. Let's go.
I get my my 2 days off. My 2 days off.
Why is he worried about the family's GoFundMe? It's a lot of GoFundMe. Let me ask y'all a question. Did he criticize any GoFundMe surrounding Charlie Kirk? Did he criticize any GoFundMe surrounding anybody that was non-black? Has he ever questioned or criticized that? Ever. Ever. Right? Think about what I just said. All right? Don't come in here on no fake channel. Hey, Tatum, if you want to come with the real, step like a man, dog. Don't come in here with no fake account. Step to me like a man, bro. That little old cop shit don't mean nothing to me, nigga. Don't come in here on no fake time. Cause like I said, I'm not one of these little Democratic hacks. I don't give a fuck about neither one of these sides. I think that Joe Biden is an atrocity. I think that Joe Biden need to answer for all the allegations he's had against him. I think Joe Biden is a stain to sit out here and say, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. And Charlamagne and them should have kicked his ass right out the Breakfast Club as soon as he said that shit. I think he's disgraceful because you want everybody else to uphold the law, but you free your criminal ass son who was found guilty in a court of law. You release him, but you got all these other people in prison. They got to do time. Nah, nigga, if you a leader of the free world, even if it's your kid that committed a crime, you got to treat that the same way. You have to be impartial. Period. Same thing with Bill Clinton. Went up there talking about he ain't know nothing about nothing with the Epstein files. You believe that shit? This the same dude that sat up there and lied like Bill Clinton lied his ass off. Told the whole world he was willing to let Monica Lewinsky go down and be. I'm talking about Monica Lewinsky. Y'all know how bad that could have ended for her? That girl could have dealt with all kind of mental, psychological, all kind of problems. And even worse than that, Bill Clinton he didn't give a fuck about what happened with that girl. He was willing to lie to save his own ass. Thank God she kept the clothes that kept his stains on it. Because he was willing to lie in front of the whole world to defame that woman. That's why I try to tell y'all, I don't trust none of these. All them mofos in the same pictures together. Tatum will come on the internet and blast everybody else. Donald Trump was hanging out with Bill Clinton. All these people was friends. Bill, Hillary, Trump, all these people. So you're not finna do that to me. You're not finna tell me Obama's the enemy, but when we see Obama and Trump together, they talk all that shit when they apart. As soon as they come together, they dapping it up, laughing and joking and shit. Fuck out of here with that. You gonna fool me, nigga? Again, I was born at night, not last night. Obama sitting over there At least Michelle kept that shit real. She was like, nah, F you. F you then and F you now. Obama sitting up there that this man don't said all this shit about you, laughing and kikiing and joking with that nigga. I don't trust no dude like that. Even George Bush was like, man, that man talked all that shit about me. I ain't saying a word. George Bush wouldn't even look at that dude at that funeral. Walked right past him. Didn't even acknowledge him. That's two white dudes. Obama sitting up there kikiing with this nigga. But y'all don't like when somebody tell the truth. See, they say pick a side. I'm gonna pick a side. It's called the truth. And that's the only side. And guys like Tatum, they want you to think they picking the truth, but you can't serve two masters, buddy. You can't praise God and raise hell. You can't do that, Tatum. So the guy you praise, he don't already posting images of himself on social media in the image of God. That should let you know right there what time it is. The fact that all of y'all didn't immediately, that wasn't the final straw, lets me know what type time y'all on. Period. You let a man lie right to your face and you don't have no criticism of him. But you'll come on the internet every day and criticize Nolan Wells' family. Donald Trump told y'all, no more wars. I'm the president of no wars. What the fuck is we doing right now? Oil prices high, gas prices high. It's not going to be the same again. The dollar's going down. People losing jobs. Where's your smoke? He told y'all no more wars. What's the first thing he come into office and do the second time? Go right back to war. But y'all don't want to tell the truth. You don't never want to get in the ring with me. You never want to get in the arena with me, Tatum. I'm different, nigga. I'm cut from a whole different cloth, nigga. And I know you're gonna hear this. I'm cut from a whole different cloth, bro. Bro, I swear to God, you don't want to get in there with me, boy. So it'll be a different niggas like you, Jason Whitlock, Stephen A. Smith. Y'all niggas don't want no smoke with me, man. You might as well go ahead and pack it up, man. Jesse Lee Peterson, all y'all. Y'all just go ahead, stay in your lane. Because I'm telling you right now, you be like James, so you better back up out that water, man. This is not what you looking for, bro. Not no debate. At all. I'm telling you this right now. Right? I'm telling you right now. And people say, oh, Ticket, well, you have to pick the lesser evil. No, you don't. You ain't got to pick evil at all. You can kick all these motherfuckers. See, the American people had the power to fire all these demons. The American people had a power to fire all these demons. Y'all notice how the only time both sides come together is to kick out the dude that ain't on either side? That's the only time both sides come together. The Democrats and the Republicans will come together to kick out the independent. Yeah, they'll make sure that person who ain't pledged to either side, they'll make sure they get the fuck up out of here. They've done this for your entire history. Pete, why? Think about that. Think about that, y'all. You're never going to have peace and happiness with two-party system because you're going to have it all the way this way, all the way that way, right? One side going to be angry, one side going to be, I'm telling you, it's never going to end. But notice how when only time they come together is to make that independent irrelevant. People, what I'm telling y'all now, it should be some requirements behind this shit. You shouldn't be able to be the president of the United States of America if you've never served in the military. Why? Because when you're making decisions on the military and people going to put their life on the line, you should know how that feels personally. Don't y'all think so? Don't y'all think so? People, what I'm telling y'all, man. Right? Lobbyists, all these other people should be illegal. Allowing these social media figures to get close to the president should be illegal. How the hell can a nigga on YouTube or a social media presence or be able to get close to the president of the United States to try to influence their mind on different positions? Are you crazy? See, I'm telling y'all the truth. They'll come in here, they'll sugarcoat this shit. I ain't gonna sugarcoat nothing. And that's the honest to God truth. That's the only way you'll get true, honest transparency. That's the only way, bro. If you want the truth, you want honesty, you want integrity, morals, ethics, all these things I tell y'all about. That's the only way. Is to fire all these corrupt motherfuckers. I'm telling you this. Look at Eric Swalwell. He was about to win the governorship of California, Democrat, about to win the governorship of California. What happens, y'all? 5 women come out, accuse this man of sexual assault. What? But this is the judgment of the people. They're about to put that weasel in office. And people say, oh, well, that shit don't mean nothing. No, your character means something in a position of leadership. Who you are, how you treat people, your character, it means something. To whom much is given, much is required. Straight up. Right? Tatum showing y'all that he leans the hard way with his ideology and how he thinks already lets you know he can be impartial as a police officer. Your core ethics and principles and how you feel lead how you act. Right? Think about this now. So think about the psychology of what I just told y'all again. You have a grieving mother. You can see the pain. You can see the stress in this woman's eyes. When she smiled to try to, you know what I'm saying, come up out of that. Right? But you got a dude like this that will continue to try to put pressure on a woman that didn't ask him personally for anything. She asked the people that were there. Tatum has nothing to do with it. Right? He insinuates that they're trying to put a murder on these boys. They never said that. They never said that. Not the mother, not the father. Not, and then you think the mother and the father, if I was the mother and father, I wouldn't trust any of them either. Do you not know where their mind state has to be right now? They've lost a son, bro. I don't think people really understand that shit. Like, the father, that nigga ain't trying to hear nothing, nigga. That man lost his son, bro. He not trying to hear no shit from you. And matter of fact, I would advise you to get that nigga 50 feet, Officer Tatum. Probably 100. That daddy ain't trying to hear from nobody, nigga. That man lost a son. The mama lost a son. And here you are playing games. These people ain't, I'm telling y'all, these people ain't right, bro. And then a woman tell you to leave her alone. She don't want nothing to do with you. And what you do, you keep bothering her. That's bothersome to me, Tatum. That woman told you, you put your own name out on the internet. Then you try to cast aspersions upon her. That woman asked you, she said she don't want nothing to do with you, period. You should have just left it alone. No, you want to keep it going, keep it going. You fucking with these people pain, man. Any day you want to smoke Tatum, you just let me know, dog. I ain't hard to find, nigga. At all. At all. Cause see, me and you, and I'm pretty sure Jason Whitlock and them gonna call you. Yo, don't fuck with Ticket, man, cause I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, cause Jason Whitlock, his ass ran too. See, they think Jason Whitlock's intelligent too, cause of the shit he say to them. He make them think, Oh yeah, I criticized everybody else, so they can't do what I did wrong. Nah, nigga. We see what's up with you, right? So most deaf. Come on now, Tatum. What's up, dog? Everybody listening, nigga. Everybody listening, dog. Like, share, subscribe.
Hey, we always appreciate the support, and if you guys want to do so, you can use the Cash App or PayPal links. They'll be in the description box below this video or pinned at the top of the comments. The top donators will be announced every month. All right, you guys, hope y'all enjoyed the video. Like, share, and subscribe. Make sure y'all cop the merch, and make sure that you get the weight loss formula. The links to that will be in the description box below this video. Check out our next video coming up right now.
But you don't think people that want to vote with somebody in proximity to somebody, and that person come that day acting so suspicious, they should be questioned?
Hold on. They were questioned, Stu Head. They talked to the police. This is why y'all ain't never gonna make it in life. This is why these people ain't never gonna make it, bro. Experience with black people who are not completely retarded. But when you look at these people,
These people, I'm telling you, man, this man is gone.
and I see why white people are sick of y'all.
Wow.
Charlie Kirk said black men like you were better off during slavery.
100%.
You believe 100%?
You don't understand black history, and you don't understand what Charlie was saying.
I know you all been hearing about Officer Tatum when it comes to this Nolan Wells case. Officer Tatum, or Tap Dancing Tatum, which we want to call him out here, has been doing the same thing for a very long time, man. I don't want people to get it confused and pretend or even look at it like this guy just started acting and behaving like this. This man has been doing this for a very long time. And when you ask what this exactly is, it's basically pandering, man. Pandering to the folks to become one of them or be on their good side. There's a reason why these people always choose to go and talk to Officer Tatum. It's for this specific reason. But him and D.L. Hughley, they have been beefing for a while. I mean, this is nothing new. And here goes D.L. Hughley talking about Officer Tatum at an earlier time.
MAGA likes black men who do what they're told. Name me a remarkable black man that MAGA liked.
A remarkable?
I'm talking about remarkable, that all of us can agree is a remarkable human being.
Steve Harvey.
MAGA don't like him.
I mean, he met with Donald
meeting
Trump.
with him. I'm talking about with MAGA champions him, like a Tatum or like a fucking Byron Donalds or like those people. Is Clarence Thomas remarkable?
No.
He's obedient. Is Tim Scott remarkable?
He got a point there, man. And I think this is how people typically look at Tatum, man. Tatum is this guy, but he makes a lot of sense when he says, name one remarkable black man that MAGA actually likes. And when you try or even attempt to, and you go to these type of people like Tatum's and all those guys, you see something that they all have in common. They seem very obedient. And this is the reason why they like them, right? Now, the reason why Officer Tatum, and I'm gonna stop calling him Officer Tatum, man, because it just sounds stupid, man. The reason why TD Tatum, Tap Dance Tatum, is going through this is because we all see the way that he's covering the Nolan Wells case. While I do understand that it's okay to come in and have a difference of opinion and look at different things from what everybody else is looking at, you got to look at how he acts and how he approached the situation. Because TD Tatum, the first thing he did when he approached this thing, he immediately took them at face value, right? And I think that's the issue. With everything that has happened in this state, right? The history. When you factor in all those things, you understand why people look at this case with a side eye. So to jump into this and immediately say, I think these kids are innocent, I think people are tripping, it's going to make people look at you sideways, right? Especially with the police coming into the investigation, immediately saying that they suspected no foul play. And you haven't even completed an investigation, and then you already say you don't suspect any foul play. But here's what D.L. Hughley had to say about TD Tatum, and then we're going to go to what TD Tatum's response is. And then we're going to check out some details coming up in the investigation that Tatum had to answer to and couldn't. But let's check this out.
This is Brandon Tatum.
Y'all just see what unfunny ex-comedian D.L. Hughley just said about me, posted a picture of me and my wife. To do what? To be a racist? You are the lamest dude in all of comedy.
What is more lame than calling yourself the job you used to have? You're not an officer anymore. You were a football player who failed at being a football player. You didn't make the team. So you
Damn. Okay.
became an officer. That wasn't working out, so you became an influencer.
Sheesh.
You talked about emotion. What is more emotional than this?
The word.
You cried for a white dude.
So let me add something to this. In case you don't know, this is him crying for Charlie Kirk.
Oh my God.
He got on his live and cried, got emotional over this. Now, the reason why this is significant is because if you go back to what he said before this, you would understand how this makes him look silly as hell. Because before this, he told everyone that he would never cry in front of his wife.
Cry in front of my wife.
Really?
I just wouldn't.
What if your kid died?
That's a different thing. I mean, I would try not to cry in front of my wife if my kid
To be
died.
like-
I'm her foundation. I'm her strong point. I'll cry on my own, but if everything is going south, I want my wife to know I'm strong in that situation. I heard a guy say this, is that when my father passes away, which everybody's parent is going to pass away, I'm not going to cry at his funeral.
So to take that hard of a stance and feel like you cannot cry in front of your wife, you gotta always stay strong. And then here you go on live stream crying for a white guy you didn't even know.
How?
Now, honestly, I don't even know if they had a personal relationship. I don't know. I don't know if they even talk. But bruh, come on now. You can't even show this vulnerability for your wife, but you willing to show it for, okay, all right. So I just want to add that context in there so people understand.
You cried for a white dude the people didn't even think you worthy to speak at his funeral.
Damn.
You said you wouldn't cry for your son, but you cried for him.
See, I forgot that part. He said he wouldn't cry for his son at that part in there. Yeah.
That's not emotion. You talked of the way Benjamin Crump talks.
Just want to blame white folks. And so I go out there because I know that lame Al Sharpton and Mr. I Can't Read, Benjamin Crump, is just race hustling, y'all.
You talked about how those boys are innocent. You had proof. Now, I don't know whether they're innocent or not. I don't know what happened there. But I know one conversation with a failed football player and a social media influencer is not the predicate. You don't have any toxicology report. You don't have an autopsy report. You talked about black people acting a fool. Black people are right to be suspicious of a state
Exactly.
that took 31 years and 3 trials to prosecute and find guilty the murder of Medgar Evers. Black people are right to be suspicious of a state that in 2005 found 215 black people that were dead and buried in a pauper's grave and nobody knew they were there. Yeah. Black people are right to be suspicious of a state that just killed a 1-year-old boy and nobody's being brought to account about.
Facts.
Black people are right to be suspicious of a state that has been poisoning black people with the water since the 1960s.
As he goes down this list, this is why people are upset. Because it's like they want people to just say, okay, y'all said nothing happened. We just gonna go ahead and sit down now. We gonna take a seat. Y'all got it. We gonna take y'all for y'all word. How do you expect people to do that with the history, right? Because the same way people are speculating and saying, well, we gotta look at the facts. We gotta look at everything that's going on because it could be this and it could be that. We can't just listen to y'all say that it's not. Why? Because there have been times, scenarios throughout history where people have said that and they just swept it right under the rug and kept life going as usual. So now I think people are upset because they can't control the narrative because of the time that we're in. The time of social media allows everyone to have an opinion. Everybody can voice their concerns. Everybody can share their thoughts. And I think that bothers people the most. Just imagine without social media and this whole case going on, imagine how easy it would have been for them to say what they said. We suspected no foul play. And then the story's just gone just like that. How many times has that happened? We can't sit here and act like it didn't happen. But it's just now with the time, social media and everything, it's hard to do that. Shit, for all we know, this case could be getting the attention it's getting and having them work and do the things that they're doing because of the fact that social media blew it up. It's like, damn, they watching us. Now we got to do our job. And that's a sad state of things. And I'm not saying that they wouldn't have done anything, but history has shown that it's possible that they wouldn't have. You know how they like to do here? We like to forget history. I mean, they're trying to erase history right now. They're trying to erase educational history right now because they want to forget. Forgetting has always been the #1 direction. Let's forget it happened. Unless it's one of us. And then now, we got to do these memorials. We got to try to go name streets after people. You know how they do.
People didn't look for this fight. They want justice. All they want is accountability. And if it's those boys, it should be that. Nobody has a predetermined notion. I don't know what happened. But if you're saying that that Al Sharpton and that Benjamin Crump are on one side, you're certainly on the other. You talk to them for 2 days, and now all of a sudden you know if they're guilty, you know if they're innocent.
Yeah, and that's the problem, man. It's the audacity to talk to these guys for the limited amount of time you talk to them. All of a sudden, you know for a fact that they had nothing to do with anything, and people are just out to get them. Okay, let's take a look at T.D. Tatum responding to D.L. Hughley.
The social media influencer who failed at football and was a mediocre cop all of a sudden knows more than that. I don't know what happened. You don't know what happened.
That one hurt him, yo. That mediocre cop, that hurt him. That hurt.
But I do know this. You said that a young woman with a pot of water acted so suspiciously that she should be shot by cops.
I think that this is justified, but it could have been avoided, but still justified. You can't throw boiling water on a police officer and not get shot.
But you don't think people that were on a boat with somebody in proximity to somebody and that person come that day acted so suspicious they should be questioned?
Hold on. They were questioned, Stewhead. They talked to the police. This is why y'all ain't never gonna make it in life. This is why these people ain't never gonna make it, bruh.
Listen, if you ever wanted to look at what self-hate looks like, you're looking at it right now. These people, this is why these people ain't never gonna make it. I don't know about y'all, but to me, that sounds like T.D. Tatum literally separates his entire self from a group that unfortunately looks like him. These people is insane. Insane.
The only reason I don't totally think black people are completely a lost cause because I grew up around black people. I got black people in my family whom I love.
Yeah, that brother's starving.
He is lost, bro. Well, believe it or not, I grew up around black people. Believe it or not, I got black people in my family. What? Like, dog, the self-hatred is insane. And I know people point to his lifestyle, how he acts, maybe his friends, maybe his relationships. I don't care about none of that. I am not in a space to tell you who to go date. I am not in the space to worry about who you dog. I am not in a space to worry about who you friends with. I am not in a space to talk about your inner circle, outer circle, whatever it is. But to have those relationships and completely lose yourself, your identity, and ditch yourself in the process and the people that look like you and pretend like you don't have any connection to that struggle is insane. That's where you lose me, dog. Do what you want in your life. It's your life. But to eradicate yourself in the process is insane. To start speaking as if you are no longer part of that group is insane. Because you know what? At the same time, there's a lot of conversations about who's black, who's foundational, who's this, who's that. That argument to me is stupid as hell because we all fight the same fucking fight. We may have different lineage. We may have different history. Great-great-grandparents may have fought different battles. But at the end of the day, when I get pulled over as a black man. They're not asking me, yo, are you foundational? Are you an actual black man? They're not asking me them questions, bro. I've been put in handcuffs. I've been looked at very suspicious before. As a black man, I've been profiled. I've been discriminated against. And not one time when I've been discriminated against, they said, wait a minute. Wait, are you foundational? You know what I mean? So to me, all the inner fighting, all the people battling each other, all the people saying, well, you this, but you not that, or you have this, but you not that, it's a stupid ass fight, stupid ass battle, because at the end of the day, I think we all need to understand that whoever's fighting the fight to bring forward better opportunities, to eradicate profiling, to eradicate discrimination, to give the black man a fair chance, equal playing field, at the American dream, that's where we at. Enemy of my enemy is my friend. To jump into a fight and immediately eradicate and push away allies in the effort makes no sense to me. But to not go into a tangent of that, Tatum, to me, he's a black man who just lost himself. He basically erased that side of him. Him saying, believe it or not, black people in my family, that's basically the same thing as a Caucasian person saying, well, it can't be this because I got black friends. Word of advice, don't make that your argument because it means nothing. It means nothing. The best thing you could do as somebody trying to navigate your way around other people is have some sensitivity. Do your homework a little bit. Learn some more about the people you're talking. Learn a little bit about the culture so that you know how to navigate, you know? Don't cosplay as it. Just navigate respectfully. And I promise you, you'll be just fine. And when somebody calls you out on something, if you know your shit, you be straight. But don't make that your argument. Because that's what Tatum does right now. Because he thinks that this means something. My bad for the rant. Go ahead.
Experience with black people who are not completely retarded. But
Wow.
when you look at these people,
These people, I'm telling you, man, this man is gone.
and I see why white people are sick of y'all.
Wow. Hey, man, look, if you watch this guy faithfully, man, you got to evaluate yourself, man. You might be lost, too. This is why they love him, and this is why he's the go-to guy. He's the go-to guy. He's the guy that they go to for these things because they know he's a safe guy. They're going to get what they want out of him.
Because if you ain't never met reasonable black people and you listen to these fools all day, you got to think black people has got to be the dumbest people on planet Earth. You have to be biased looking at the stupidity. You got you think a woman who throwing a hot boiling water on somebody should get shot. That's called deadly force. I don't think she should get shot because she's black. I think she gets shot because it's according to the law. If you're in fear of serious bodily injury or death, which boiling water can cause, then a cop can shoot you.
I got a channel called Big Zo Reacts where we react to it's a little more lighthearted than some of the stuff we talk about, and it's not really hip hop related. We react to body cam videos, divorce court, all that stuff. It's a fun page. If you haven't followed, go ahead and follow. I'll put it in the description. Definitely a fun page for you to just come through, laugh, have a good time. We react to a lot of body cam videos. And with the amount that we have reacted to, the subscribers on that channel will tell you the amount of videos we have seen where people of a different race have been giving so much grace in comparison to what we've seen of other races. I'm just saying, definitely something interesting to take a look at. We have watched so many people, you know what? I'm not even gonna just say people. So many Caucasians get so much grace in comparison to black people, Hispanics. We have watched so much of it, and it to me, it's just crazy to see. But somebody like TD Tatum gonna tell you something different, right?
And the only reason this cop got in trouble because he white.
Oh God, man!
And they want to make an example out of this cop. And he was a stewhead by the stuff he said before he ended up having the shooter, which put him in a position where they will argue that he instigated it. But she threw boiling water at the cops. Go throw boiling water at cops today and see if you don't get smoked and they let you off. And they let the cop off. Let a black cop shoot you after you throw boiling water on him. He ain't going to jail.
The social.
Yeah. This guy is a fool, man. This guy is just one of the worst, man. One of the comments said, I grew up around black people. Ninja, you are black. It's like he get in front of this mic, he forgets. This is a sickness, dog, because there's such thing as you feeling like you part of something so much that you just continuously forget. My God. This comment said, this fool is talking like he is not black himself. You can be married with a white woman, but you can never, ever be the white skin color. How can you hate outside of the club? Racism is a choice, and you choose to be racist with yourself. This is disgusting. Now, here's Tatum on Nancy Grace, right? And this is an example of why people look at what he says and they question him so greatly, because this is the shit that he does. So this is him talking about a lie detector test that he says they all took. And I guess he didn't really expect Nancy Grace to follow up, which I don't know why, because Nancy Grace don't play that shit. I don't know why, bruh. Like, if you're gonna go on Nancy Grace, expect Nancy Grace to question everything you say. He probably thought she wasn't gonna follow up on this for whatever reason. But again, the same guy that likes to call everybody else stupid, just on here doing stupid things. Let's see. Listen right here.
Well, from my understanding, all but I believe one took a polygraph, and from what was told to me, that they all passed.
So again, let's Stop right there. And I don't want to keep stopping. I want to go through, but I really think these things are important. People talk about how people are saying things in the media, people are making assumptions. This right here is an example of one, and how easy it is for you to say something that somebody takes as fact. Now, when you respond to that and you say all of the ones that took a polygraph have passed, people will take that as they all took a lie detector test, they passed the polygraph. That means none of them are lying, they're all telling the truth. Am I right or wrong? Now, here's where he trips up.
All of the ones that took a polygraph took one without a lawyer. And they cooperated with law enforcement. So from my understanding, everybody took a polygraph test.
Why do you say that's
test
from
but
what
one.
you understand? Did they tell you they took a poly and passed?
Yes, ma'am. They told me that they did it. I wasn't there. So that's what I'm saying from my understanding.
Okay, so yeah, trust me, bro. We did it. You wasn't there. You don't know if they did for real. You just take them at face value. Why is it that you take these people at face value, right? Because they your people now, right? Because when you talk about black people, you talk about black people like those people. I grew up around those people. But for them, oh, y'all took a polygraph for real? Did y'all really? Trust me, bro. Or okay. Y'all see how it looks? This is what it looks like versus what they tell you. But
And they told me that all the boys except one, which is Warren, I believe, took a polygraph test. All of them did not have lawyers and did it and cooperated with police. Warren also cooperated with police. I just believe he didn't take a lie detector test, but Warren is the young man that I interviewed. So according to what they told me, they all took a lie detector test and passed. And it's an equivalent of a lie detector test. It's not a traditional lie detector test, but it's the same theology of trying to get to if a person.
So it's not. So it is not. This is what I'm talking about. You say polygraph, you say it because you want that shit to just go by and everybody's going to trust it because they heard polygraph. When you say lie detector and then you say polygraph, people add credibility to that because they say, oh, they took a polygraph? Damn, them boys ain't lying. There are people that's going to run with that. But now it's not a polygraph. It's similar to one.
I don't know the name of it. It's an equivalent of a lie detector test. It's a different methodology.
I don't know the name of it. What the fuck? What's this guy, man? Jog, I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, this is crazy.
Yeah, I don't believe it was a polygraph test. I believe they took other stressors in order to analyze if the people were telling the truth or not.
Did they take a polygraph would be no.
Well, yeah, I think it could be semantics because they took a test to analyze whether or not they were being truthful in their statements, and that certified test, they passed it. It just wasn't considered a traditional polygraph. I think it's a more advanced way of doing it.
Brandon Tatum.
I think it's just more advanced. Now it's just more advanced. Come on, man. Shout out to Nancy Grace, man. Don't let these motherfuckers just get away with just saying whatever, bro. Because that's what they trying to do. They trying to do whatever. Somebody asked in the comments, why is he their spokesman? He's their spokesman because he's safe, all right? They want him talking about it because in their eyes, he's a plant. He looks black. He's going to say the things that we want him to say.
Black people commit over half of all murders in this country.
Did you read the book?
I did not read the book.
You are uneducated.
If you're 25 and under, the leading cause of death for you is being murdered by another black person.
Think you foolish.
And again, I completely stand by the fact that we don't know what happened. Everybody wants answers. That's what we're here for. Answers. You're not here for none of the other shit. We're here for answers. All right? But when you got somebody that's here and their main purpose is to say, well, this is how these people act. This is what they do. They're just race baiting. They just want to blame the white people. They just want to do that. All of those are your talking points. And you over here taking people at face value, the same people that are being accused of things, you telling them at face value, you're saying, you know what? I believe y'all. That don't sound like somebody that wants an answer. That sounds like somebody that is on one side and is trying to prove that they didn't do anything. This is why your name is Officer Tatum and not Detective Tatum. But okay. So speaking of Nancy Grace, right? Nancy Grace also said that the family of Nolan Wells has subpoenaed social media giants seeking messages, location records, and other digital evidence. She's reporting that they're looking into a lot of things now. I ain't gonna lie, this is gonna say a lot because the hole that's in this case right now is also the fact that Nolan Wells' phone came back with no social media posts. Some messages were deleted. So what does that mean and why is that a thing? Why did that happen? So when you talk about this, you see how many holes are in this shit and you want to scrutinize people for believing that there may have been some foul play here? It just don't make sense to me. But
in the last 24 hours, Nolan Wells' family hits social media giants subpoenaing Nolan's accounts. His mother, Christine, says when her son's phone was brought to the family, they had concerns because there were no pictures or videos on either of his Snapchat accounts, triggering their fear items may have been deleted. Now, joining us, special guest Brandon Tatum. You interviewed, as we played at the get-go, several of Nolan's friends. Did they show you photos, videos, snaps of that day on Horn Island?
Well, Nancy, thank you so much for having me on. I spoke to 4 of the boys that are originally accused of being involved in Nolan Wells' death. And they did show me a lot of evidence. And in talking to these young men, the burden of proof is they're going to have to prove to me. I'm not going to listen to what they say out of their mouth. They're going to have to show me. And in many cases, they showed me.
Shut your ass. Bruh, you were the same guy who just said they told you they took a polygraph. You didn't say that they showed you results from a polygraph or results. You said that they told you they took it. And now you want to sit here and say you're not going to believe what comes out of their mouth? They got to show you? Like, bruh, this is what I'm talking about, man. This is why all the people jumping on here saying, man, y'all speculating and do it. They doing the same exact thing. There's so much distractions out there.
Speculating like a motherfucker, because he said they took a polygraph to lead us to believe that they told the truth about son. Because the way he come out here so positive, they did it. They didn't do this. These boys didn't do it. How you know they ain't do it, Tatum? Huh? Because they brought you there to indoctrinate your dumb ass? Huh, Tatum? You talking about somebody who can't read? You can't read the room. You can't read the room, boy. That's what's terrible. You feel me? Bootlicking Tatum, y'all.
I see now they got people that are saying that the audio was fake and it was doctored. Listen, man, the audio is the way that it is because of course it was doctored because they had to go in there and they had to redact them putting out their phone numbers. So when you hear people say it was doctored and it was tampered with, that's what they had to do. What did you want them to do? Put it out there, raw audio file out with.
Yeah. And you know what else they're gonna do? See right now, so they got the autopsy. They got the first autopsy. They don't want to release it. They said they're gonna release it to the grand jury, right? Why we gotta wait to the grand jury to see what the results of that test was? That's like crazy to me. Like, I don't understand. If we got so much doubts about what's going on, why don't y'all just put that out there, clarify everything, and then we could keep it moving? All this other stuff wouldn't even be necessary now, would it? We wouldn't need a bootlicking Tatum now, would we? Huh? Come on, let's chop it up. Talk about it. Who there? Let's go. Bootlicker.
Their phone numbers being exposed. These are people that are being accused of something right now. Do you think it would be very responsible at this moment to have a call released with their phone number in it? That's where those pauses come from. And they're using that as a way to say that it was edited and it was tampered with.
Same way they're gonna say, right? The same way they're gonna say like the phone, right? Let's take the phone for instance. The mother said that she got the phone back and everything in it was deleted, right? So they call it a professional. They're gonna call it a professional. You understand me? They're gonna call in a professional. Yo, OG, I don't even know what that's about right now, but I'm in the middle of something, you know what I'm saying? I might have to holler back later with you on that one, man. You know what I mean? But feel me. So they're gonna say when they get it looked at by a professional, right? And then they try to present that to the courts. The court gonna say it's not acceptable because it's been tampered with, because they ain't had a chance to do whatever they wanted to do with it first. You understand? Huh? You understand? And then it's crazy because they got the power to say, nah, we ain't going to use that. You understand? Take, for instance, I got into an accident. Boom. It's like, what? Pull out my phone. Start recording. All instantly, just start recording. All right, man. All right, catch everything. Right? They won't accept my footage, huh? Unless I turn my phone over to them. I can't just say sin and they get it and accept that. Huh? It's a murder case. It's a murder case, baby. This ain't like a nigga stole a pack of gum out the store. Somebody got killed, man. Took out of here, man. And bootlicking Tatum over here co-signing every word them people say. Like it's fact. These boys ain't do anything. They just want to blame them because they're white. No. We're blaming them because of the evidence that is being presented before us, Officer Tatum. The evidence is pointing in that direction, man, no matter what you say. No matter what the words that come out of your dumb ass mouth, them boys look like they did something, man. And there was a couple of girls on that boat, too. Feel me?
This is insane, man. How about we focus on finding the answers, bro? Because according to Nancy Grace, that came directly from that emergency response. Came directly from them.
Videos of Nolan on the island. They showed me videos of the boat when they were getting towed out, which is consistent with, kind of similar to what the phone call was. I mean, they showed me pictures of them with Nolan. They showed me phone records.
Hold on. So when it's on that side, we could go with footage that's similar to what he heard on the tow. It's not similar because on the tow they was going crazy. Like, oh my God, Nolan, what? Nolan, right here. What we looking at right here? That's nothing like it, man. That's nothing like it, bro. That's nothing like it, my man. That's like the footage they took after they got rid of the nigga or something, man. Come on, yo, Tatum. Take your motherfucking foot out your own ass, man. And come back down to reality, boy. I don't know what it is that got you like that, your money or your wife. Which one? Which one, big dog? Huh? Fucking coonery, man. Where Tatum live at, man? He must live in a nice, cushy, well-gated community. Huh? That boy wouldn't dare live in the hood. He couldn't make it.
Records of them calling Nolan's mom.
Him, that 6'2" frame. 220, you said? Should be broke up, boy. Broke up.
And also, here's what I got about that boat, right? He talks about the boat. They showed him pictures or photos of them on the boat when they were towing the boat. You mean this 2-3 second video? So you're trying to tell me these kids are being accused of something and all they got to show you is a 3-second video. That's what you got? Because if they're being accused of something, you should have something that should say, bruh, that's stupid as hell. Look at this. You recorded for 3 seconds and then you were like, that's it? That's what we gonna give you? All those events, you trying to tell me you took out your phone for 3 seconds and this is the best y'all got.
That's the best
They just want people to be naive about this, man. And that's the problem. We're not gonna just sit back and say, okay, y'all said it, so I guess it is what it is. That's not how this works, dog.
All of the above. So they seemed very consistent.
That's how it work if it's a black suspect. You can't send no shit like that. You send some shit like that, they be like, what the fuck? Man, get this shit out of here. I just set this shit up, man. Get out of here. But no, according to Brandon Tatum, that there's the fishy tissue, huh? I guess he checked the time and the day and the sun and the moon and how the stars are supposed to be glistening in the background at the time of day that was when they was towing the so-called having the boat towed, right? Remember they told us they called the boat towed. We were supposed to believe the boat towed them, right? They wasn't expecting the boat captain to come through and say he canceled the tow. Listen, if y'all do the math, man, do the math. As the dude on the phone saying we sinking, the captain already got word to cancel the call, right? Because by the time she cut through the line and got him on the phone, he cut her off like, wait, I just got off the phone with him. Which means, as he was over here talking about he's sinking, the boat captain was already canceled. You understand? He said, oh, no, bro, we just going down. Remember that part? The part that we really can hear clearly? Use that part. He said, we going down. So if you're going down, why is your grandpops on the other line? It could have been at the same time you were saying we going down. He was telling the boat captain, forget about it. Let's do the math, man. Since Tatum said that footage right there represents them going back. I believe it was like what they said, a 20-minute, 30-minute ride back and forth. Like 30 that way, 30 this way. That's an hour back and forth. Right? Why we only got 3 seconds, my man? They could have just videotaped this shit all the way back to the pier. If that's the case, because this right here is not proof of nothing, my man.
They seem very genuine, and they also proved to me.
Every word out this guy's mouth just gets you sick to your stomach. He just said one thing, then came back and said, well, they were very genuine. What the fuck, man? How do you know them to know that they genuine, Mr. Bootlicker? Do you know them to say that they genuine? They could be being deceptive to you. You don't know them, and that'll look genuine to you, brother. Who you think you talking down to, my man? Oh, this nigga's a goofy, man.
Some of the things that they had told me in the interview that I had with them that I have uploaded on my YouTube channel.
So this guy did an analysis of the friend that TD Tatum interviewed, right? And he had some interest.
First of all, let's put the scenario together. Your boy Warren, right? Warren and Wyatt left Nolan at his house that morning on the 4th. They left him at his house. And they never said that he really got to the pier because his car was still at the crib. But he walked over there like, what the fuck is going on? Tell us something, man. He said Nolan wasn't with them when they was running around doing all that. Nolan wasn't with us. Remember that part, y'all? Nolan wasn't with us. Nolan wasn't with us. Nolan wasn't with us. Those the words was out of Warren's mouth. Me and my buddy got up in the morning. We went to my house. Then we went to McDonald's. Then we came back. He said the boat was already hooked up to the truck. They ran to the gas station or wherever to fill the boat up with ice. Then they went to the meeting spot. Where was Nolan doing all of that? Because you took him to Wyatt's house the previous day to spend the night. So why would you bring somebody with you the previous night to spend the night and then leave him? Where was he at that point? Why nobody trying to get at that? So what he gonna just brush up? Well, I don't know. He ran around handling his own. What other business? If all the man had was a set of car keys and a phone in his pocket, what other business? And a pair of swim trunks. What other business could he have possibly been handling? His car parked in front of the house. It never moved. So-called, right? Right? That's how his keys got in the house, if that was even the same house. Even if that was even the same house. We don't know. It's so confusing. It's so confusing. We just don't know. You get me?
Things.
Watch the cut. They cut the interview. Very, very, very important. Watch this. Watch when he said Nolan was on the boat with me last year. Watch this.
Rings in the Gulf Coast, go to Horn Island. And, we went last year. Nolan was on the boat with me last year.
You see that cut? Nolan was on the boat with me last year.
First thing.
There's a cut in the video. Why is there a cut? Why is there a cut? Listen, everything is based on what we see. I don't think it's wrong to question it. So why is there a cut?
Why be doing things, right, to make us question it even more? By editing your footage, Mr. Tatum. Why you ain't just play the interview straight through, let the boy talk? You chop your certain shit out. So you being very deceptive, Mr. Tatum, bootlicker, right? But we supposed to accept all that is what it, no, man. Frick out here.
I want to ask you, did you kill Nolan?
Okay, let's break down this interview. For those of you who do not know, I was an interrogator, human intelligence collector, source operator in the Army. It's important for me to give you those credentials up front because I want you to know from where I'm coming, where I break this interview down. I am an expert in what I'm about to do. He's actively trying to give you a story that has been given to him. His mother, who is a judge, I believe, this is my opinion, has coached him on how to answer questions on the timeline the morning of.
Of course she did, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you coach your 17, 18-year-old son on what to say in an interview that's so important? You could lose your life for the next 40 years if you say the wrong thing. You ain't gonna coach your son? And you a judge? She's probably sitting off to the side right now. You understand me? It's the cover up, baby.
Why? I'm not saying this guy did it. I'm not saying this guy did anything. I'm not saying I don't have the evidence to be able to say that. What I'm saying is this is deceptive. What I'm saying is you're not giving me a sequential order of events that is very red flag.
Yeah.
There's got to be a grip of these kids that know what fucking happens, and one of them's telling, guaranteed. Their attorneys going straight to the prosecutor, like, okay, my client had nothing to do with it, but they're willing to tell everything in exchange for immunity, and those kids are going to be in the grand jury. What's the date today? End of July? Indictment will be coming between August 14th and the end of the month. What is it, 31 days in August? Indictment coming down the 14th to the 31st. That's what I think. A bunch of kids that don't, I mean, bro, they can't shut their mouths. They don't know how to do that shit. They're not convicts, bro. they're telling. And y'all better tell, because the longer you stay fucking quiet, bro, the more guilty you all look. You do understand that. Attorneys sometimes be sending these kids straight to the penitentiary, bro. Even if kids had something to do with it, bro, they should have gone up there and been like, oh, it was an accident. We didn't mean for it to happen. And yeah, that's what you should have done to mitigate. The longer you shut your motherfucking mouth, the more guilty you look, the easier it is for them to get a conviction on your bitch ass.
Yeah.
Attorneys leading kids straight to the penitentiary. Like, oh yeah, we're going to beat this. No, you're not. There's like a grip of kids that know what fucking happened, dude.
And that's the thing, man. At the end of the day, people want answers, man. And I'll continue to say that because I think it's something that needs to be said. People just want answers. People want to know what happened. People want to know what this was about. People want to know what happened on that damn island.
Yeah. And plus, like homeboy just said, there's gonna be shit. I opened the door and a fly came in, y'all. Anyway, there was a lot of kids on that boat. They're gonna start talking. Pressure gonna get to them. You know what I mean? And Tatum gonna look so bad, y'all. He gonna look bad. He gonna look bad. And then we gonna just have to leave him to his vices, you know? And his vices is those motherfuckers that he was just now trying to protect by all means necessary, you heard?
The fact that there was so many people on that damn island, and the best they can say is that there were 2 key witnesses that saw Nolan on that island is insane to me. All those people on that island, you're telling me there was 2 people, bro, 2 people that saw what happened. All right, now.
No, they didn't even see what happened. They just saw
Listen, man, I'm going to just leave it at that. Obviously, we see Tatum for who he is. That boy has lost himself, and he is in a place of no return, and he has already decided he will allow himself to be the tool that is used over there because he is a safe guy for them. He is the guy they run to when they have these kind of conversations and they have these kinds of situations. They run to him because he will push those talking points that they need, man. And you saw D.L. Hughley say all the things that he said. He listed down different times he has done that. And is he lying? No, sir. But here we are. Let me know how y'all feel about it. Let me know what y'all think. I appreciate all the conversations, all the different thoughts, all the opinions. Well, y'all let me know what y'all think. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Hit that like button for your boy. Please hit the like button. You can get these videos out and keep these things circulating. I'm going to keep giving y'all updates on this topic until this thing is figured out. So whenever there's something relevant or something useful to talk about and point out so that everybody is up to date with the happenings on it, I will do my best to put these videos out, all right? So make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Sign up for the Discord if you want to join the Discord and have conversations there as well. I'll put that link also will be in the description. Also, if you want to join the channel, that's a great way to support the channel. It definitely helps me continue to make these videos. The channel membership is definitely important to this channel, and we're trying to build a community of people who are interested in having conversations and also people who are interested in seeing this exclusive videos that are not public, you know. So make sure you join the membership. And if you would rather join us on Patreon, we also have a Patreon where the videos that really can't go onto YouTube, we put them on Patreon. We have Patreon only live streams. We also do music reviews over there. So check that out. And also check out my second page, Big Zo Reacts. If you want more lighthearted content and you want to get some laughs throughout your day, join over there. And last thing, check me out on Twitch. We currently have a sub goal on Twitch. You'll see it right there. We're trying to get to 500. Right now we're at 201. So get on there and sub. You can sub with your Amazon Prime if you want. All those links will be in the description. I appreciate y'all. Y'all already know what it is. Your boy Goods. Big Zo TV. Let's go.
It's not enough. Few solid niggas left, but it's not enough.
Oh, no, this is brand new to me, baby. We gonna take it to the top, though. This is gonna be the best podcast on the planet. It's your boy, the Brando knows. Where we going next, y'all? But T, what y'all think about your boy Tatum, man? You know what I'm saying? I call him bootlegger at this point, man. I ain't whatever they call him by his whole full name no more. That's Officer Bootlicker. Officer Bootlicker Tatum. You heard? Fuck out of here. You know? He just take their word for what it is. I don't believe them, man. I believe them dudes this son. You know what I'm saying? Because they stories ain't adding up. Because I still want to know, this guy, Warren, said he took Nolan to Wyatt's house on the 3rd. And on the 4th, Warren and Wyatt left Nolan at the crib. Like, why would they do that? You know what I'm saying? Where was Nolan from that point on? I don't know, you know? We need to get that question asked. I got to somehow get that out there. Like, ask him that question. Like, where was Nolan at that time? Like, how did he get to the dock and all that? Because from that point, they ain't talk about Nolan no more, man, until they seen him in the arms of a girl. So he went from going to sleep. Listen to what Nolan did. He went from going to sleep at Wyatt's house to cuddling up with a girl. Right? There was no in between. He didn't do nothing in between that. From there to there, that's all he did. You get me? We want to know what he did before he got to the island. Before he got to the island. Let's ask them what they did before they got to the island. Because remember, he spent enough time with them. What y'all did when y'all spent the night? When y'all went in the house? What y'all just went to sleep? What y'all do? When y'all got in Wyatt's house that night, what y'all do? Y'all just went to sleep? That's the question. We got to get that question out to them. So, how long we been on here, man? Huh? How long we been on here? I don't know. With this nigga's analyzing the distribution story of a young man. Shit. I don't even know what the fuck is going on with that shit. That shit. Okay. I don't know how to do all that. I'm gonna get to it though. Right now, I'm just having a little bit of fun. And
You bitches that are really step, but it's not enough. Say you bigger than myself, but it's not enough. I get on their ass, yeah, somebody gotta do it. I made them niggas mad, yeah, somebody gotta do it. I take the cheap pass, yeah, watch a nigga do it. We survived outside, all from the music, nigga. What?
getting back on those, y'all.
This is Alpha and Omega, bitch. Welcome home. This is not a song. It's a revolution.
It's being sponsored by the stickermill.com. Go to the stickermill.com /Dabrand. And your first 10 stickers is on me, baby. So upload your prettiest picture. Put it on a sticker. Stick it all over your mirror so you can look at your pretty face anytime you want. Brando.
How to get a nigga gone.
We're going to go hang out with Tisa Tales right quick,
Hey
y'all.
guys, new update in the Nolan Wells case, and this time it is Ben Crump going toe to toe with the actual officials of Mississippi for what many people consider to be their misinformation campaign. He actually exposed the truth on Don Lemon, how the Mississippi powers that be disrespected Nolan Wells' family with the way they released the autopsy, the way they are not, in fact, cooperating, and the way they are begging and pleading for any information that is normally shared in other cases. Again, is this part of a cover-up? We don't know. But Ben Crump is calling a spade a spade. You guys, listen to this. And while we get into this, please do not harass anybody involved, any law enforcement, anybody in the boys. Again, y'all all know this, but we're going to have to keep doing this disclaimer because I firmly believe that the powers that be are trying to turn this case into who's being harassed, even though one would argue Nolan Wells' mother is being harassed more than anybody by shadowy figures in the dark, instead of getting justice for Nolan, okay? Let's not forget that the only person that has been arrested, the only thing that seems like is being investigated, is who was saying what to the judges, to the boys, to whatever. Let's also not forget that Ashley Cole appears to be the person that set in motion the interview with Officer DeJango. We are dealing with very media-savvy people while they appear to sit back and play victim. But Ben Crump is not letting them do this. You guys, let's get into this because you need to hear this, and then we're going to discuss. Hold on.
Autopsy was complete, and because media started calling us, and I know the district attorney's office may have reached out to the family, but we did not get a chance to talk to them before the news told us the autopsy was complete.
Again, it might seem small for some people that don't think that Nolan's family actually deserves the respect of being the family that is dealing with this tragedy, being the family that's trying to come to the truth, being the family that's fighting for justice. Like Ben Crump said, no, they did not point fingers and said who's responsible. They said things are not adding up and they need results. Again, is this a slap in the face? I would consider it one. Y'all give me a call saying, oh yeah, you know, whatever was said on the call, they clearly did not talk to Crump or the family. And then before the family has a chance to check in and basically be notified of what's going to be shared with the public, they release it to the public. Oh yeah, his autopsy is complete. In what world is the public notified before they actually talk to the family? And no, I don't think a voicemail is good enough. You deserve to ask the family of the person that is gone, that is dead. Nolan's family, they deserved an actual conversation.
Yeah, I watch Cops all the time. The first 48, you know, they pull up on the scene, they find a body laid out there, they find out who it is, they contact the family, and they treat them with respect. You understand? They let them be the first to know everything. Go ahead, watch the first 48 and see how a murder suspect, some parents are treated, man. They go there, they say, we sorry to let you know your kid was took out, you know? Even ones when they feel like they don't know if it was foul play. They got to investigate. But they treat the parents of the victim with respect, man. What we seeing right now? Yo, just imagine, man, your kid turned up dead, right? Ooh. You running around, you like, what's going on? What happened? What's happening? What happened? Right? They ain't telling you nothing. Then all of a sudden you hear on the news what happened. Like, huh? That's what happened? So you got to find out through the news first as well. Who think that's right, man? Who think that is right? If you think that's right, to have to find out what happened to your baby on the news, put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that's was the proper way to handle that situation. You know, if you think so, put it in there. And if you don't, put a 2. You know what I mean? It's a poll. It's a poll. I want to see the numbers. Put a 2 if you think not. Okay. All right. See, a lot of people got common sense, man. Some people don't have no more common sense, man. It's gone. It's gone. It's gone. Because the way Officer Bootlicker was trying to convince us that nothing happened, said it all. It should have said it all, right? You should have just knew the jig was up when that was happening. The way he was going so hard, you had to know that the fix was in. Huh? They had one of our own. He'd call us dumb people. You know, I used to live around them people. Dumb people? What? Nah, I ain't gonna front, Tatum. Sometimes I might have to agree with you on that one, man, because I done moved 5 times in the last 5 years because motherfuckers is crazy. Just can't live around everybody, you know what I'm saying? Some people is just un-motherfucking civilized. You hear me? Believe me when I tell you that. Let's get back to Tisha Tales and give it up for her, too. 40 Wolves.
But to me, it seems like they're moving reckless. It seems like the state of Mississippi really doesn't care, and they're trying to get their little digs in where they can. But that's my opinion.
We are scheduled to have a meeting with the district attorney's office next week. Whether that means they're going to reveal the autopsy results is unknown to us, but we're certainly going to inquire because, you know, we have been begging for transparency the whole way, and we've tried to be very transparent with them, and we hope that they will be transparent with us, especially his family.
Yeah. So, Ben, can they...
Again, I think it's very interesting that Ben Crump is not accusing anyone. Okay, my takeaway from what he said is they have asked again and again. I know people criticize Crump saying, oh, you should have held on to your autopsy results. Maybe, but you have to know that Ben Crump knows where the pieces are more than us, and he knows what's going on. I believe his strategic decision to release the autopsy was a strong one. Why? Because everybody is overlooking something. Drowning is one of the easiest things to prove in an autopsy. Facts. It is one of the easiest things to prove.
Facts.
If a cause of death is undetermined, there's yes, you died of drowning. 2, not whether it was natural causes of drowning, accidental drowning, but whether it was an actual drowning. It's either yes, it's a no. If it's undetermined, that is actually more puzzling because drowning is not a mystery. And the fact that even after that, they wouldn't share the autopsy results. Again, there's certain things like the throat, what happened in the lungs, what was in the stomach. There's certain things that only the preliminary autopsy can find out. They have not.
And they knew that. So why would they, you know what I'm saying, even though, you know what I'm saying, they saying they need an extra test. No, they said it was finished. They just ain't telling you the result. Right? So why would you keep those parts and pieces when you know I need to do a test on this stuff, man? Huh? That right there, come on, man. It's like every fucking thing I say is that right there. Like everything they doing is that right there. That right there says what it is. The Tatum being on their team so hard, that right there says what it is. You know what I'm saying? To holding back the throat and the neck bones, that right there says what the fuck it is. Like, come on, you trying to not let me see. That's they kids, yo. One of them dudes' moms is a judge. You feel me? Imagine the judge set up in there. She done sent a couple niggas up here already. Oh, that's the judge, son, huh? She knows what's gonna happen. Warren gonna go in Warren and come out Wanda.
Not shared the results. They have not shared their lab samples. They have not shared anything. I would also like to say that a drowning going up in front of a grand jury does not make any sense at all.
Any sense? Any sense? You know it, because they said the only thing goes to a grand jury if they not sure what killed you. If they're not sure. You understand? The only reason you go into a prosecutor, what's it called, a grand jury, because you want to show evidence to get somebody convicted, right? All I'm trying to say is this. The second autopsy came out undetermined. They don't know what happened here. They don't know if it was a drowning or what. They don't know, right? The first autopsy kept the lungs and the throat. Now, what if they come back and say that it was a drowning? Right? It was a drowning. It was a drowning. How would we know, man? How would we know? Y'all had too much time, man. Y'all had too much time, bruh. How would we know, man? That it wasn't. Because once they present whatever they got to the grand jury, that's going to determine whether somebody's going to get prosecuted or not. So don't you think the parents should know what they're going to present to the grand jury before they do that? That ain't this her case? Ain't this her baby? Or the state just took her case from her? She ain't got no more say in this. Or what happened to her son? Wow. Mississippi, Mississippi, Mississippi burning.
Any sense at all. And especially in the grand jury, they haven't even told us, well, what was the grand jury convened for? Who is the focus of this grand jury? What is going on? What are you trying to say? For all we know, this could be a grand jury to get Christine Knowles Wells locked up. You see what I'm saying? I know it sounds ridiculous, but everything that's happened in this case has been ridiculous. Again, this is my opinion. All right, I'd like to know what you think in the comments, but let's keep continuing with Mr. What.
This is my opinion as well. You know what I mean? And we got a right to them.
Crump is attorney at law. Crump is saying.
Not release information to you, because I know that, explain the process, because it goes to a grand jury. Now, do you know if they're going to be transparent with you or you don't, and how much you think they can or will reveal?
Well, I think they can. They can do what they want. You know, we do cases all across America, and the district attorney and the governmental authorities have the authority to release information as they so deem to release it. Don Lemon, you know, they could be transparent, or they can say, well, we're not going to release anything until the grand jury. And then that means we don't know when we're going to see it, because nobody knows when they're going to conclude their report. And George Floyd and Breonna Taylor cases like that, where you had governmental authorities trying to be transparent, they would release information to try to build public trust. What are they going to do in Mississippi? We do not know if they're going to release it. They may say, we're not going to release anything at all until the grand jury and the grand...
So basically, please watch the Lemon Drop interview. That's Don Lemon's TikTok, YouTube, whatnot. Y'all know who Don Lemon is. I don't even need to say any further, right?
Yeah, we don't fuck with Don Lemon
This
already.
might be the first time y'all actually see me. Maybe I should promote myself instead. But all jokes aside, right? Don Lemon's interview is really good, and Ben Crump goes, but I wanted to see the gist. They are keeping the family in the dark.
And that's crazy to me, man.
In my opinion, that if it was a drowning, if they had an autopsy that said it was a straight drowning, and keep in mind, drowning is one of the easiest autopsies to prove. The fact that it says undetermined is concerning. What's more, Ben Crump has said the official autopsy is not completed yet because they still need to get access to body parts and lab reports that could only have been done in the preliminary autopsy. They are stonewalling all of that. Ask yourself, why are they stonewalling it? For what are they stonewalling it? What?
Because those are their kids, like I said. What's his name? Warren? Warren's stepmother. Warren's pops married a judge, man. And I believe he's a doctor or some shit. So they got some bank. They trying to protect it. You know what I mean, Tisha? But we don't know how they think they could just hold my son body, take his parts, keep him. Don't tell me what you're doing with him. You know what I mean? Got the results. Gonna hold him to a grand jury. I don't even know what you're presenting to the grand jury. You know what I'm saying? Let me know something. You know what I'm saying? Everybody should be writing letters down there saying, yo, turn over the information to the family, man. Let them know what's going on, man. You can't be keeping them people in the dark like that. They got lawyers. If you don't want to speak to the mom, speak to the lawyer, but she need to know what's going on with her baby. Y'all bugging. You got governors coming out talking about, yo, I see no father. You don't see nothing because you ain't a doctor. Goofy. That's what you are. He was a goofy saying that. You know what I mean? Put more heat on the fire. Stoking it. You know how you win the fire? You blow that shit, the shit start getting bigger and bigger. This shit's a fucking infernal. They trying to start the fire, y'all. Cause look, when the results come back and it ain't what we think it is, which I think gonna happen. Think niggas say, oh, okay, all right, whatever. It is what it is, and move along. You crazy. These niggas gonna turn up. Oh, hell no. So one of these cities about to get wrecked. Believe me. You remember George Floyd? That was George Floyd lawyer right there too. And when he was done with them, the town was burning. So Mississippi, I believe they had a movie called Mississippi Burning.
Do they gain from that?
Fire.
The problem is Mississippi just want those boys to be protected and for this to all go away. As much as people are coming online for average people, online commentators, and make no mistake, this is not going away, right? The one point that everybody is overlooking when they're talking about defamation, no one has proof that Nolan died from drowning. Not one person. Not the police chief, not those boys' parents, not
That's
the
what I'm
girls
saying.
that were involved, not anybody in Ocean Springs that is saying, oh my God, this is political. Not Officer DeDjango.
No.
Nobody has proof.
And they just did a whole autopsy, Tisa. You know what I'm saying? Nobody got proof. You just did an autopsy. You couldn't have just now proved that he drowned, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? This shit could be over right now. If that's what your findings say, that the man drowned, just say the man drowned. Release the shit. Boom. We be like, oh shit, let me see. Let me take a real good look at this shit, because y'all niggas be fraudulating shit, man. Hold on. Let me see. Oh, no. Yeah, all right, maybe he did drown. All right, man. But no. Y'all niggas want to keep it under the wraps. Don't want to show a nigga shit. Just want to keep it like to yourself. Like, fuck that. We ain't letting these motherfuckers know nothing. We gonna hold this shit back to this shit blow up in their fucking face. It ain't gonna blow up in our face, Papa. This shit gonna blow up in your face. Believe me.
Not the governor, not the AG, not the DA.
Cause I'm telling you off the rip, man. Ooh-wee. Fuji-san don't play that.
Nobody has proof, that Nolan drowned. Not one person. Not one person. So when you want to talk about people spreading misinformation, spreading false truths, starting rumors, starting narratives that have not been proven to be true, we need to start with the powers that be and everybody that they seem to be protecting. Let's also not forget that the only thing that's been investigated and someone's been arrested is somebody that was threatening Judge Ashley Cole. Meanwhile, hasn't not a nan person that's been sending threats to Ben Crump, to Nolan's family, to Nolan's mama. Not one person has been investigated and not one person has been arrested. And I know they are blowing her DMs up and everything like that, even publicly. Nobody has any proof. And the people that claim they do, Officer Django, he admitted nobody took polygraphs. They took a stress test similar to a polygraph. But Warren, the main subject of your interview, did not, refused to take one. That whole thing about, oh, all the verified proof and you're out here running defense, you admitted on Nancy Grace that there is cell phone service on Horn Island, but you can't upload. Baby, this is 2026. We all got cell phones. If you have service, you can 100% upload. It might take forever. It might start timing out. It might do whatever, but you can 100% start to upload if you got cell phone service. Get the hell out of here. We all got cell phones. Another lie exposed. Another lie exposed. And now he's up here running again. Everybody, it's funny how everybody on one side is just protecting the town of Ocean Springs. I didn't know the town of Ocean Springs needed protection. The Ocean Springs town. I'm talking about the dead boy and his parents that are just asking for questions. And the fact that answers to questions is being looked at as an affront to Ocean Springs, even so far as Warren's daddy suing Nolan's mama's lawyer for a vast political conspiracy. Y'all, listen. I'm not being gaslit. And we are staying on this case. Because one way or the other, whatever the truth may be, the truth is going to come out. It's going to come out. All right? It's going to come out. So that might strike fear in the hearts of some people, and it might put the love of God in others. But regardless of how you feel about the truth is going to come out. Manipulation, gaslighting, pressure, whatever side you're on, the truth is going to come out. Y'all, listen, let me know what you think in the comments. I'm going to go live later. Turn your notifications on. If you missed me last night, that live is up. Turn your notifications on. I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, the truth will set us free. And that's going to be the only thing that's going to set us free. Because if they keep playing with us, this shit about to get hot, man. I'm going to keep it 100.
Hey, you guys, listen. An update in the Nolan Wells case, and this one is a doozy. There has been an arrest made. People are saying this is part of an agenda with the grand jury. On top of that, there is new information about the GPS coordinates that changes everything.
Skirt. If it was an arrest made... Let's see. We're gonna put something because we analyze this. We know where we at with it. You know what I'm saying? We feel here at the Brando No Show. We feel like we solved the case already, but we want to keep our opinions to ourselves because you heard what she said. They suing motherfuckers, and I ain't got nothing for them to take. So I'm gonna keep my opinion to myself. But I got a lot to say, about the bootlicker. Now, if there has been an arrest made, who thinks that he's been paid off to the point where they say, man, listen, man, this is the jig. This is the offer they made to him. Listen, man, check it out, man. Yo, listen, man, we're going to need you to take this one for the team. You hear me? So we're going to set you up, man. We're going to get you 10 years for this. You know what I mean? You ain't going to do no more than 10 years, young man. You feel me? And when you come out, you're going to be a millionaire. You're 17 now. Come out, you're going to be 27. 27, set up, your own house, your own car. Huh? You could do it, kid. What's going on? And you know who they going to do it to? I wonder who they getting ready to say they locked up, yo. I wonder who they getting ready to say they locked up. Do you think it's Dabrand, the one that was with his girl, when dude told him, yo, stop talking to her like that, man. Because that's what he told him. He told him, stop talking to that white girl like that, man, before I punch you in your mouth. He tried to make it look like, we good over here. Nigga, that's a white girl, white boy, and you in the middle. Shit. Talking about your girlfriend, nigga. You lucky it wasn't you that they attacked that day. Because Nolan, I believe, was attacked. Facts. Everything I'm seeing says that. And I'm a problem solver, for one. I'm an architect in the field. I have a custom design business. So if you ever in the need of some custom designs, you go to ydyhome.com and place an order. See, that's how we doing it. You tell us, you just go there and type what you want. Look, I got a room. I need to turn it into, I need some shelves. I need a door. I need some windows replaced. Whatever. Carpet installed. Yeah. Instant carpenter in your pocket. But anyway, let's see who they gonna lock up and try to blame this on to save their kids. Because we already know whoever going to jail for this probably ain't going to be the person who actually did it, right? Okay.
That you think you know. You guys, let's get into this, okay? First, let's talk about the arrest, okay? Wonders upon wonders. The FBI has not done anything to get to the bottom of what's going on with Nolan. The AG, the DA, nobody involved has made any progress. However, a man in California has been arrested for making a threat to Judge Ashley Cole. Now, I'll be real with you. The threat came from a man that was on the National Child Sex Offender list. He got on there 2 times. So you know what? Everything works in divine order. What I am saying is, I think I figured it out, and they think they're slick. You guys, just walk with me, okay? Everything hinges on silence. Nobody knows what happens to Nolan, but I think it's fair to say that it doesn't look like anybody in the position of power is doing much to find out. They are creating more narrative of the boys are being harassed, the police are being harassed, and everybody's being harassed. And when I first heard that, I was like, okay. And I was like, but Nolan's mama's being harassed too. And when I first heard that, I was like, all right, so you guys are just trying to take this investigation underground, right? But hear this. Everything, they said it's going in front of the grand jury. I said, but if he died of a natural drowning, why do you need to show the autopsy to a grand jury? What are you hiding? And how come you won't let Ben Crump and them have access? Okay, table that question. We'll come back to it, right? But consider this. The police chief, with no evidence, aside from he was floating face down in the water, and that's not evidence, said it was an accident. That's not proof of an accidental drowning. So with no proof, no autopsy, no toxicology, the police chief said that, right? Then the DA came out and said, and in between then, the governor came out in a national news conference and also on his verified Twitter and told us what? Well, I don't know anything about the case. I don't know what's going on. But from what I can tell, Nolan Wells died from an accidental drowning, because that's what the police chief told me. And I said, y'all, this is pressure. This is telling anybody that might know anything, yo, hold the line. We got your back. Jackson County has your back, and the state of Mississippi has your back. Again, maybe that's not what they intended, but to this girl that's not from the South, that's what it sounded like to me, right? And then they talked about that grand jury. I do believe the grand jury was an attempt to seal all records. Now Ben Crump got them on the okie doke and said, no, we're opening a civil trial, preserve all evidence, and now we're conducting our own investigation, as is your right when you open a civil trial into wrongful death. And that threw them for a loop, because the grand jury is sealed, and that would keep a lot of evidence away from the public. However, now that Ben Crump opened that investigation, he has a right to it. All right, but listen to this. Because, you guys, have you noticed that as soon as they all, and again, maybe it was just an accident, but it's funny to me how lawsuit dropped within 24 hours. And lawsuit, arrest. Warren's father is suing Nolan's parents' lawyer, which is basically suing Nolan's parents, right? Because you're saying that he's doing this and he's doing that when he is going on behalf of what Nolan's parents are agreeing with, right? Lawsuit against Ben Crump, okay? Bart filed, well, I don't know if he filed a lawsuit, but he's threatening lawsuits against the whole internet for saying his name, right? And there's one Instagram creator, Kimberly, that they are going after, right? They all kept saying, we're getting death threats, we're getting death threats. A man was arrested from Judge Ashley Cole for a message he sent on Facebook talking about boom, but blow you all through. Okay, fine. This all happened in a matter of 24 hours, you guys. All of it happened together. All of it coordinated. Now Warren's dad is coming out and being like, no, this is a conspiracy for the election, and making up all this stuff in 24 hours. And as this thing is swirling, right? Nolan's no longer the victim. The living are the victim, and they need to be protected. And they are ramping up how much they're being harassed, how this is unfair, how this is a wild goose chase, how they're trying to denigrate Ocean Springs, how we're trying to destroy Jackson County, and they're going on and on and on. That's when, through all that commotion, they magically announce the autopsy's completed. And I believe the only reason they announced the autopsy was complete is because that was the cue to let us know that the autopsy has been submitted to the grand jury. You guys, I think this whole media storm that happened in 24 hours of them all, it looks like in a coordinated effort fighting back. Let's not forget, I think the AG or the DA said that now police officers are getting death threats. Police officers are. It's just not safe. I think this is an attempt to remember when Tristan was like, yo, Ocean Springs has Ocean Springs back. You don't know who you messing with.
Yeah,
We got each other's back. I think it's an attempt, honestly.
I think Tristan is gonna be the fall guy, cause Tristan the only one. He was like, Tristan said he was the one telling somebody to give him back his phone, right? Yeah, that's the dude. Tristan the one that went on the news and said that he was the one screaming, "Give me back my phone," right? So let's talk about Tristan for a second. I got you, Tisha. Let's talk about Tristan for a second. Tristan, they asked Tristan, when was the last time you seen Nolan alive? And Tristan's answer was, well, the last time I seen Nolan alive, me and my girl had just came out of a crowd and we was headed towards our boat. And Nolan and the girl he was with was headed towards their boat, right? So they're going in two different directions right now. And then he said, yeah, you know, I had to tell Nolan, man, yo, that's what's up, man. I said some slick shit to him about the girl he was with, but I had to tell him, yo, I love you, man. You know what I'm saying? I love you, man. So he told Nolan he loved him. He ain't know why, because he never did it before, but he just felt that way at the moment, so he did it, right? And then he went to get on his boat. And then he said him and his girl was in the water. Now let me remind y'all what they saying. They leave their phones on the boat when they in the water, right? That's what they say, right? They leave their phones on the boat when they in the water. That's what they keep saying. Now, Tristan went back over to the boat because remember, he just left Nolan. Nolan just went that way. He came this way. But they boats are supposed to be close. Like, when you said you got there, you told Nolan and them pull up right there, so they boats couldn't have been that freaking far away. You making it seem like they shit was on the other side of the fucking town and your shit was all the way over there. No, because you got there 30 minutes before them. Remember, they got there at 10:30. You got there at 10 o'clock. Tristan, you held the boat spots for everybody to pull up. Because when they got there, you was there directing them to pull in. Yo, pull in over there. Pull in over there. Right? So, in passing, you said you saw Nolan going to his boat and you was going to your boat. Where the boats was at, man? All you had to do was go here and there. They right there. Y'all parked in the same zone. So why you making it seem like Nolan went way over there, you went way over there? I don't get that, right? That's one. Now, he said he was in the water, him and his girl. His girl was mad at him because he dropped her something in the water and it floated off. So you gonna get me a new one, Tristan. You gonna get me a new one. This is what she was arguing at him. And he was like, man, listen, I don't want to hear all that. I just want me to get another beer. And then she said to him, so go get it yourself. Right? And then she listen to what he said. Then she put her head under the water and a dude walked up at the same time. So I guess she must have stayed under there because what happened? It's like he just said she dove under the water. So was she? The fuck? So somebody, this mysterious man comes out of nowhere and say, "Yo, man, you shouldn't be talking to your girl like that, man." Huh? And then he said, "No, we good, we good." You know what I'm saying? I got this. And homeboy be like, "Nah, man, you don't do that around me, man." Right? And he said, "What? Yo, I'm good, man. Yo, just see your way out of my situation, B." And then he said Duke said it on him. That's how they got into the fight. They in the water, off the shore. They right there. They getting it crunk. Remember, he said his girl stuck her head under the water and swam the fuck off. Or this son, I don't know where she disappeared to, but that's what he said, right? And him and the dude got into a fight. His uncle looked at him with a stern, "Yo, motherfucker, get your ass on the boat." He jumped on the boat. Shouldn't his phone be on the boat? Because he was just in the water. And they whole story, they be like, you don't get in the boat in the water if you got your phone, you ain't gonna be in the water. So why the fuck would he be the one telling somebody, "Give me my phone back"? If you on the boat you came in, because your uncle said, "Get your ass back on the boat." Because remember, that's the boat you went there on. That's why y'all got there 30 minutes before everybody fucking else. Motherfucker, who you playing with? So shouldn't your phone already be on the boat? So who the hell is you yelling to get your phone to? Like, what are we doing here, Papa? Y'all dudes got up there and gave your boy Officer Tatum the spew, and y'all told yourselves, man. Come on, Tisha.
The grand jury that this evidence goes in front of, instead of focusing on what happened to Nolan, focusing on how much Ocean Springs has been assaulted and how much Ocean Springs is under attack from the outsiders, the police, the boys, their families. This is dangerous. This is dangerous. Whatever happened to Nolan's an accident, but this is dangerous, and we need to tighten up. We need to pull rank. Can't let the Cornbread Cajun Mafia is known for it. We can't let everybody pull in together. We have to stand together. I believe that's what they're actually doing. And I think, and I hope not, but what if the people on the grand jury care more about holding the line with Ocean Springs and all the people that are outside attacked from political things and the outsiders and the northerners and the westerners and everybody outside of Ocean County? I believe that's why it looks so coordinated. The lawsuits, the threats, the arrests, all happen in the same 24 hours. And then they say, "Oh yeah, and the autopsy's complete." Anyway, you guys, listen, it's food for thought. But I want to turn your attention to the GPS narratives, all right? Now, there is a young lady on TikTok. I believe her name is Nerdy Pink Panda 1. I know, but listen, she has this interesting evidence she compiled over what's going on with the GPS. Let's watch this together because it's food for thought, you guys. And it does pull everybody back into the narrative that's scrambling to get out. Hold on, y'all. All right, so I found the thing. Just watch this with me. I'm telling you, what she does with GPS and what she's saying, I think there's actually some truth to it, all right? A novel theory, but let's listen to what she has to say. I promise you it's going to be worth your time. All right, let's go.
I figured out the Nolan Wells timeline. I know how they messed with the GPS. I figured it all out. I figured out the lies that are based in truth. I figured it all out, and I've got proof. But stick with me because it's going to be a long video, y'all. Now, I found a 15-page Marine Patrol report that had lots of little details that prove that the boys had been lying. So I've already shown how at 1:30 in the morning, the initial Lieutenant Odom with the Jackson County Sheriff's Office said that his deputies spoke with several of the friends who traveled to the island on the vessel with Nolan. And they said that he left in the company of an unknown female and that he chose to remain on the island.
So what was the next step? Did you guys ever engage with police or?
Yeah, so the first time I talked to the police was July 7th. I talked to the lead instigator, and I told him my whole story top to bottom. Dot every I, crossed every T. I told him everything I knew, every little detail.
Well, that's a lie now, isn't it, Warren? Because you talked to them at 1:30 in the morning that night. I mean, did you just forget to tell the cops about Katie? Because it's not like you didn't know it was her or you didn't know how to get in contact with her.
The girl that he was with, Katie, had texted somebody that she heard people yelling. Correct. Nolan yelling.
Yeah, and I have a picture of that. She texted my buddy, and the next day everybody was panicking. Everybody was texting Katie, because she was obviously seen with Nolan the whole day at the island. Katie sent a message to my buddy the next day and said, this is the last time I saw him, he's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when My buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat.
But Katie says that she assumed that she went on the boat after y'all were yelling at him. And let's not forget that the last time you saw him was 3.
Well, the last time I saw Nolan was 3 o'clock. And Nolan was cradling a girl in his arms.
And yet for some reason around noon, the name of another girl who hadn't even seen Nolan in a year was given to the patrol to go interview, saying that she was with that group, not Katie. They all
Okay, so we talked about this last night, but hold on, it gets really, really good. Hold on.
also gave the name of a couple of other friends who they weren't able to get in contact with. And despite having a picture of a text message from Katie, funny how you didn't share that with Officer Tatum. Probably could have cleared up some stuff real quick, right? Now let's get to the data. Now at about 1:30 on July...
You guys, turn your sound up. The data part, she really excels. Let's go.
5th, they were doing a flight of drones based on the relation of the last known anchor position of the Atkinson vessel, which I have documented right here. 4:30, Officer Strickland contacted Jennifer Pyrone, who was Wyatt's mother, who told them that he had already spoken to officers earlier in that day, but they were happy to cooperate with any investigation. And she let this officer take a picture of the GPS. Officer Strickland observed the track line showing Pyrone's vessel location on Horn Island, then gave coordinates. I'm gonna need you to remember this exact phrasing. It's gonna be important later on. Now, this was the GPS coordinates from the picture that the officer took, meaning that these coordinates had to be a different one that was verbally given over the phone by Wyatt. And you'll notice they're quite different. Now you'll notice that this incident report says the involved entities are Bart Edmington and Jerry Adkerson, not Wyatt. Even though Wyatt is 18, he should be on this report. And you could argue that they were just giving the names of the people that owned the boats, but somehow I doubt that 21-year-old Bart owns that boat. You'll notice on this report that 2 different pieces of GPS evidence were collected. So now we're going to go to the July 8th report, where they came and they took those GPS coordinates from both the Adkerson boat and Bart's boat. Yellow is Bart, blue is the grandfather Jerry. You know, the same Jerry that called and canceled the sea tow as the sea tow phone call was being made. Now, mind you, this is 3 days after the police had come and spoken to the mother and gotten the GPS coordinates. Now, Bart had a germane GPS map chart plotter. Jerry's boat also contained a germane GPS map chart plotter. Now, I had to look up the difference between waypoints, tracks, and routes. So waypoints mark specific spots. Routes connect them in a planned order, and tracks record your actual path. Now, according to that GPS data, there is no movement from 11 to 4:30, but we know that that's not true. Warren has never been able to logically explain how they ended up so far away from the shore. Because according to him, he said at 3 o'clock, that was the last time he saw Nolan, Bart was trying to yell at him to get on the boat. His brother got into a fight, so he got his brother to come over there. That's when he saw that it was all sinking, because he said this.
There's a lot of people on, so it drags water in. And eventually, I think over time, we were out there for a couple hours. The boat just started filling up with water. So I popped the starboard side hatch, and the battery was completely underwater.
Yes, but according to Warren, he had just seen Nolan, like neck deep, cradling a girl at the boat next to them. So how did they end up in 31 feet of water at the 4 o'clock call? There's an hour in between that. If the battery is submerged, how would they even get away from the sandbar? You can see in the background of this picture, they are far away from people. And yet this GPS is saying that you were stationary the whole time. But why? Especially because we have actual fucking proof right here. We have the coordinates that Wyatt's mom gave them the second time, and the cop took a picture of the GPS. Compare it to the GPS coordinates in which they were trying to get a tow from. But what if I were to tell you that not only does a waypoint need to be physically saved on this exact type of GPS, you have to intentionally say, mark this spot, or else it doesn't automatically save. It records your tracks automatically, but those are just saved coordinates. And it turns out you can actually delete tracks. It's super easy. You just go into the main menu and you delete it off of your data. So why is this GPS data, which is right here, so much further away than what the GPS says it is later? There's no data included in that GPS report that explains them going from here to here, unless someone went in and deleted those tracks. because they probably dropped that waypoint once they anchored, which would explain why Warren said they showed up at 10:30 and the GPS says that they showed up after 11. And so then it wasn't until half an hour after the canceled tow that they dropped another waypoint. And mind you, the exact same GPS was used in both boats, and Wyatt/Jerry's boat has the tracks and routes where Bart's does not. And again, it tracks it automatically, so you have to intentionally delete those tracks. And why did they do that? Well, it turns out Jerry Atkinson just so happens to be the owner of Ocean Marine Group in Ocean Springs and Gulfport, which is literally a boat dealer. So
told you she was on it. Let's keep going.
Guess who's gonna know that information? We already know Grandpa Jerry was in the mix because the only way that he could have canceled the sea tow before it even started to head out is if Wyatt had called Jerry first and Jerry told him to call for a sea tow and then canceled it for him, which would explain why he couldn't give any descriptions of where the water was, how high was it. We know that the sea tow did not bring in the boat. In fact, Bart's mother came on Facebook and said that there are pictures from my son's boat of the boat about to be towed, which is clearly who is about ready to tow them here as Wyatt is on the phone. I can tell you 100% that this is not a sinking boat. You can see Bart bringing them in this picture. But Bart was supposedly the one yelling at Nolan to get on the boat, remember? Why would he be yelling at Nolan to get on a boat that's sinking? Unless he was telling Nolan to get on his boat. And Warren accidentally explained what really happened with the engine. Whatever happened with Nolan happened on Bart's boat, allegedly, which is why all of Bart's information was deleted. So here's what happened. Both this one and this one confirmed that there was a fight that broke out on the beach. Started out with him, ended up with Warren's little brother. His uncle says, we gotta go. They hop on a boat and they leave. He grabs his drunk younger brother and says, we're getting out of here too. 3 o'clock, this whole caravan is trying to get the hell out of there because they're drunk and fighting. Wyatt's boat was in such a hurry that they couldn't figure out how to put the freaking trim down, which caused the motor to overheat, quickly stranded them, and Bart had to come help them. The time that Bart shows up, something has happened between him and Nolan. They're all distracted trying to fix the bilge pump because it didn't trim down. The waves were crashing over the boat and into the bilge pump, short-circuiting it. During this, some people have figured out that Nolan is gone. Other people just think that he's passed out or something, which is why Wyatt calls his grandfather to figure out what the F to do. And as the phone call is being made, more people are figuring out something's wrong with Nolan. That's why they didn't start moving again for 30 minutes. They were coming up with a plan and figuring out how to make it work. We've run out of time, but don't worry, I'm doing a follow-up to this video with more details, more information. And if you like my work, be sure to show your support in my bio.
You guys, that was a nerdy peak panda. Listen, I'm going to be live in about an hour or two. We have more evidence, but she broke it down with the GPS. And why are there boats with missing GPS? And is any of this evidence going to be submitted to the grand jury? And also, even with the grand jury, even though the autopsy is sealed, is Crump and their crew going to be allowed access now to the findings of the autopsy? Listen, we'll be live to discuss this, but tell me there's not something wrong with the GPS. Again, I wanted somebody that was an expert in boats to actually break it down, and I think she did a great idea. Again, this is all speculation, but it is definitely food for thought. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. I'll talk to y'all later. Bye.
Yeah, that's crazy. L, man, she big check, just fuck chill me. Whoa, D block, baby. Hold up, let's do that shit again. That's so smooth. No, go back. Yeah, y'all like that? Step Brando knows. So nice to meet ya. Take you to a feature. Fall back and I'ma treat you. Got shorty mama need a catch me in my feature. Hey, this is Pole. Baby girl swimming in. This is your day, my way. We sway, we say, hey, baby, no day, keep straight. Let's go. Brando. Yo, we gonna figure it out. Yo, y'all like that shit? I like the way the Pink Panther broke that down. You know what I mean? The nerdy Pink Panther. She did her thing on that. But yo, welcome to my 24-hour TikTok stream. That shit is gone. All right, where we going next, y'all? What we got? Let's see. All right, cool. Fuck it. All right, hold on. All right. I got you. Nature, take it to a feature. That pops up just like the reacher. Yeah, baby, this song, that's fast to the work on. I can get it. Don't stop. Baby girl, to the from the bottom to the top. See they running the mob cap, capping on the name and that shit, they gon' step back. Right. I knew so.
Body Bags with Joseph Scott Moore. When I was much younger, a younger father, we always went to the mountains most of the time with our kids. And it was fun. But it's work. You know, when you're going on a vacation or maybe camping, it's labor intensive. It bears no semblance to relaxation for me.
Nobody
As I've
talking about, man.
gotten a little bit less tread on the tires, I love the beach now. I love going. And you know, for me, one of the things I love is to go to a particular barrier island that I've gone to for many, many years now. And to be able to sit there, and there's nothing else there. There's houses, maybe a couple of restaurants. No big restaurants, certainly no chains. But I can just relax and forget. Today, we're going to talk about a similar island, not too far away from the one that I enjoy going to.
Horn Island?
And it sits just off of the Mississippi Gulf Coast. And I'm familiar with it. The name of the island is Horn Island. And something has occurred there that has caught the attention of the nation.
That's right.
What that is? It's the death of a young man. Today on Body Bags, we're going to explore the death and what we know so far of Nolan Wells.
Go.
I'm Joseph Scott Morgan, and this is Body Bags. Dave, you know my affinity for the beach now. I used to curse it because I couldn't stand the sand in my shoes, but as I've as I've gotten older, I welcome that sand in my shoes, and I welcome just listening to the waves, brother, with my shades
I love
on.
it.
I do too.
That's my happy place is the ocean.
Yeah,
I like sitting. I've lived at the coast a lot in my life, but I like when you go to the beach on vacation, and you're sitting there, hopefully overlooking the ocean. I like having that view. I don't mind paying extra for it so that I'm right there watching the waves. So that because I get up early, everybody else would get up late, and I would get up early, take my coffee, and set it on the. There are the burnouts who are going to the beach just because they're done with the sales manager and they just want to have a gig where they can be done by 2:00 and at their. Anyway, nobody copped to it, man. So sure enough, we bring a detective in. He sits down with all the staff members. We had 3 escaped convicts and a girl that was AWOL from the Marines that were on staff working under assumed names. I'm not kidding. When we got done that day, there was me, Rusty, and the morning guy. That was it. The rest of the staff was in jail. And so that's what you have. There you go. Anyway, but the long story short is we're talking about Nolan Wells, and this is not a funny story. Nolan Wells went with some friends to the 4th of July. Getting
vacation,
a boat,
man. That's what we're talking
heading
about,
out,
brother.
Going out 10 miles to a barrier island, Horn Island, off the coast of Mississippi, and you're just going to have fun with your friends. Going to have a few adult beverages. Most of you are underage, so it's illegal, but that's what's going on. And everybody was out there doing just that. There are pictures from this day. And by the way, eyewitness accounts, very crowded at Horn Island that day. Now, Joe,
can I interject here real quick?
Please.
With these barrier islands like this, one of the things that people will do, in case you've never been, and the Gulf has quite a few barrier islands, all right, all along the rim of it. One of the things that will be done is if you have a boat that is robust enough and protective enough to get out there. We're talking about 10 miles, Dave. It's a poke, all right? You can't, yeah, I guess you could probably see Horn Island from the shore, from the Gulf Shores area, that sort of thing, and you could let out from there. However, that's going to be on a clear day, right?
Yeah.
And so you have to have something that's going to be reliable, that's going to be robust enough, the motors and all that, to get you out there. You're going to fight against the surf and all that. Anyway, it's very common practice to get out there and then beach your boat. That's what you do. And you bring everything with you. It's not like you would I think that Horn Island in general, first off, it's kind of a protected area in the sense that there's wildlife there.
Yeah.
You have birds, all these sorts of things. And it has a park status. So, people are watching it for that purpose. But when kids go out there, anybody that can make it out there, you bring everything with you. There are no stores. You better be gassed up when you leave.
No electricity, no gas.
You got to get back. And when the sun starts to go down, brother, all right?
Oh, man.
Which in summertime, that would probably be 8-ish or so, and you're pushing the limit there if you wait till that late to get back in. And timing is a big thing in this case, but when you go out there, you have to be completely self-sufficient. And, you want to go and enjoy yourself, lay out on the beach, just like, you're vacationing anywhere else. Only the trouble is you got to get back to civilization or you're going to be bumping around in the dark in the open ocean.
With nothing.
With nothing, yeah.
So, and which is why this particular case, friends, really sticks out, because boaters, people who go to areas like this, and all of the people who are doing it, they're out there in a group, okay? Nolan Wells was not just in a boat with 4 friends, 5 friends that went out by themselves that day. There was a caravan of boats. They were following one another out there, and they arrived at the same time. They left just before 10 a.m., like 9:56 in the morning. Now, all of this is documented with GPS. All the boats are out. Okay, you know how if some of your friends drive a clunker on the road and they barely make it to work or school or whatever, and other friends, they have a much better car that has to have liability and collision. All right, that doesn't really happen with boats here. All these boats are nice, probably cost more than my car.
Yeah.
And it's usually not the kid driving it who's in his late teens. It's probably mom and dad's, grandma, grandpa, okay? So the boats are nice. They've all got GPS. And by the way, your phones and things like that all function to a certain degree in terms of tracking. They follow each other out there, and I'm going to go right off my list here. Boat departs a private dock in the Ocean Springs area for Horn Island at 10:56 a.m. GPS data records the departure. 11:14 a.m. Boats arrive at Horn Island. I put plural on that because, like I said, there was a caravan of boats.
Right.
Horn Island that day was covered up, wall-to-wall people, and we're not talking 50, hundreds, maybe 1,000 people on Horn Island, 4th of July day. 11:15 till 3 o'clock. This is a set time here. Nolan Wells spends that time on Horn Island with friends. And there's photos, there's videos, there's a lot of eyewitnesses that can put him on the island between 11 and 3. So there's not any battle about this. Here's the catch. One of the things Joe mentioned a minute ago is when you go out to a place like Horn Island, you have to carry everything you need with you. And you have to have everything you need to make it back to shore. This is not something people goof around about. Pretty much, if you're raised around the ocean or you spend any time on the water, there are certain respectful things you do. You do not leave somebody behind on an island that has no power or water or any kind of way to survive. You just don't do it. You stick together. It's like the buddy system in the ocean or in a pool. If you truly care about the people you're with, you do not go alone. You have somebody watching your back. And so going to an island like this, you have to have a plan to get back home, meaning whoever brung you, okay, you stay with that person. That's who you ride home with. Only on rare occasions would you go with one person and come back with another. Maybe in a different boat in the same caravan, that would happen, but you're not going to be out there without a plan. And according to what we're led to believe here, is that Nolan met a girl named Katie, and they had no background together. But that afternoon, as everybody was getting ready to head back to shore, Nolan wouldn't go. He wanted to stay with his girl, Katie, that he just met. We'll get into this in a minute, but
we've been saying that right there, my man. Red flag. Ain't nobody doing that. Ain't nobody doing that. Ain't nobody doing that. Now listen to the scenario that he just put together. Who doing that? Now you gotta somehow wiggle your way in somebody else's caravan to get back, and you ain't contribute nothing to the trip. Nothing. You ain't contribute no gas, no nothing. You ain't got no wallet and no money on you. You ain't even got your phone or your car keys. So how you feeling they can rock that? You know what I'm saying? Think about this. I'm telling you, whatever happened, even if he made it there, man, I don't even believe Nolan made it there, man. I don't even think he made it to the island, man. Because he made, from the time he went to Wyatt's house to spend the night, Nolan wasn't heard from no more, man. From the time they got to Wyatt's house, Nolan Wells was no more talked about. He wasn't with me, huh? From the house, man. From the house, man. Let's go.
The story that we have to follow right now. So Nolan is on the island with Katie and his friends, who all left together, return back to shore. The last time Nolan is publicly seen, meaning people admitting to seeing him, was 3 o'clock that afternoon. At 4 o'clock, right around there, this is really important. A private marine towing company gets a phone call from the boat that Nolan Wells rode in to Horn Island. And they say, our bilge pump stopped working, we're taking on water, we're sinking, we need a tow. The call is crystal clear, friends. We need help. And everybody is on board. So they tell the operator, they ask, is everybody safe? I mean, you've got a sinking boat, right? You're out in the ocean 10 miles out. Are you safe? Is everybody okay? The caller says yes. We were told different things about this, but here's the truth of the matter. Within a matter of minutes, the tow company calls a local captain closer to the area and explains the situation. We've got a boat, bilge pump stopped working, they're taking on water, they need a tow, can you help? Captain says, yep, headed out that way, no worries. Before he can get there, the caller from Horn Island calls back and says, hey, we don't need, a local guy out here helped us, don't need a tow. Okay? We don't know who that person is that allegedly helped, but the call for a tow was called off, Joe. Now, at first, we were led to believe they were towed 3 miles, and then the boat miraculously healed itself, and they drove on back to the shore. That's not what happened. They were never towed, according to what we know now. But the boat arrives back in Fort Bayou Beach at 5:52 p.m. So 4 o'clock, we're taking on water, need a tow. 4:31, GPS records show the boat departs Horn Island without Nolan. That timestamp is important because 4:31 they leave. 5:52 the boat reaches Fort Bayou. The GPS documents the route after leaving the island. 6:06 p.m. the boat returns to its original dock. Now, do you remember how long it took for them to get out there, Joe?
No.
They left at 9:56, arrived on Horn Island at 11:14.
Yeah.
So
just over an hour.
Minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, hour and 14 minutes, or hour and 18 minutes. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So. Okay, I was looking at it wrong. I was thinking it took much longer.
No, and that would match up 10 miles over that type of water. Yeah.
Okay, so that's about right.
Yeah.
All right. So now they made it back. Now at 7:19 p.m., the boat travels to Fort Bayou boat launch. GPS shows it being transported over land on a trailer, apparently. I mean, they don't have wheels on boats anymore, or ever. And it goes to the owner's residence in Biloxi, Mississippi. That's what we know about the boat that day, going to Horn Island, leaving at 9:56, arriving back a little after 6. Now, Nolan left with them at 9:56. He was last seen on Horn Island at 3 o'clock and never made it back with them, Joe. That's the story we were told. Now, if you arrived back at dock without somebody you left with, what would you do? Would you call around and ask a few people you saw out there, hey, man, who brought Nolan back? Anything? I mean, would somebody be... You're responsible. You're the captain of the boat. Isn't it your job to make sure everybody gets back safe?
Yeah, it is. You've taken on that responsibility, and dare I say liability as well, because you're master and commander at that point in time of that craft, and you are directly responsible for their welfare if you're operating that vessel. Yeah, and I think that that's the way any right-thinking investigative agency would look at this.
Let me ask you something, Joe.
Yeah, sure.
If I got your son Noah, and I said, hey, Joe, I'm going to grab Noah up in Huntsville. We're going to head to Nashville for the day.
Yeah.
And, we'll be back around 7, 8 o'clock tonight. And I get back, we do all that. And you only talk to you during the day. Yeah, we're having fun, Nashville. And I get back home and call you, or you call me. Hey, Dave, where's Noah? I haven't talked to him. I don't know, man. We left him in Nashville. Would that make any sense to you?
No, absolutely not. And
yeah, I just left him in Nashville. And,
yeah,
and you know what? They got food and electricity there.
Yeah, they do. There's some place where you can get shelter. There's some place where you can at least take care of yourself. But, when you're on an isolated wildlife refuge, essentially, there ain't nothing there. Well, except for pelicans, perhaps, that I love so much. But they're not going to do you much good in this case now, are they?
No.
You're simply left behind. With night approaching, the question is not necessarily what would the victim have done, but what would his friends have done? Brother Dave, I think one of the big questions, and I'm glad, you made that mention of you and Noah making a trip up to Nashville, because I got to tell you, as a father, even though he's my adult son, we talk pretty regularly, as you well know.
Yeah.
If I'm going to have questions, like, where's my kid? Where's my son? I'd like to know. And I think that's one of the big questions here. How did this all kick off relative to drawing the attention of the ones that love him?
We spent a lot of time covering this on Nancy Grace over the last week. And, Joe, I will tell you, the story has evolved from what we were told at the beginning and what we know now. Here's what we know now. After the group made it back from Horn Island without Nolan, they arrived, 7 o'clock. Nobody picks up the phone and starts calling around that we're aware of. It wasn't until after 11 o'clock at night. And this is the shocking part of this. We've covered this because you keep thinking this can't be it. It's after 11 o'clock at night when Nolan's buddy Warren picks up the phone and calls Nolan's mom and says, hey, Nolan didn't ride back with us and we can't find him. Now, Joe, just so you know, these young people, they're all college age, okay?
Yeah.
And their parents... their friend group extends to parents, meaning the parents know the young people and the people that the kids are hanging around. And so Nolan's mom picks up the phone because she knows 2 other young men who were on the same boat with Nolan. And she picks up the phone and calls their house. Hey, when did you last see Nolan? This is Warren, the friend of Nolan, calling Nolan's mom after 11 o'clock at night, Joe. He then, Warren or somebody, calls the Coast Guard. But they don't make a missing persons report at that time. It's Nolan's mom who starts calling around. Nolan's mom, then they do the tracking thing, because you got Life 360 that tracks the phone. And then Snapchat shows when you were doing videos. And by the way, Nolan was one of these people who was always doing videos and pictures and uploading to Snapchat. Very common for him. So when Warren calls Nolan's mom, and says, hey, he didn't come back with us, she immediately hits Life 360 and finds where his phone is, and she goes to that location, and lo and behold, here are the young people that were with Nolan on the boat. It's here on land. It's not on Horn Island. And hey, who's got his phone? Nolan's mom stands there for 15 minutes while these young people who on a Friday or on 4th of July at night, 11 o'clock or so, are watching television, so they say. It takes them about 15 minutes of mom waiting on the front porch before they show up with his phone. And the first thing she does, Joe, is she looks at it because she knows Snapchat. That'll show location. It also shows everything he did that day, His phone was wiped clean for 4th of July, Joe. There was nothing for 4th of July, picture-wise. Nothing. Nothing, Joe. And that's a problem for everybody that knows Nolan. So, we have no Nolan. We have his phone with friends who, again, came back without him. So mom then calls and reports him missing. So the reporting him missing happens between 11 o'clock on the 4th of July. The official report is made just after midnight on July 5th. The reason those times are important is because when you're looking at a day, you'd say he went missing midday on the 4th of July, but nobody reported missing till the next day. No, mom had him reported missing within 45 minutes of finding out he didn't come home with the guys he left with. So that is where you start on the. But Joe, if you came back and realized that your guy didn't make it back, wouldn't you be doing something to try to find him?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wouldn't you be on the phone? I mean, wouldn't you be saying, hey man, I'm talking like not at 7, 8, 9, I'm talking at 8 o'clock at night after you've called everybody you saw on Horn Island that day. If you don't know where Nolan is, you're on the phone to his parents and back out there. Searchlights or something, but none of that happened.
Yeah, and I've got questions about how people define friendship and loyalty too. I mean, just at a basic level. I don't care what your relationship is like. If there's been some kind of dust up or something like that, you're not talking about, you're down to the local Burger King and you had a disagreement in the parking lot and they rode there with you and you drove off. You're talking about a very isolated area, just about as isolated as you can get in our sense here in the American South, going out into the Gulf and going 10 miles offshore to an island and then leaving this individual alone. And even, let me throw this out to you, okay? Let's just say you got Nolan who, and I don't know if this is the case, I'm just throwing this out there. Let's just say he's stomping his feet. He's saying, I am not leaving. I am not getting on that boat. I'm staying right here.
Right.
Guess what my first phone call is going to be? When I get back, or maybe even when I'm in transit, as soon as I have service on my phone, I'm calling people to say, look, he was with us. He's refused to get on the boat. I can't make him get onto the boat, but I don't want to leave him out there. So that's where time is a factor here. And again, let's address it. This is the reality of it. It's about appearance. Because things can be taken certainly the wrong way. What was your purpose behind just abandonment? Why would you do that? Without at least alerting some, and maybe at this point, maybe somebody else has been contacted. To the best of our knowledge right now, we don't have that information that anyone else was contacted, that there was some kind of wide-ranging search that was going on immediately in the wake of this. That's a problem. That's a major problem.
You pointed out something. You pointed out something a little while ago about the time of day, sunlight, what have you. And when the group returned back to shore, it's 6 o'clock. You still got a couple hours of daylight.
Oh, yeah.
And as you mentioned, you'd be calling his parents, hey, we could not get him to come with us. He's had too much to drink and he just refuses to get on the boat. So we came back because we got people waiting on us, but we need you to know, you make arrangements right away, anything. And you could even let's just say they were having problems with the boat at 4:30 in the afternoon or 4 o'clock. The boat was fine to get them all the way back to shore, Joe. I'm just saying something really reeks. They should have been on the phone right away. It should have still been daylight when the search for, or not even the search, when somebody was back on Horn Island finding out where did Nolan go. Because surely somebody would have brought him back off, but he didn't. He never made it home. Now, they start the search, and the part about this that gets really frustrating is, again, we just don't know certain things that took place. But we do know that Nolan's body was found on July the 6th. Okay, so you've got July the 4th, late afternoon. He's apparently left on Horn Island.
Yep.
Nobody looks for him until after midnight. And after no sign of him, they find him on the 6th. So, Joe, the only thing we have left are stories told by those who were on the island who were drinking, and the body of an 18-year-old who was going to be playing football, wide receiver, at Southwest Mississippi Community College.
Yep. Yep.
And I'm hoping you can tell me what his body says now that we've had 2 autopsies. Because, of course, as this broke, Ben Crump, Al Sharpton, and others immediately got involved because I guess we haven't mentioned this yet because I don't think it has a bearing on the case, but it does now because Nolan Wells is an African-American young man and the people he was with were white.
Yeah. And, you know, we have to look at this from a scientific perspective relative to what would the findings be after this period of time. And when I say period of time, people think, well, you're only talking about, you know, no, I'm talking about a Gulf island in the heat of the summer. Things change. And also you're talking about tidal flow because, you know, his body, from what we understand, was found adjacent to the shore, right? So at any moment in time, you know, I think my big question is, how was he missed on the 5th? Okay, because if you've got a search that's underway, how do you go through the entire day of the 5th and you don't find him at that point in time? That's a big question I want to answer. I want to see the timeline. Yeah.
He was found right where he was last seen.
Yeah. And
now, if you're looking for somebody, isn't that where you start the search?
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely.
We know this. Yeah.
And so that's very curious as well. You know, why did that piece of it take so long? And I think that will be revealed to us eventually relative to how people went out. We know our friends at the Cajun Navy, you know, were down there. And
they spotted him from the sky.
Yeah, they did. And I've seen those images, and very clearly, you know, it's human remains.
You know, interesting that there was a misconception, or something was misstated on the air on Nancy Gray's show about whether or not Nolan Wells had all of his clothes on, because the last known photos and the last known witness statements of him, he was wearing shorts like everybody, but not wearing a shirt. And when I was on the show as we were talking about this, and it was reported that Nolan Wells was found fully clothed, Joe. And the guy with the Cajun Navy said, yeah, it looked like he was fully clothed from a distance. But when you got up close, and you got to remember, when you're looking at something down in the water with sand all around, you got a lot of refraction going on. You've got to, you know, but as you got closer, and you can see this in the picture, you digitally go in, and you can tell, yeah, he was not wearing a shirt. He was only wearing, he was dressed exactly as he was last seen.
Yeah.
So he was not fully clothed. That was a misreporting.
Yeah.
Happens.
It does. And again, because of misreporting, one of the issues here is that's an investigative data point. And so now this is, you know, kind of swirling about relative to the issue of abandonment, okay? And then you have this issue of the clothing. And the entire time, the temperature in the room is going up naturally, okay? And that's because of the conversation that's being had. And I think that there should be a conversation being had, Dave. But the problem is that when you begin to put other elements into the equation, it further, amplifies, aggravates, whatever, however you want to frame it, the discussion you're going to have. So from our perspective, from the body bag's perspective, what are we looking at relative to human remains? Well, those human remains would have had to have been collected. Now, just so everybody knows, and I love to talk about coroners and medical examiners. Mississippi is a state that has county coroners. All right, so the county, their jurisdiction extends out that far. Okay, they would either out that far or to the point where the body is brought into port. Yep.
Really? Okay, so Horn Island, that would be the county,
right? Either one of two things happens. Either if it is state controlled, that means that there's going to be a county that is responsible for it. Okay,
I'll be dog.
If it's a federal area and it's outside of, say, state boundaries, but would remain within U.S. federal waters, that's a federal issue. Sometimes it's the jurisdiction is dictated, and this happened to us a lot in New Orleans. I work cases coming up on boats out of South America where homicides have been committed on the boat. They put into port in my jurisdiction, and it became mine. So you can have that instance, but at any rate, regardless of the jurisdictional issue about the coroners, what's going to happen is that county coroner is not going to do the autopsy. That's going to be the state medical examiner, which facilitates autopsies for the coroners in Mississippi. And, people give Mississippi a lot of flack. They shouldn't, particularly in the area when it comes to medical legal death investigation, because they train their coroners pretty well to have a coroner system. They're always doing conferencing, they're educating their coroners, this sort of thing, and then they have a forensic pathologist that handles the state medical examiner. Now, there have been problems in the past, I acknowledge all that, but we're talking about the case right now.
Right.
So this case involving Nolan Wells would have been taken to the state medical examiner. They would have done the initial examination. Now, if I am handling a case that is let's just say that it's a waterborne case. You're on an island, you're surrounded by water, you don't know what the status of the body is. First thing I'm going to be looking for, right out of the box, is I want to know if there has been any kind of ingestion of water. All right. Now, when I say taking on water and ingestion of water, did you know that we have drowning victims, we actually find water in the stomach as well. It's not just simply in the airway, down into the lungs. There are certain areas that we look for that are indicative of drowning. So when you approach this case, that's one of the things that has to be at the top of your list as the prosector on this case, to dig in, to try to determine, because you want to check it off, right? If you can look at it and say, okay, there's no evidence of drowning, I've ticked that box. Where does the other causal effect rest? And Dave, I got a major problem here in the sense that, as you mentioned, and rightly so just a moment ago, this kid is a collegiate football player. Have you seen the images of him? He looks like a Greek god, all right? Yeah. He is a strapping young man, very little fat on his body. He looks like he could run a marathon. I hear that he's a good swimmer, all these sorts of things. So I'm thinking this is probably not going to.
This is look. I want to see if it look like they put that beer can in his hand, man. Let's see. That's like, who that?
That is let's just say that it's a waterborne case. You're on an island, you're surrounded by water. You don't know what the status of the body is. First thing I'm going to be looking for, right out of the box, is I want to know if there has been any kind of ingestion of water. All right. Now, when I say taking on water and ingestion of water, did you know that we have drowning victims, we actually find water in the stomach as well. It's not just simply in the airway, down into the lungs. There are certain areas that we look for that are indicative of drowning. So when you approach this case, that's one of the things that has to be at the top of your list as the prosector on this case, to dig in, to try to determine, because you want to check it off, right? I mean, if you can look at it and say, okay, there's no evidence of drowning, I've ticked that box. Where does the other causal effect rest? And Dave, I got a major problem here in the sense that, as you mentioned, and rightly so just a moment ago, this kid is a collegiate football player. Have you seen the images of him? He looks like a Greek god, all right?
Yeah.
I mean, he is a strapping young man, very little fat on his body.
That picture right there. Why does it look like these niggas put a beer can in this motherfucking hand? Yo! I swear it look like that's a fake beer can, man. I do a lot of video editing, brother. That does not look like a nigga holding a can. Nah, that don't look like, that look like some fabricated shit right there, y'all. They went all out. That shit ain't real. That shit ain't real. Yo, Flacco. That ain't real, man. That shit look like they put a fucking beer can in the kid's hand, man. Shit ain't if you was gonna drink it, it'd be over here. Why would you hold your shit here? You get shit from the side, nigga? You get a can of beer from the side, motherfucker? Huh? Who holds a can of beer like that? And look at the size of the beer compared to the hand. It looks crazy. Look at this. This is a cup in my hand. Look at his shit. That shit look crazy. Let's see. That can look too small, man, at the top. And it look bent a little bit, like he's squeezing it. Right? Don't look like he's squeezing that can. Look at this cup in my hand. Right? And look at his shit. Hold on, where we at? Right here? Look at this shit and look at that. I don't know, his shit look crazy. Let me see if I can hold it like he holding it. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I got it? Hold on, maybe we get a bit over here. Hold on. How about this? Turn the fucking light on. Turn some lights on this bitch. How that look? Huh? That shit look... Nah, that shit ain't real. That's not a real big can, yeah? Look at a little shadow on the top of the finger right there. You see that? Huh? You see that little edit right there on the top of the finger? A little shadow. Yeah. And what the fuck is this shit down here? What the fuck is this shit down here? What's that picture? Look like... I don't even know what that is. What is that? That's just like something that don't belong in a picture, man. This shit right here. This shit, oh my side. This shit right here. What the fuck is this? It's like I see a body in there. Right? That's a body in there. What the fuck is that? Okay. Let's see. What is that? What is this right here? This nigga look naked. What the fuck? That picture don't even look right. How the fuck is this nigga? This is a nigga's shoulder or some shit in front of Nolan. Right here. It's a little. Why the fuck that? What the fuck is that? Why that look like that, man? Let me zoom this shit in. Hold on. I'm bugging right now. Let me see something. Can I? Can I zoom this shit in? No? I'm getting no bigger, huh? Motherfucker. I know how to make you bigger, nigga. Play with me. I know how to make you bigger, nigga. When you with me, I know how to make you bigger, nigga. Believe me, you believe me. Hold up. That's right, cause that shit look ill. Look. I'm dead ass, y'all. What the fuck is this? Can't get no bigger than that. Fuck is this? Slug a butt nigga back here. Ain't got shit on. See legs. I don't see no trunks or nothing. And what the fuck is this? Anyway, maybe he's standing next to something. I don't know. Y'all tell me what the fuck y'all see. I can tell y'all for sure. This shit right here look crazy. I don't know about this shit. That don't even look like a real bear can, man. I don't know what's this shit here. Why is it all foggy and shit? You know what I mean? Who gonna hold a big hand like that? Yo, this is some funny shit, son. It's like a nigga put a hand with a beer can in it on the nigga. Look at the cut, son. Look at the fucking cut, son. Look at the fucking cut, son. Look like niggas put a motherfucking hand with a beer can in it on this nigga. Y'all don't see that shit right there? Look at this. I'm gonna point it out. It look like a wrist twist, but it's not. Right here, man. Look at this shit. This the cut. Whip. Put a fucking hand with a beer can, my man. Wow. That's why I look all crazy. Huh? That's why I look all crazy. Cause they had to angle it to the body stance. You see? You see? And the skin tone ain't even the same. This shit look light. This shit look dark. What the fuck is going on right here? Hold on. What you doing? Then what's up with the people right up on? What the fuck? He's standing next to somebody. Let me see this shit. He hugging another motherfucker. Why the fuck does it look like? Alright, that's so. Why they cut the nigga out the picture, man? Why they ain't leave the nigga in the picture? Why they ain't leave the other guy in the picture, man? And that hand, man, just don't fit the rest of that body, man. That shit look huge. To me, anyway, it shit look huge, man. Body bags. Yeah, let's subscribe to body bags, y'all. Yeah, fucks with body bags. Brando knows. 40 Wolves. Yo, my show is being sponsored by the stickermill.com, y'all. You can go to the stickermill.com/Dabrand. And your first 10 stickers is on me. So upload some of them pretty pictures of your face so you can stick it all over your mirror. Cause you know you like to look at yourself, don't ya? Don't ya? Don't ya? Don't ya? And where this fucking shadow coming from, man? Like, why the shadow ends like that? Like, look at this shit right here. Like, what the fuck? Where the fuck is this shadow? Why the shadow don't go all the way the fuck down and just stop at the eyes and shit? Like, it's just bung bung. What kind of shadow is that? The miracle mystery shadow, nigga? What the fuck? Where they get this picture from? Because I still don't know what the fuck this shit is down in here. Let me see if I get a magnifying glass on the case. Let's take a picture and blow it up. Let's see. We on it, man. What the fuck? I gotta see. I gotta see, because it's on my mind. You know what I mean? Chill. Yeah. Yeah. Give myself some love. Fuck that. Because I love me. You know what I mean? I love me. Let's take a picture of the picture. Right, let's take a picture of the picture. We got the picture to analyze. Let's get back into this.
He looks like he could run a marathon. I hear that he's a good swimmer. You know, all these sorts of things. So I'm thinking this is probably not going to be a natural event. All right. He didn't just got called. All right. And he's gone. All right. You're not going to be able to sell that to me no matter how hard you try. Okay. So that means that our answers must rest elsewhere. And to this point, we still have yet to hear from the state medical examiner. Why? Well, because it's still under investigation. I didn't expect to hear from them, okay? Because at this point, we still don't have toxicology back. There is an ongoing investigation which authorities have freely admitted to. You know, this is something that's being looked at. I think that you and I have laid out a case why it should be looked at, because of all these inconsistencies about accountability and all these things. I want to know. I think everybody in the country wants to know at this point in time. So we're going to break down not just one, but two autopsies. Dave, I got to tell you, when I heard that there was going to be a second examination, this is aside from the examination that took place with the Mississippi State medical examiner, when I heard that there would be a second one, an independent, I love that word, an independent examination, I was actually thrilled by that. Because I got to tell you, when it comes to, if you're going to seek somebody out to do something like this, there are a lot of folks out there that purport to be one thing, and they're not, as far as experts go. Dr. Mitchell's the real deal. He's a board-certified forensic pathologist. He's the former chief medical examiner for D.C. He's seen a thing or two, all right? So the fact that he is the person that is doing this examination, just from my perspective, the medical legal perspective, I'm putting aside everything else relative to this because it's none of my business. I felt very, very confident in who they chose.
All right. And what did he come up with?
Well, this is what he came up with. Obviously, what we're referring to here regarding that's the big ask or the big question. When Crump got up and had his presser, he emphasized the idea that structures in the neck were missing. Okay, and I'd like to just kind of lay it out and why they're missing. Dr. Mitchell even goes into this in his report where he states that this is a common practice, and I will concur with that assessment. It is, but these you know, the organs of the neck, and we're talking about like, you know, the larynx, the trachea, you know, the strap muscles probably that cover this area, which we look for hemorrhage in. You don't arbitrarily retain this stuff. Okay, it's like out of everything that you could retain, all right, you're gonna say, okay, well, I guess we'll retain the organs of the neck. They've done this with purpose because there's something there that they're either trying to do further analysis with at the state. Remember, they have an ongoing investigation. Or they're retaining this from an evidentiary standpoint. And what that means is they want this to be used as a demonstrative tool. Now, I don't know what they have found. No one knows. As of this conversation you and I are having, no one knows what they found in Mississippi. But they have retained it. Now, I'm sure that if Dr. Mitchell had his way, he would love to have seen a specimen, but he can't. But, you know, he goes into his report and he makes a statement, and I'm, you know, kind of paraphrasing here. It's kind of a SOP, you know, for this to happen, and he acknowledges that there is an ongoing investigation. But what I am thrilled about relative to not so much what is absent, I'm thrilled by the fact of the extent of this dissection that he did on Nolan, all right? Because, Dave, I got to tell you, it rivals anything that we do. Let's just say that if we have a person that dies in custody, or you have somebody that is executed in a prison system. We've talked about this before, how
Go pretty in
extensive,
depth.
how extensive this autopsy is. And I'm talking about, you're not just looking at the chest.
Right.
You're not just looking merely at the head. Dr. Mitchell actually did a posterior dissection. If you can imagine laying on your back, our friends out there, and having, I'm going to be very blunt here, having your back opened with a scalpel. That's what he did. Even the backs of the arms, the back, the upper chest, the posterior chest, down the spine, the buttocks. This is all in the report. Read it for yourself if you don't believe me. Down the backs of the legs. And what is he looking for? Well, he's looking for specific hemorrhage. He's looking for points of impact, all right? Guess what he found? Goose egg. He didn't find anything. This is Dr. Mitchell stating this in his report. He didn't see any areas of contusion posteriorly, with the exception of what he saw in the back of the head. Now, the caveat that Dr. Mitchell offers up in this particular case, Dave, is the idea that he acknowledges that Nolan's body is in a significant state of decomposition.
Right.
One of the problems with decomposition, and when you're looking for focal areas of hemorrhage or impact, lacerations, it can be masked by decomposition. And according to him and what I'm reading, it seems as though that this is marked decomposition. I think he even uses that term. So when you get to the back of the head, all of our friends out there, take your index finger and find a knot on the back of your head, all right? That's called the occiput. The occiput. It's a bony structure. It's part of the structure of the skull. Now go inferior or below to that. Below that. That area in a band behind or inferior to the occiput, right there, that's where you're seeing this discoloration. And what was fascinating to me, and I don't know if he intended to do this or whatever the case might be, Dave, I got to tell you, I'm looking at the report right now that Crump's office made available that was generated by Dr. Mitchell. You know what's significant to me, brother? This area of deep discoloration that he annotates on here is actually demonstrated like a rectangle. And rectangle is not something that you associate with decomposition. Okay, rectangle implies that that's a point of impact or something happened if we are to believe what those margins look like, just envision a rectangle. And again, I urge everybody out there, hear me right. If you go to Ben Crump's website, you can find a report there, I believe. I mean, I think that's how we got it. It's there. Look at it for yourself, okay? And you can see this. But he says, he qualifies this, Dave, by saying that he did a multi-layer dissection, and that means that you're literally taking the skin, okay, the top layer, the dermis, if you will. There's the epidermis, but the dermis, and literally peeling back gently the dermis. You look at that layer, then there's subcu fat. You're looking at the fat, you're peeling that back. Then you're going down to the muscle in that area. Though it's thin, you're looking in all of those areas. That's what a multi-layer dissection is. He went through all of this, and he's saying that decomposition is preventing him to fully assess this area for like what we would normally think about is like blunt force trauma, where you're getting focal areas of hemorrhage and all of that. So I found that quite fascinating as well, relative to his findings. There have been some questions about the lungs. Okay, now I think that the lungs probably came with the body. All right. Now he states that the organs of the neck are absent. Understand that when Nolan's body arrived in D.C., people, I think that when we do autopsies in the organs, that they're still intact afterwards. They're not. They're mincemeat, and they're all placed into a bag. Just let's clear the air with that so everybody understands. The brain.
When you say placed in a bag, Joe, when you say placed in a bag, are you talking about each individual item is placed in a bag, or are they all put together in one big bag?
Negative. They're all placed together. So, well, don't fret, because one of the things that we're really keen to in anatomical pathology is being able to discern between different organ groups. Like, I can look at a section of lung, and if I have a section of liver, it's easily discernible for me. I can look at that and say, that's lung. I can look at that and say, that's liver, spleen, kidneys, heart's very distinctive. Brain, in particular, is very distinctive. So these organs are placed into a bag, and then either the bag itself is placed between the legs, or it's placed back into the chest, and the breastplate is placed over it, and the body is sewn back up, and then it's transported. And sometimes funeral homes will literally incinerate the organs. They don't bury the organs many times with the body. I think families think that. And I'm talking about an autopsy body. Understand, this is an autopsy body, not Meemaw and Peepaw down at the funeral parlor that I'm talking about. I'm not saying they're taking the organs out of natural death cases. Everybody out there understand. Everybody in the back understand that. That's not what Morgan is saying. What I'm saying is, with autopsy bodies, these organs are diced up and they're placed or sectioned. They're placed in a bag, the remnant. Now, out of each one of those sections that we do, we take tissue samples, and they're put into a bucket. Okay? They're placed into a bucket. They're held there. They're fixed. That's when we do histology. You cut it in so you can look at it microscopically. And you have that forever and ever. Amen. Now, with the lungs, there's probably bits of the lungs in that bag, unless for some reason they merely retained the lungs because they thought it was a drowning case and they've got them intact. I've seen that happen. Maybe that did. But if you read down through Dr. Mitchell's report, he actually says that he is submitting, not they in Mississippi, he is submitting tissue samples for histology. So he's seen these organs. Okay? And he doesn't go into great detail about them because they are so sectioned up at this point in time. He's merely taking samples. He's got a little bucket like this. It's full of what's called formalin, which is kind of like formaldehyde. It's different. It's something that we use in medicine and the laboratory sciences. He's placing in it. Those are fixing right now. And what does that mean? Each one of those bits of tissue is becoming very, very firm. Then you know what they're going to do with it? They're going to encase it in a block of wax, and they're going to cut it. They're going to cut these things, and it'll be placed onto a slide, and it'll actually be stained. And there's different stains that you can place onto samples like this that I'm going to say it enhances certain features of tissue that you're looking for. Okay, the biggest question, I think, that I hate to speak for you, brother, but I know that you have a question about it. I have a question. Was there a drowning? Okay, and that can be revealed in the lungs just by looking at them microscopically. That can happen. The other kind of thing that he makes note of, and this is significant, is he couldn't examine the intact stomach. Well, it's because the stomach's been dissected out. You take a pair of scissors, you run right down the esophagus. Okay, you go into the vault of the stomach, you open it up, but before you do that, when you've removed it, you tie it off on both ends, you clip it, tie it off, clip it, take it out, the stomach. The contents are retained. And that's important here, right? So when you retain that gastric content, Dave, we can first off appreciate if there's any kind of matter in the stomach that he would have ingested. That gives us an idea of when he last ate. Now, what else can we find? Are there particulate bits of medicine, like pills, anything in his system? Does it smell of alcohol? I know folks out there think that if you've ever been around a friend that was drunk the night before, they smell like they're still drunk during the day. Take that sickly sweet odor that you smell kind of coming off of somebody's body, go to an autopsy with somebody that has imbibed, open up their abdomen, open up their stomach. It's times 10 of what you smell coming off of somebody. It's this sickly sweet aroma, and it just kind of slaps you in the face. So you take a big vial and you literally do a dip out of the stomach, you retain it, and that is sent off for toxicology. It's not merely blood and urine, it's actually gastric content too, and that can tell the tape. There's another thing that you look for in the stomach in a case similar to this, because we're talking about drowning. Was there water in his stomach? So as he is on this island, and we don't know what happened when he was abandoned there or left behind, for whatever reason, all right? For whatever reason, I have no idea. You want to see if there's seawater in his stomach, not just in his airway, not just in his lungs. The other piece to this, and I know that I want folks to understand this truly. One of the other things that we look at is inner ear, because with drowning, you actually have water in the inner ear, and that requires a dissection within the skull, where you're going to go into the auditory canal, and you're going to take a look in there. If there's water in there, there's a chance that this could be a drowning event, okay? Because water intrudes into this area. You can find it in the sinuses sometimes too. The other thing that I'm really fascinated by, and Dr. Mitchell does not say anything about this, as he shouldn't, because he has no knowledge. But going back to Mississippi, I want to know if diatome testing was done. And diatoms are these little bits of algae that are, I hope that everybody will look this up and take a look at it online. It's diatom. And they're these, they're algae, but they have these kind of really neat geometric forms to them, and you can actually see them. Those are unique to both freshwater and saltwater, and different species exist within each. So if you're trying, there have been cases out there where people were drowned in fresh water, and then they were taken and dumped in the ocean, but they've got diatoms that are freshwater related, okay? So I hope that they didn't miss, to put it in downhill skiing terms, I hope they didn't miss that gate. Yeah. You know, as they're going through everything, I hope the people in Mississippi were able, that they're going to be doing diatome testing.
Back up to the inner ear canal. Did Dr. Mitchell observe, examine?
He didn't allude to it. I didn't see that, and I literally have the report in front of me. He talks about the layered dissection, the posterior. He states that there's no skull fractures. Let me just make sure in real time here, guys, as we're.
Well, Joe, there is something that has been made a lot of, and it's the back of the head that people who don't do this for a living, and I am one of those, examining bodies and looking at the back of the head, saying, that we've got something going on back there. What could have caused this? Is there an innocent explanation for an injury or a bruise or what have you to the back of the head where this has been laid out? Am I making sense?
Yeah, you are. And let's just qualify it as an anomaly right now because, well, Dr. Mitchell is not necessarily calling it, he's not calling it an injury. He's merely saying it's an area of discoloration which he cannot assess because of the level of decomposition, but he makes note of it, draws it, and he even, at his strata, this is something so significant for him that he wants to enter this into the record, right? So he's actually, he sees the importance of it, as well he should. That's what he does, dude.
But because of decomposition, he cannot come out and say this was caused by bomb.
No, and not in the definitive sense. Here's another problem that I think is, people talk about these other missing organs, right? Or the stomach, and you know what he couldn't assess? Can't assess the brain. And as you know, if you've got a head strike, that's problematic, brother. Because let's just say that if somebody fell back and hit their head, if they're struck by an object, stomped on, whatever the case might be, it is to your advantage to be able to see the brain and examine it. He doesn't state this in his report. And I'm just wondering, because this does happen, I'm wondering if the brain came with the body, or was it, if it did come with the body, the status of it would have been dissected out, or did state medical examiner in Mississippi retain it?
So ultimately, what we're dealing with here is certain aspects of Nolan's body could not be examined.
Yes.
They've been examined hopefully by the ME for the state of Mississippi.
Yes.
And so once we get that report, once that report is made public, we don't know when that could be, but when it happens, we could compare and contrast the two reports and maybe be able to determine something more than what Dr. Mitchell was able to come up with by missing out on certain aspects of what he would have normally had he been doing the only autopsy.
Yeah, precisely. And again, we're in kind of a wait and see, hold mode, and I know people hate to hear that.
Right.
But I'll put it to you this way: the medical legal community, probably out of every investigative agency out there, are type of investigative organization. They don't care about your timeline. These are scientists that you're talking about, so they're waiting on a myriad of things. The old saying, we're pending toxicology. This case is literally pending toxicology right now. To say that Brother Dave and I are going to keep our eyes on this case would be an understatement. If there are any developments in this case, we will hop on, give an update, whatever the case might be, because this has captured the attention of our country. And all we want is the truth. At the end of the day, that's really all you should expect to have, is the truth. I know no one's parents want the truth. I'm Joseph Scott Morgan, and this is Body Bags.
Joseph Scott Morgan with Body Bags. That was pretty deep, son. You know, but we gonna get up off of that thing. Get up off of that thing. We're gonna get up off of that. We're gonna get into something else. You want to talk about something else? You want to stick with the Nolan Wells? What we doing here? I don't know how to read messages and all that, so I don't know what to say. All right, so let's get back to this right here. Let's give it a refresh. How about that? All right, let's give it a refresh. See where we land on. Let's see where we land on. It's your boy Dabrand don't know. I'm in the building. Hold on. Let's see what we got. Fuck it, right? What's this? Yeah. Sweaty Brand don't know us. We back at it again with that live in-house concert. Should be check it out. See, I was a lonely man. Yes, I was. Until you came along. Yeah, that's not here it is. Mama, you say I ain't no damn fool. Boy, you ain't been in no school. Boy, you ain't been in that class. When the catch on, I'ma put my foot to that ass. Always making me mad. Always making me sad. You the one kid we should never even had. Should've let your little ass live with your dad. Sitting there breaking that glass. Standing there cutting that class. You be getting that money and it's coming in fast. Hope that it lasts. I was a lonely man. Yes, I was. Until you came along. Yeah, yes, now here it is. When them gunshots go off, cross your mind. Not mine, just take off line. You ain't lying, it's war outdoors. Got the yours, get mad, game books and chores. Round of applause, nowhere safe. Sitting in the window, get shot in the face. See it every day, struggle for life. Scared to use your hands, get a gun or a knife. End of a life over simple mistakes. In these United States, they don't give out breaks. You can play with those rusty ass weights. Yeah, little nigga, those rusty ass weights. 10 years down the road, filming them traits. Used to eat big bowls, now you like plates. Filming them, hey. I was so lonely, yes I was, until you came along. Yes, now here it is, come on. Brando, we back at it again. All right, what we got on the agenda? Let's go. 45 minutes ago. Big Kish. Been on a nigga to eat a lot for some reason, man. And I just don't understand why. You know? I know it sound like I'm in the Bahamas. You know? Poetic Flacco. Coming up, let's go. Yeah. Let me know when you're live. I'ma jump on your feet, baby. We gon' get inside. Get that deal, we pop that joint. Proving that point. No, we got you, baby boy. Now we roll the joint. Staying on you. Get ready, Steve. Sipping on them, kicking them, pumping them, felling in me. Hey. Now what we gonna do? I think we're gonna go with Big Kish. Let's get that cap. Short girl, short the black. Witty what? Witty what, boy? Chip on, that papo. That's papo. That's papo. Hey, again, I don't like none of these options right now. Let's go, let's put it in papo. The cheese, fell it in knees. Big with D's. Hey, 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 hey. notify me. Notify me. Alright, what we got going on here? She's talking about Hold on. I got y'all. Chill out. We here today. Brandon. Whoa. Whoa. Stop playing with him, Brando. We don't play. Stop that there. 2 hours ago. Let's hit that to that show. The Music Recording Network, let's go. We poppin' that. We dropping that. We getting that money, baby, don't no stopping that. Come on.
What is up? What is up, YouTube? How y'all doing? Check it out, man.
Let's go.
I'm trying. Before the stage, we did a lot of recording yesterday, man. So y'all go to the Music Recording Network stream. Check that bad boy out. I'm gonna be talking to all my Patreons. I'm gonna be talking to all my supporters, the subscribers on all the channels. I'm gonna be talking to everybody that.
Who talk, cause we getting ready to fast forward all your talking.
Come to the chats, the live chats and everything.
Cause we done paid.
Help support Uncle Mike on this show.
Your Uncle Mike, once we hit the motherfucking like button, we done paid for that subscription. Give it up for Uncle Mike anyway, cause you know he be doing his thing and shit, you know what I mean? And he a musician just like me. You know what I'm saying? I got the what? Y'all think what the fuck? What? Oh, let's go, let's pop. Take it from the motherfucking floor to the bottom, from the middle to the top, let's go. Poppin' it. Shit, I get it popping, yo. Y'all crazy? Give it up for Uncle Mike. That's it. All right, cool. Now we can rock with him. Let's see what he gives. What you got to give, Uncle Mike? Huh? I like those guitars too, man. You know what I'm saying? I got a couple myself. But I play, boy. I play. Let's go. Hold up, what I just do? I know I ain't pay for Mike and then leave. Bitch ass. No, we ain't doing that. We going back to Uncle Mike, nigga. Niche, cause I don't even know we hit. You know what I mean? I'm looking for niggas to do all my shit, my thumbnails, everything, man. Help me blow this page up. We can take it to the tip-top. Huh?
What is up? What is up, YouTube? How y'all doing? Check it out.
Oh, big. Let me see if your payment went through.
Tripping sometimes, right? Like you're like, hey, what's the signs of someone drowned in an autopsy? And ChatGPT be like, well, if you find a lot of banana Laffy Taffy and watermelon noun laters in their stomach, and you're just like, what?
All right, we talking about teacher dance.
You get me? It's something that we need to keep hold of. See, here's the thing. As much as we want to think that things have changed, this is how cover-ups happen. TMZ don't care. And you can argue anybody that has a mic really don't care because you don't know what evil lies in the hearts of men. Mm-hmm. But when after that audio came back, none of those boys said that audio was fake. Everybody confirmed the audio was real. Everybody. Instead of addressing what was said in the audio, why were you saying Nolan's name? Why were you saying Warren's name? Why were you saying Bart's name? Why were you doing all this stuff? Why were you panicking? TMZ and multiple media outlets say, yeah, well, he was heavily intoxicated. And what that got to do with anything? Did that leak? Where's the autopsy? Where's the toxicology report?
Hold on. And they need to analyze that picture of him with that beer can in his hand because it don't look real to me, y'all. And I do a lot of video editing. I've been here editing videos all day. Like right now, I'm live feeding, but I'm still editing videos as I'm sitting here talking to you. You feel me? So I know what a video editor looks like. And that thing look chopped up, man. Like a fake hand with a big hand, like, you know what I mean? A candle. It looks like I'm holding a cup, right? It looks like I'm holding a cup. If you look at that picture, it looks like it's the top of the can bent in. He got a shadow coming off of it somehow, mysteriously. But anyway, let's get back to Uncle Mike. We paid for this.
Easy to see that he was heavily intoxicated. It would be easy to say he drowned. The one thing that I will not lose sight of is, and I know this from numerous Google search, baby, I stayed off of ChatGTP because you know they be tripping sometimes, right? Like you're like, hey, what's the signs of someone drowned in an autopsy? And ChatGTP be like, well, if you find a lot of banana Laffy Taffy and watermelon noun laters in their stomach, and you're just like, what are you talking about? So I did a lot of research online. Drowning, whether you are intoxicated or not, is one of the easiest things to prove in an autopsy.
Facts.
Now, we can argue from that drowning whether you were held under. We can argue from that drowning whether you were drunk and it was accidental. We can argue the reason you drowned. But to actually say, yeah, their heart stopped beating because their lungs
was filled with
and
water.
airways filled with water causing a rupture.
Facts.
And they had a lack of oxygen, which made their heart. That is one of the easiest things to prove in an autopsy. Also in a toxicology report, saying somebody died from, was heavily intoxicated when they died from alcohol and even most common drugs is one of the easiest things to do. It's easy. Now, why do autopsies take so long? Because they don't just test for, like, you know, fentanyl, meth, regular mess. They get into arcane, like spider lady, widow's bush, nectar, palm. You know, those arcane things that, like, you know, did you know that when Victorian ladies had gardens and it was like a thing of like the gentile, a lot of times they were making, they were harvesting flowers to kill their husbands or who could kill their husbands and enemies. And that's why Victorian gardens from the elite ladies, you know, and the whole thing about the married widow. Listen, when they wouldn't give you divorce, you got to get creative, right? You know, like my grandmother always said, murder him, bury him, tell the neighbors he left. No, murder him, bury him, tell the neighbors he ran away. My grandfather be in the corner reading his paper like, what is she talking about again, right? But back to the autopsy. It is one of the easiest things to prove. The fact that they cannot provide that. The fact that there has to go to a grand jury, okay? The fact that they cannot provide that, and this has to go to a grand jury, it's already a red flag. Now, I believe, before we get into the next segment of what was actually in the subpoenas that they're dodging and who is actually dodging this, I believe that by the governor speaking out, the chief of police speaking out, the Cajun Navy, which, by the way, I told y'all the Cajun Navy were double agents, and that's why Nolan Wells' mama wasn't messing with them. And they're not to be trusted, and they're on the side of Mississippi, because how this man said, what's his name? Tristan? He said he was raised by his white family, but his name is spelled in a very weird, if you will, black manner. So I was just like, what is this? Like, I'm going to need your mama to pronounce this for me. I think it's Tristan. We'll call him Tracy because it's Trac. We'll call him Tracy for short. All right. He don't want to admit he's black, but we going to do the blackest thing possible and give him a nickname he ain't asked for. His name is Tracy. All right. It's Tracy over here As much as he wants to be like Ocean Springs, going to stick with Ocean Springs, we might not like each other, but at the end of the day, Ocean Springs gonna have Ocean Springs back. I said, boy, look at you doing the cover up. They sent you out there. Anyway, we'll get into that later, right? Let me stop picking on this
Move
little
that little
boy.
nigga to the wolves.
But he wanted to go out there.
Wait,
He
we done
came out there when Ben Crump got involved and was like, "Hey, blackies, here you moon crickets are up."
Swam too. yo, teacher. He had the nerve to come out there and tell us that. What the fuck I do? He had the nerve to come out there and tell us that his girl ducked her head under the water and swam off. I'm like, swam off? Where'd the bitch go? What the fuck happened? I'm like, where'd she go? You know what I mean? They got you got your back.
Listen, it may be that this is a racial death, but if there's evidence of it, then you pursue it. But out of the gate, when you raise it, and when you raise it in the context of specific kids, you know it's going to.
Gonna have Ocean Springs back. I said, boy, look at you doing the cover up. They sent you out there. Anyway, we'll get into that later, right? Let me stop picking on this little boy. But he wanted to go out there. He came out there
balking
when Ben Crump got involved and was like, "Hey, blackies, here you moon crickets are upset," and we're like, "Can we help you, little boy? What's going on? Do you have something to add to the conversation?" And he was like, "Listen to me, a fellow black person. There's nothing to see here. My friends did nothing wrong." And he was literally shocked that the whole black community looked at him and said,
up.
and threw tomatoes. Get off the stage.
Get out of here.
Get off the stage. And he was shocked. But we're like, wait, but that, like, literally, what did he expect to happen? Did he expect to be like, "Hey, moon crickets, hello, just to let you know, do you see this? What? Do you see this? Your black skin? Yes. Nothing to see here." What did he expect to happen? Did he think Ben Crump was going to be like, "Oh, man, black person said nothing to see. Well, guess there's no case here. We might as well go home. Let's see what they do in Alabama." But Mr. Crump, the case, did you hear? Man, he is black. And he came before the National Black Council in our monthly black meeting, because apparently he thinks that we all meet as a collective every month. And he said there's nothing to see here. And the white boys are innocent. Case closed. What did Tracy think was going to happen? I said, man, that's what you get. Listen to your white side of the family talking about what happens in the black community. Y'all, you don't. And here's the thing. He's black. I got love for him.
I got love for him too.
When he has his rude awakening, it is going to be a canon moment. And I hope it's a non-violent canon moment. But oftentimes in scenarios and situations like this, it is not a non-violent canon event. And I hope his canon event,
because he shouldn't have.
He realizes what's going on is not too traumatic and he can move on. But boy, shut up. Go sit in the back.
Go sit in the back. Go sit down somewhere.
Sit in the back. You still want to, but go sit in the back. Anyway, get back on point, right?
Sit down somewhere, boy. They put him on the burner. Threw him to the wolves.
Listen, the end of the day, right?
Yeah, look.
A lot of people have been served preservation notices. Okay, let me get into the preservation notice. Also, You know, I have an interview with him. We'll get into that in a second. But in the meantime, let's get into these preservation notices. I made a little slideshow. Let me upload it for y'all to let you know what is in the preservation notices. And while they are running, Crump left no stone unturned, as he should have. All right. Where's that? I got to airdrop it to myself. One moment. One moment. Y'all can talk among yourselves, much like Warren and Wyatt and Bart were talking to themselves while they were on hold for the 911 operator. Talk among yourselves. No. Nobody's recording. Just talk freely. Talk freely, right? So anyway, there has been a growing backlash. Now, my issue with the whole thing about the audio, okay, and I think a lot of people they never disputed. They did not say that audio was fake. They did not say that cleanup was fake. They said that the reason they were panicking is because they were sinking. Now, it has been noted by numerous people by the 22-second clip they provided to TMZ after they said they had no more evidence that there was no water on the boat was not sinking. The reason why the lady said on the thing, do you want do you want the Coast Guard to come, is because when you are sinking, right? A tow will not get you unsunk. And especially if you're going, it will not get you unsunk. Now, I showed in my GPS location video last night that the reason why she also was like really.
One of the things they do have, though, is they got some halified pumps. They got some pumps that can move some water, almost like, what, 50, I think it's 15, 20 gallons per minute. That's a pump. So if you're taking on water at least 4 to 5 gallons per minute, you see what I'm saying? And your boat is going down, while they towing it, they can be pumping out more water than what's coming in. Does that make sense? Basically. And they got 2 of those pumps. So now you got 10 to 20 gallons per minute times 2 to get that boat unsunk. I'm pretty sure they got stuff like that. You feel me? In technology today, use three or 4 of them.
It's because
here we go.
Get you unsunk. Now, I showed in my GPS location video last night that the reason why she also was like really going against them is because the coordinates they gave were coordinates where they were aground. Aground means that it's very shallow water and it's in there, so the boat cannot go any further. That's why you dock 20 feet maybe from the shore, because even though the shore that humans are on ends, the boat cannot move forward. And when you back out, you have to move out. The GPS coordinates they gave them were from being aground on Horn Island. Aground. And the back would have been hanging over a 20-foot ledge. Remember when even I think Warren and Tracy were all like, yo, when you walk, it goes from like 2 feet to 20 very quick. And they were like, oh, you know, poor Nolan. That's probably how he got caught in the riptides. But what they won't tell you is from those coordinates. Now, go watch the video if you want to see all the graphics and the detail and the information. It was the last video I posted last night. Or go to my Nolan Wells playlist. But let me just give you the gist. From those coordinates, you were aground, which means the front of the boat was on sand. It was kind of like on a shelf. It couldn't go forward.
So they ain't sinking too far.
Was hanging off the 20-foot, the 20-foot dip down, right?
The drop
However, the one thing they didn't say is when a boat is sinking, not when a boat is operating, but when a boat is sinking, do not say, oh, well, the boat was taking on water. No, words matter in boating. Taking on water is completely different than we are sinking.
Sinking.
Okay? When the boat is sinking, that 20-foot drop has powerful riptides that will grab the back of the boat and pull it down. The same way it can grab a human, it can grab the back of the boat and pull it down.
Okay.
And also, many nautical people, because I've been deep in nautical Red Note, not Red Note, I'm on Red Note too, but nautical Reddit, have said over and over and over that when a boat is sinking, not taking on water, but sinking, and the way he was like, I want to get this boat unsank, which makes me think, were they planning to sink the boat? Then they were like, no, there's no need, even though it was an alibi call, right? I don't think that call was real life. I think it was alibi, y'all know. But when the boat is sinking, somebody towing it by rope will not unsink it. It will continue to go down, which is why they said, do you want us to call the Coast Guard? Because at that point, the Coast Guard needs to come, because they have special equipment to unsink a boat. A tow and unsinking are two different things. And that's why that 911 operator was so very confused. And she was like, what are you talking about? And
you know what? That's what I'm thinking about. The Coast Guard, the real water police. I don't know if the Coast Guard is military, but the real water police, they got them pumps. I seen them. I seen them pump a boat that was going down, and they unsunk that boat. Everything on the boat was wet, but they unsunk that boat started coming up from out of the water. Like, Jesus. I said, Jesus. Jesus is coming. The boat is coming up because they pumping more water out than what's coming in. Now the hole they still had in the boat was still there. And it was a small hole, but it was big enough to sink the boat. But anyway, let's keep going, y'all. Let's keep going. I just want to let y'all know that.
When he gave her the GPS coordinates, and I said it again, I think somebody gave him, I think he texted somebody. That's why he put her on hold. I think he texted or called somebody from Horn Island and said, yo, give me your GPS coordinates. And they sent him the GPS coordinates, right? Or maybe they were there. But the point is, the GPS coordinates that he gave her, when you put it into GPS, when you put it into Google Maps, when you put it into even any AI, they give you a location that shows that you are aground on her island. And that's why when she put it in, she said, are you aground? And if you are aground, how are you sinking? Wait, what's going on? And that's why she made him slow down and be like, and that's why she even asked, are there adults on the ship? And he ain't want to ask. Again, that's my theory, right? Anyway, none of the stories make sense. Whether or not you believe that something nefarious caused Nolan to leave his life, not leave his life, but Nolan to not be born. I mean, gosh, Nolan to die. Sorry, I'm trying to walk around it, and I'm like, not be born, leave his life. That caused Nolan to, unfortunately, lose his life. Regardless of whether you believe that was an accident or not, I do not believe it was, but the way everybody acted after was odd. Y'all saying, Warren saying, before we get into the subpoenas and how Crump destroyed everybody, Warren saying, right? Well, I didn't know. I thought he was crashing on somebody's couch. If you called his mama at 11:07 or 11 p.m. and told them you think your son's missing, why didn't you tell the mama you had the phone? Now, they like to be like, oh, but everybody kept their phone. Yeah, and everybody got off the effing boat and took their phone, and there was one phone back. And I'm pretty sure when you hit the screen thing, you saw Nolan, right? Probably a picture of him and Katie hugged up. You know the way boys are. But my whole point is, you knew that was Nolan's phone. You knew it was Nolan's phone. Why didn't you tell the mama, yeah, I got Warren's phone? But you know, do y'all want to come get it? Why didn't you mention you had his phone and car keys? You didn't. You just said, "Don't worry, we gonna find him." All y'all had boats. All y'all had searchlights. All y'all had access to the police and the Coast Guard. You then called the Coast Guard at 11:45. Even though it's unclear on what you said to the Coast Guard, because the Coast Guard did not put in a missing person report, the Coast Guard did not try to search, and actually the Coast Guard didn't even log the call until Ben Crump said, "Yeah, we want to see call records," and they're like, "Oh, they did call on July 4th, 11:45 for 20 minutes, but yeah, the call is classified." Okay, the next morning, it wasn't until I think 10:05 a.m. that the police called, because her mama called the police at midnight and was like, "Yo, my son's missing." Never did they say, "We got his phone and keys. Maybe this can help." Never did they say, "We got his clothes." As a matter of fact, Javon's mom pulled up, and that's how you know they don't know anything about black culture, pulled up, heard them boys in the thing, right? No, one of Javon, it was either Javon or one of his friends called them and was like, "Yo, where y'all at?" Now, obviously, let me tell you something. If you are not black, I would just like to say, if you know anybody black and they call you and they're exasperated and they're like, "Yo, where you at? What's your location?" And that's the only thing they want to know. And then they're like, "Yeah, all right, I'm on my way over." Leave. They do not mean they are not coming in peace. There's an issue. There's a problem. There is a problem. Even to the point of, they said they got to the house, they were knocking on the door. None of the kids that just talked that said, "Yo, we're on our way over." And he said, "Okay." Nobody answered the door. So they said a girl came in. He said about 8 boys, which again, if a black person tells you, "Yo, what's your location? Where you at?" in an exasperated voice, yes, I expected maybe the women were surprised, but I would expect it y'all to roll up squad deep and a door to be open without permission, right? So they came in, he said, and you know, they just came in, just barged in. It was a girl, it was like 7 or 8 guys, and it was a mom, Javon's mom. I know that's right, Javon. You better rep your set, right? And she came in demanding, "Yo, where's Nolan's phone?" And they were all like, where's Nolan's phone? If you think this boy's missing, if you think he's drunk on someone's car, why are you hiding his car keys? Why aren't you giving the phone? And why aren't you give his clothes too?
All that.
Why? Why?
All
Why
that.
didn't you offer that information?
Fact.
Probably because you knew that Nolan wasn't going to need it anymore.
That's right.
Anyway, another thing when the culture missed them, right? They're in there getting the phone.
And you ain't think nobody be
All the stuff. He said, and then the one guy that called me, my buddy, right? He's like, "Yo, come on outside. Let me talk to you for a second." "Yeah, dummy. They about to rummage through your whole house. It's going to look like SWAT hit it while they're looking for whatever else." When there is commotion going on and somebody's like, "Come outside. Come outside. Let me talk to you for a second." That's saying, I'm trying to stop you from getting your butt kicked by you opening your mouth in a tense situation. But you know what? Let me bring you outside and actually see if I can play good cop, bad cop with you and get more information. Because at this time, you're looking real suspicious, right? But he didn't realize that. He's like, "Yeah, they're doing all this stuff, and then my buddy invites me outside to talk." Ugh, whatever. It's good they didn't know what was going on. So you didn't offer the phone. They had to go get the phone, and the phone, they rolled up in your house from 12 to 1 because you said, you told the mom Nolan's missing, but then Nolan's phone is sitting in the location where you are. Well, I don't know if she knew that's where Warren was, to tell you the truth. I think they just thought Nolan's missing and he's at some house that they don't know. Because I don't think Bart and Nolan were that close at all. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, it's just one of those things that make you be like, even if Nolan passed away from natural things, why are y'all acting so weird? Why are y'all doing such weird stuff? Anyway, let's get into these preservation notices, okay? Now, this is what Ben Crump is demanding being preserved. And once you get this preservation notice legally, you cannot ignore it, because even deleting, throwing something away, or moving something after you get the notice, it's not an admission of guilt, but it does not look good in front of a jury, okay? So the notice is, let me read this to y'all real quick. Okay, so electronic communications, text messages, iMessages, WhatsApp, Signal, Telegram, Snapchat, Instagram DMs, Facebook Messenger, emails, group chats, and recoverable deleted communications. Now, it's important you get that. This is just the tip of the iceberg. The list goes on and on. But when it comes to deleted communications, a lot of people don't realize that when you delete stuff from your iPhone, it's not actually deleted. It goes kind of like in a ghost folder. It's still there and it can be recoverable. However, you can overwrite information. So what happens is it's in a ghost folder, and the memory it used to occupy can now be overwritten. However, if you do not get new text messages let's just say you delete a bunch of text messages, right? If I take it to a computer specialist, we can recover those old text messages. Again, it's a shadow folder. You can rewrite it. So you're kind of like erasing, because there's only so much storage. The thing is, as you get new text messages in, the new text messages can overwrite the old text messages. So it's very, very important that you say, stop right there. Now, if you don't have space on your phone, it'll overwrite immediately. But if you have space on your phone, there's a good chance that it won't overwrite the old, and the ghost things that you just deleted will stay on your phone until you need that storage, at which point it will start overwriting. So that's also very, very interesting to actually know. I wonder if they could actually, anyway, let's get into what else they're asking. Electronic devices, cell phones, tablets, computers, smartwatches, camera, hard drives, USB drives, and memory cards. They're also asking for preservation of all social media: Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, X, YouTube, Reddit, Discord. Any posts, stories, reels, videos, live streams, comments, direct messages, deleted content, metadata, login history, and account activity. They also, it's not over. They also want any photos and videos, the original files, edited versions, metadata, screenshots, and or any drone footage. They want any audio, voice recordings, phone recordings, interviews, dispatch recordings, and recorded statements. Y'all want to hear something funny? A word on the curd is they also sent a preservation notice and a subpoena to Officer Tatum. He wanted to prove they were good law-abiding boys. Thank you. We are going to see the uncut, the unedited version. Because I will say one thing, y'all know from watching my channel, I don't edit ish. As much as y'all scream at me, Tisa, you did this, you did that. Lower your expectations, all right? We go by the truth. The truth don't need any justification. And if the truth is mixing up names, mispronouncing stuff, whatever, it's still the truth, right? Chew it, spit out the fat. Chew the meat. But even I recognize that interview that they all did with Officer Django, baby, it was highly edited. And now we're going to get the outtakes. Because Officer Django, he was like, oh, master, I have to get you off. Again, between Tracy and between Officer Django. And you know what the funny thing is? When they were sitting there looking at themselves, I felt the repel. You ever see people where neither of them are comfortable with what they are. So you could tell that if they were in the same friend group, they'd be like, oh, I'm not just going to be friends with them because we black. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, y'all both in the same situation for different reasons. Probably Officer Django is jealous that Tracy got raised by his white side of the family. He probably jealous that Tracy got a white side of the family, right? He's probably actively trying to give his kids, if he has any, a white side of the family. No shade to any interracial relationships. You love who you love, right? This isn't about interracial. This is just about people that think it's a accomplishment. Like, oh, my kids are going to have a white side of the family. And I just saw them in that interview looking at each other like, yeah, if y'all was in the same group, y'all wouldn't like each other. Y'all would be trying to push each other out of the friend group. All right? I don't know. I just got that feeling. Anyway, where we at? Okay, so for audio, they want voice recordings, phone recordings, interviews, dispatch recordings, and recorded statements. For location information, and this is the most important one, and what they are hiding from. GPS, and here's the thing, they sent subpoenas out to friends, not just the 6 people or 7 people that were on the boat, not out for anything. They sent it out for every person they could find that was on Horn Island. Afterwards, at Bart's house, Wyatt's boat, they sent it out to the whole world. Because here's the thing, as much as they're not putting their sources out on Front Street, and I understand why they're not doing that, because, you know, like this boy said, you know, at the end of the day, is Ocean Springs going to have Ocean Springs back? They're not putting it out there because they are getting, according to sources, a lot of anonymous tips that are breaking down and letting everybody know what happens in this, who had the dating history, what they saw on Horn Island. So as much as I have been like dragging Mississippi, according to people close to the Crump team, there's been a lot of people who have been making anonymous info about what went down on Horn Island. And that's why Ben Crump is pushing, because I do believe that Ben Crump actually knows or has a better idea of what's closer to the truth, but he has no legal basis to prove it. And, you know, people might be talking or misleading, which leads me to believe, we'll talk about this when I'm done with this preservation notice, about how I said his mom will be a fool to trust the Cajun Army, how they are twisting the truth to help Ocean Springs. And this latest revelation that I just found out 100% proves it. Okay, let's get back into the preservation notice because it's a long one. It's a long one. So I know what you're saying, Tisa, if you could get through the list. Is it that long? Even without my sidebars, it's long. All right. They want location information, GPS history, cell site location, Google timeline, Apple significant locations, find my history, you know, find my iPhone history, navigation app data, and geofence information. They also want boat and marina records, which includes, but not limited to, boat ownership, rental agreements, dock records, fuel purchases, GPS logs, electronic chart plotter data, passenger manifest, and surveillance footage. They also want all law enforcement letters, law enforcement records, including incident reports, supplemental reports, body camera footage, dash camera footage, Marine Patrol footage. They also want, hold on, where's the rest of this? Oh, Marine Patrol footage, CAD records, 911 records, radio, traffic, witness interviews, chain of custody, and digital forensic extractions. They also want prosecutorial records, investigative files, witness interviews, photos, videos, grand jury materials, to the extent preservation is required by law. They want correspondence regarding the investigation. They want all medical examiner records. That includes, but not limited to, autopsy reports, toxicology, histology, x-rays, CT scans, tissue samples, DNA evidence, biological specimens, and internal notes. Remember when I told y'all, when everybody was trying to clown Nolan's mom, to oh my God, already she's suing for money. And I said, no, one, get that money, bankrupt that whole town. I don't care, right? Transfer that money. That will make me happy, justice for Nolan. But it wasn't about money. I said that a lot of people don't realize that when you run a civil lawsuit, you can also run a full-on investigation that can rival what police do. You have brass subpoena power, vast record subpoena power. You can do depositions. You can force people to talk. You can force people to sit down, right? You can force people to actually sit down and talk to you, which is something that all of Nolan's friends are refusing to do, okay? But again, a lot of people don't realize civil trials gives you that much power because these investigations are very, 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 they're very, very, very expensive.
She said, 'cause I really need somebody. So tell me you're that somebody, girl.
Colin Kaepernick, Terrell Owens.
She said, I really need somebody. So tell me you're that somebody, girl.
Donated to the actual GoFundMe. And if anybody has any extra money, please go donate to the GoFundMe if you can. Really quick, let's take a break in what is in the preservation notice because there is so much more. Big Crump is swinging them around. But let me just read these super chats really, really quick. First of all, out the way Nolan drowned. Why? Wondering what happened to her son. How's that pressing Ocean Springs? How's that pressing them? Why is a search for a truth? How's that pressing you?
Wow.
Even if Nolan drowned, why can't the mama find out the way Nolan drowned? Why is that an assault on Ocean Springs?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I believe, just like you believe, if the truth comes out, Ocean Springs is going down because Ocean Springs is hiding the truth. Also, Tracy from PA, thank you for the super chat, said, look at what the Karen Reed, look at what the Karen Reed civil trial. Get that discovery. Exactly. Exactly. Look at what happened with the Karen Reed civil trial. Get that discovery. That's right. You got to get that discovery because I think much like this with Karen Reed, a whole small town conspired to make an innocent woman go down. Anyway, Mel said, I'm doing okay. I've been trying to reach you with some serious life updates. I lost your phone. Should I email? No, I have your number. Well, email me, but I have your number. I'll text you. Did you lose your phone number? Listen, email me, right? But I've been texting you. All right? So let's connect. I'm sorry. I hope the serious life updates. We'll talk about it. All right? We'll talk about it. Okay. So, thank you, Mel. And stop sending me. Just email me. Okay? But yeah, we'll talk. So anyway, listen, y'all. It's very, very, very important. You guys bring up some good points. Let's get back into these preservation. I'll say one thing. Big Crump is whooping their they hate him.
Yeah.
They hate him. You ever see someone
they rocking.
that
I
they're
can give them
making
that.
problems for you, but they're very good at making problems for you. So you literally, he is the epitome of Ocean Springs and Mississippi hate to see Big Crump time. And by these preservation notice, if I was sitting there, I'd be like, oh my God, why? Like, I would literally be sitting there looking at the sheriff like, when she asked you what happened to her son, why didn't you at least put on a fake investigation? Your dumbass, she's like, what happened to my son? You didn't even give an hour. You didn't even give 60 minutes, and you're like, yeah, he drowned. And she's like, where's the proof. And you're like, don't worry about it. Just listen to us. He drowned. Sorry about that. You dummy. If you had just treated her with any type of sympathy, compassion, and gave a more compelling story, maybe Ben Crump wouldn't be involved. But I think what happened is, y'all ain't give a damn. Y'all ain't care. Y'all were like, listen here, Moon Cricket. Your son's dead. What? That's right. Dead. And when you have the funeral, don't be hooting and hollering. We don't want to hear a lot of slow singing and flower bringing. Just have the funeral, then pack up and get out of town. That's it. Go. That's what they thought was going to happen. They didn't know that they was messing with Miss Christine Wansley that was like, hello, Mr. Crump, I need your help. And Ben Crump said, Mississippi, I'll be happy to help. Ben Crump has generational blood feud ties with Mississippi and Alabama. And he said, 100%, I will be my pleasure to help. I know when they saw Ben Crump's name, and you know the linchpin that I will always say, I'm about to get back into the preservation notice, all right? But the linchpin of this, which they never, sorry guys, I'm still getting over a cold, which they never, ever, ever expected. The linchpin of this was the voice. The MDR report, they were ready for that. But they didn't know in the Freedom of Information Act that they were going to release that voice call. And that voice call placed Bart, let's not forget, Bart was all over social media talking about, I live in Wyoming. Yeah, Ninja. And you was down in Mississippi on July 4th weekend. It placed Bart, Wyatt, Warren, and if you listen to the audio, I believe Nolan, all on that boat. When Nolan shouldn't have been there. And Bart, what was you doing on there when you had your own boat and drove your own boat out? And Tracy, that's the thing about Tracy. What? But I guess he needs to, I don't know. Again, let me stop picking on him because it's like, you are, I feel like, no, I'm not even being ironic. He is in the sunken place and it's just cruel. Because I feel in my heart a canon event is going to happen that's going to wake him up to him being in the sunken place. And until then, all you can do is shake your head and be like, listen, whatever. You know, just know that at the cookout, don't nobody eat Tracy's potato salad because it got raisins in it. You know what I'm saying? But he was the only one that wasn't on the boat and wasn't involved at all because he got into a fight. And his uncle made him leave and get on a boat and leave. So he's the only one, Tracy, that wasn't really involved, couldn't have been involved. And he's the biggest one that came out loud and proud, defending all them. And then it didn't work because we were like, black community with the tomatoes.
That boy dead in his face.
The stage. And that's when Warren had to come and make a plea, okay? But anyway, Deborah said those boys not wanting answers tells me they already know them. Depositions and discovery will be the town's downfall. Justice for Nolan. I know that's right. Because if everybody lies in a town, you can't lie about GPS data. You can't lie about metadata. You can't lie about Facebook, Snapchat, Instagram. Mel, New York City said, oh, your number changed. All right. All right, email me in big bold letters. All right. Thank you, Mel. Thank you. Because I've been texting you like, yo, I got your birthday present. Well, anyway, I don't want to ruin the supply, but I think you'll be happy. Power Players Magazine, thank you for the super chat. And Bonita writes, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's get into the rest of what they're asking for. They want everything dealing with the autopsy and medical examiner records, including, but not limited to, autopsy reports, toxicology, histology, X-ray, CT scans, tissue samples, DNA evidence, biological specimens. Remember I told you about that diatom and the way that there should be microscopic algae in Nolan's bones if he actually drowned. And they want their internal notes. They also want any physical evidence, clothing, right? Because here's the thing. Remember how they're like, oh, The Cajun Army was like, Nolan was fully clothed. Then he had swim trunks, but his shirt is somewhere. They want clothing, shoes, jewelry, life jackets, cell phones, bags, any items recovered through the investigation. And they want iCloud backups, including but not limited to iCloud, Google Drive, Google Photos, OneDrive, Dropbox, Amazon Photos, and carrier backups. They also want all internet history, including but not limited to browser history, searches, downloads, uploads, deleted browsing history, and cached information. They also want, including but not limited to, all metadata. That includes documents, emails, text messages, photos, videos, GPS records, and social media. And they want all deleted and altered information, including but not limited.
Out of here. Want me for hostage, little nigga? They trying to hold your boy for hostage. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to skim around the web and find all the latest information. This nigga over here got this shit going in.
What are you talking about? If you are the DA, call her phone, call his phone, call the people around him, call Benjamin Crump. You should be able to get in contact with Nolan Wells and his family before you release it to the news. Because the only reason the news will know that information is if they told them personally, hey, the results is done. Why would y'all tell the news before you tell the parents? This is what we're talking about when we say, yo, Nolan Wells parents have been disrespected every step of the way. And I'm not capping. Every step of the way, they've been disrespected. Every step. This is just trifling.
Autopsy results is unknown to us, but we're certainly going to inquire because we have been begging for transparency the whole way. And we've tried to be very transparent with them, and we hope that they will be transparent with us, especially his family.
Yeah. So Ben, can they not release this information to you? Because I know that, to explain the process, because it goes to a grand jury. Now, do you know if they're going to be transparent with you or you don't, and how much you think they can or will reveal?
I think they can. They can do what they want. We do cases all across America, and the district attorney and the governmental authorities have the authority to release information as they so deem to release it. Don Lemon, they could be transparent, or they can say, we're not going to release anything until the grand jury. And then that means we don't know when we're going to see it, because nobody knows when they're going to conclude their report. And in George, Florida, Breonna Taylor cases like that, where you had governmental authorities trying to be transparent, they would release information to try to build public trust. Are they going to do?
Man, forget public trust, bro. Listen, bro. Okay, forget public trust, bro. All right, forget public trust, bro. Okay, forget public trust, bro. Yo, the family. Why don't the family know this? DA Christine called. Wait, the DA called Christine. She didn't pick up. Cool. Call them back. Now they know. Okay, call them and give them the results, right? Yo, the grand jury thing, by the way, like them not wanting to, then tell the parents, hey, listen, hey, can y'all not release the information? Give it to the parents and then tell them, hey, don't release it. Because we don't want to.
For you, what would it look like to partner with me on commercial real estate deals? The model is simple. You find the deal, my team will close it, and we'll split the check. You don't need money, you don't need credit, you don't need a license.
That could be done the same day over the phone. Yo, here are the autopsy results. We can send you a copy of it.
Willingness to find an apartment.
Because we don't want to. Why are they being secretive with the parents? Also, can you imagine being a parent and having to hear that your son's autopsy is complete from the news? Now, they claim that the DA may have reached out, but they don't know for a fact. Listen, man, it shouldn't be hard to get in contact with Nolan Wells' parents if you are the DA. What are you talking about? If you are the DA, call her phone. Call his phone. Call the people around him. Call Benjamin Crump. You should be able to get in contact with Nolan Wells and his family before you release it to the news. Because the only reason the news will know that information is if they told them personally, hey, the results is done. Why would y'all tell the news before you tell the parents? This is what we're talking about when we say, yo, Nolan Wells parents have been disrespected every step of the way. And I'm not capping. Every step of the way, they've been disrespected. Every step. This is just trifling.
Autopsy results is unknown to us, but we're certainly going to inquire because we have been begging for transparency the whole way, and we've tried to be very transparent with them, and we hope that they will be transparent with us, especially his family.
Yeah. So Ben, can they not release information to you? Because I know that, to explain the process, because it goes to a grand jury. Now, do you know if they're going to be transparent with you or you don't, and how much you think they can or will reveal?
I think they can. They can do what they want. We do cases all across America, and the district attorney and the governmental authorities have the authority to release information as they so deem to release it. Don Lemon, they could be transparent, or they can say, we're not going to release anything until the grand jury. And then that means we don't know when we're going to see it, because nobody knows when they're going to conclude their report. And in George, Florida, Breonna Taylor cases like that, where you had governmental authorities trying to be transparent, they would release information to try to build public trust. Are they going to do?
Man, forget public trust, bro. Listen, bro. Okay, forget public trust, bro. All right, forget public trust, bro. Okay, forget public trust, bro. Yo, the family. Why don't the family know this? DA Christine called. Wait, the DA called Christine. She didn't pick up. Cool. Call them back. Now they know. Okay, call them and give them the results. Right? Yo, the grand jury thing, by the way, like them not wanting to. Then tell the parents, hey, listen, hey, can y'all not release the information? Give it to the parents and then tell them, hey, don't release it, because we don't want to taint the grand jury. We want this information to be the first time they hear it, especially in Ocean Springs. Say that. But don't withhold it from the parents. Now, listen, man, I don't have a son, right? I don't have kids, right? I've never been the leader of a family when somebody passed away, so I don't know how the situation works. But is this protocol? Yo, y'all in the comment section, y'all let me know. Is this protocol? Have you gone through something like this when a loved one passed away? Let me know.
Be transparent. They would release information to try to build public trust. What are they going to do in Mississippi? We do not know if they're going to release it. They may say, we're not going to release anything at all until the grand jury, and the grand jury might convene. You just never know.
You said the grand jury might convene. You cut out for a second, Ben.
They could convene anytime the district attorney's office says that we've completed our investigation. It's all up to them. It could be next week. It could be 2 or 3 months. We have no control over when the grand jury is convened and when the district attorney decides to release information.
Why did it take Mississippi so long to present these results? And do you know why they've been so quiet?
I don't want to speculate. I know oftentimes they would offer that they're waiting for a toxicology report. Why it took as long as it did, but we hope that they will be transparent with us, because as Dr. Mitchell, who conducted the independent autopsy at the behest of the family, Don Lemon, articulated, he shared that he would not be able to tell if the airways were obstructed, if the lungs were filled with water, because by the time he got Nolan's body, the organs had already been dissected. And so he would have to depend on the observations of the state medical examiner, who would have gotten Nolan's body immediately once they recovered it.
And also, too, right, because even, yeah, like he said, like he can't really see it because, again, the body has already been like dissected, so he can't really see was it filled up with water or not. But here's what I would say regarding this, right? In LA, the medical examiner and LAPD was literally in a fight. Now, I don't know how this works in Ocean Springs, but in LA, when it comes to Celeste, right, like the David and Celeste situation, the medical examiner and LAPD was literally in a fight for transparency. PD told the medical examiner, hey, stop releasing information. The medical examiner says, no, we are an independent entity and we owe it to the public to be transparent, and they was releasing information regardless, right? That's how we knew, yo, like Celeste's body was dismembered. LAPD dropped a statement lying about it being dismembered until David was actually arrested, and then we've seen it, right? So I don't know if the medical examiner in Ocean Springs is an independent entity as well, and they determine whether or not they can release information. But if they can release information independently, I feel like they need to put pressure on the medical examiner. They need to put pressure on the medical examiner. They need to put pressure on him to release information, to be transparent. Because if the sheriffs aren't doing it,
what's up with him?
Right?
Who is he?
Because the sheriffs and the DA,
tough, man. Keep your body hard.
They are already hated. They're already public enemy number one.
I said, stop, nigga. The fuck? You just gonna keep going? It's my show, Flacco. Come on, baby. What's going on? Jesus Christ. Props to Poetic Flacco, though, you know? But this is my show. Anyway, like he was saying, what's up with the coroner, man? Who you think you be, man? You just doing what you want over there. Huh? We want the motherfucking results, homie. What's up? Set that out. Set that out. Christine want the results. Set that out. Mama want the results. Where her copy? Huh? Where her CD? Let's get that. Let's get that. Let's get that. Let's get that. Let's get a copy of that shit, that original shit you got. I want the photos and all that shit. Huh? Matter of fact, I want the videotape of you doing the autopsy on my baby boy, man. That ass, man. I want all that. Don't say you ain't got it, man. Please don't say you ain't got it, got it. Don't say you ain't got it. Because I'm going to have to
At this point, I feel like they're just trying to preserve and get as much attention away from them as possible. So if that means stalling out the case, having people forget it, having people no longer tapping in to really find out, right? Because listen, yeah, once you kind of stall out the case for about 2 or 3 weeks with no updates, like David, right? Once there was no new updates for about 2 or 3 weeks in the David case, there were less videos and less attention. So the DA and the sheriffs, they're incentivized to get people to stop looking into this because they don't want the public backlash. They don't want the pressure on them and a grand jury to do their jobs. So they need to contact the medical examiner, put pressure on them. They are independent. Now, unless they're just in cahoots with their police departments and the sheriffs, they should be able to release information independently. Unless the sheriffs and the DA goes to the judge and get a gag order, like they did in David case. Put a gag on medical. But once they do that, now we know how they playing. Make them do that. But don't be shy.
The organs had already been dissected. And so he would have to depend on the observations of the state medical examiner who would have gotten Nolan's body immediately once they recovered it.
I want to ask you, so that's the only way that you're going to know if the independent autopsy and the state autopsy, if they indeed match up with each other. So 2 questions. That's the only way you're going to know. So one would think that they'd have to be transparent, or at least they'd want to, so that you can combine the two because they'd want to get to the bottom of it. If there's some discrepancy with one or the other, that can be really beneficial to finding out what happened to Nolan. And so what happens if the results in Mississippi don't align with the evidence shown so far? That's that's a big deal.
Yeah, and oftentimes, Don, you do find that you have differences in autopsies. I know I've handled several cases where the state medical examiner concludes one thing and an independent medical examiner concludes another. And then you have to put it before a grand jury and they decide, or even more profound, the matter then goes.
Yeah, but in this case, the independent autopsy couldn't even do their thing. They never had an opportunity to fully investigate because they never got everything. We can't even say the independent autopsy may be different because
they should have been able to get it first. That's my baby boy. It's like the state just claimed the body and just did what they wanted with it and then turned it over to me with missing pieces, man. That shit just don't sit right, man. Like, what? What? Huh? Come on, man. That's crazy, B. How you get it before me, man? I'm supposed to have the option to who I want to do the operation and all that, man. Maybe I ain't want y'all to do it, man. Don't touch the body, man. Once you find it, bring it there to the morgue, leave it. Don't touch it, man. Don't touch it. I'll get the people to do it, man. Independent, man. Y'all can watch what we do. Y'all can watch us do this thing. And then we give y'all little niggas the results. Why is it always got to be, y'all got to get it first? Oh, no, y'all can't accept our evidence because we had it. What? Get the fuck out of it. Get the heck out of here.
Cause of death is what we're all waiting for.
Y'all want to give it up, Flacco?
And they never had the opportunity to do the cause of death because they didn't have the lungs and the throat and the necessary organs, right? So we now just have to rely on the original autopsy, which,
been more
anything coming out of Ocean Springs, I don't trust.
Then goes to an actual trial jury trial in a, whether it's criminal proceeding or not, or civil proceeding. And so it really is about what you said, trying to be transparent with one another and seeing if we can figure out why you get these conclusions. And remember this, Don, autopsy is not the end all. It's still other factors that are important as well. Remember, Dr. Roger Mitchell said, even if the conclusion is he died from a drowning, then the questions become, what was the condition of his body before he entered the water? Was he conscious or was he unconscious? Was he forced into the water or was he not forced into the water? So all of these become very important variables.
Absolutely. And Judge Mathis even spoke on it, because Judge Mathis mentioned there was a bruising on the back of his neck, I think, right? Like this area right here. Now, some people said, like, we race hustling because if he was found, like, if he washed up on shore, that will cause the bruise. But then why didn't the original autopsy catch it and mention it? Who knows, right? But Judge Mathis says that because of the bruising in the back of his head or neck, that if it does come that he was drowned, he believes that that's probably proof they grabbed him like by the back of his head like this and then drowned him, right? So even if it comes back, yo, he drowned, we now have to know the circumstances of the drowning. And that comes from, quote unquote, the sources that claims that there's now are people claiming that they were eyewitness to an altercation that Nolan had on the island. There are people claiming they are now eyewitness to drug dealers on the island giving out coke. So again, if that autopsy come back and it shows, okay, he drowned, okay, now let's investigate the circumstances surrounding the quote unquote drowning. But I'm still not convinced it's going to come back as drowning.
Because Bootlegger said,
unless we get an independent autopsy, but
on the island.
Yeah, Ocean Springs made that impossible.
Made it.
Now we just got to listen to Ocean Springs and figure out if they tell the truth or not.
All of these become very important variables as you look at it. And I'm saying this, and I'm here with Christine and Elmore as we go to Cincinnati, Ohio, to speak to a lot of young people, high school students and so forth at the Omega Conclave Convention. So I'm sensitive. We're talking about autopsy. I'm saying I know this gets a little emotional.
That's what I want to ask Miss Christine, who's there, and Mr. Elmore there as well. Miss Christine, thank you so much.
I'm gonna hand the phone to Christine.
Okay. I know that it's difficult for you to listen to this, and I was keenly aware that you're in the background and you're having to deal with this. I wrote something this morning in my newsletter, and I said that you have been wanting transparency around this. First of all, good morning. Thank you for joining us. But you have been wanting transparency around this. But hearing the actual words and the results or whatever, that is extremely difficult. You want transparency, but then to be able to hear it is heart-wrenching. It's really a double-edged sword.
It is. And honestly, it's one of those things when we're sitting in it because we have not been able to fully grieve, right? So there's a bit of disassociation that occurs. And I too have to just always take a moment to step back and be like, okay, however it goes, right? It has to, in some way, it has to be accepted. But again, I can't fully accept the answers and things that were told to us at the beginning because it was too soon. There was no investigation. Stories did not align. And so for people to say, hey, why can't you just accept it as a drowning and be done? And
Bro, anybody asking this mama to accept the listen, man. Anybody asking this mama to accept the accidental drowning, you are the devil, and I'm being 100% honest there. You are evil. Anybody asking a grieving mama to accept whatever answers they're feeding that are inconclusive, you guys are out of your mind, bruh. Yo, do you know that right now, that if you ask the DA and the sheriffs and the police, like right now, no, like I'm talking about like right now at this moment, like right now at this moment, they still have Nolan Wells' death as inconclusive or unknown, which is why the grand jury is a requirement. If you guys don't know, in Mississippi, the only reason why this is going to a grand jury is not because the DA believes they were foul play. It's only going to a grand jury because the DA have announced Nolan Wells' death is unknown. It's unknown. They have officially labeled it as unknown. Because if the death was officially ruled as drowning, then a grand jury is not a requirement. The requirement is only required in Mississippi if somebody's death is unknown. You bring it to the grand jury, show them everything you have in terms of their death, and the grand jury decides on whether or not foul play took place, and they rule it either a homicide, either the drowning, or whatever cause of death you think it is. But right now, the death is even labeled as unknown. So why would she believe any drowning theory if the officials are saying is unknown? This mama shouldn't accept any theory. These people, listen, bro, these people don't have your best interest at hand, straight up.
Flacco, man, listen, man, if they don't understand that, man, I don't know what to tell a nigga, man. Listen, the end result is unconclusive. They say he drowned at first. After the autopsy is inconclusive. That means that drowning shit go out the window. Now there's another reason why he died and they don't know. See? But they want to keep doing this drowning shit. No, we pushing ahead. We off that. He was killed and thrown in the water, allegedly. You heard? Allegedly.
True, but of course, when you don't have the complete picture, that also makes you question even more, like, what exactly are we dealing with? And we need that. My husband and I, our family, we need those questions answered.
When you got the news that the autopsy, for the state autopsy was done, what went through what was that like for you? What did you think?
I said, oh, wow. But then again, like Attorney Crump said, the DA did reach out. Actually, I had text the victim's advocate, Amanda, saying, hey, were there any updates for the autopsy? I know the coroner told us it takes about 2 to 3 weeks for the toxicology report to come back, which I know that was kind of the main thing they were stressing. And so then I think that afternoon, so today is what? So I think that was maybe a day or two ago, the DA had called and I missed the call. And by the time I saw it, it was too late and I wasn't going to call her at 9 o'clock because I've had to change the settings on my phones because of the harassing phone calls I've been getting.
Wow.
I want to talk to you.
Yo, I think there needs to be, that's fine. There needs to be a registry. Not but for us to see. She needs to create a list, right? An interactive document. Whether you do it like through Google Docs, through Excel, you list the numbers. List down all the phone numbers that's calling you and harassing you. Include the voicemails if they left some. Include let us get the phone numbers and the voicemails, and let's start identifying who's calling the woman's harasser. Yo, if you're calling a grieving mother to leave a racist voice note, a threatening voice note to harass us because she wants answers for her son, yo, do you see why I tell you guys to have no compassion, no empathy whatsoever when it comes to white supremacy? They don't view you as humans. Yo, if white supremacists and white nationalists and these racists actually viewed us as human beings, they wouldn't be calling a grieving mother. Yo, they wouldn't be calling harassing her, leaving threats, disrespecting her, cussing her out, trying to make her life. Yo, at that point, to me, that should be treated like attempted murder. Do you understand how many people die every day of a broken heart? A broken heart is an actual thing, yo. It's an actual thing. I think, like Brianna? Yeah. When those police murdered Brianna, I think her parents or her mom or some died of a broken heart. Broken heart is a thing. So she's already dealing with this. And now you're trying to compile it. Nah, bro, that's attempted murder. Create a registry. Let us see the names. Let us hear the voices. Let us bring some straightening to these folks, man. Let's bring some straightening to these folks. We can't rely on Ocean Springs. We can't rely on the police. Let's give them accountability. I'm not talking about violence. I would never, ever root for violence. I'm talking about accountability. Let's give them accountability. Let's get them fired. Let's make sure we are applying similar harassment tactics to you know who. Because this is just despicable. Why would you do something like this as a human?
I want to talk to you about all of that, but just one more thing before we go into that. I just spoke with Ben about transparency. What are you hoping from Mississippi, whoever's releasing this information, whether it be the medical examiner's office, the state, or the DA? What would you like from them? You want to hear everything, I'm sure.
I would like for everyone to just do their job. I would like for everyone to treat this as if this was their child or their family member and give us the same honesty, transparency, and respect that they would expect for them or their family.
Amen. Now, can we talk about the other stuff? You went there, so I feel like I can go there.
Welcome to this week's episode of Two Angry Men, where your hosts Harvey Levin and Mark Garagos discuss, did Ben Crump's public statements taint the Nolan Wells death investigation? And all about Tony Romo's DUI arrest. Enjoy.
Listen, it may be that this is a racial death, but if there's evidence of it, then you pursue it. But out of the gate, when you raise it, and when you raise it in the context of specific kids, you know it's going to damage their lives, right? So, Mark, now some of Nolan Wells' friends are getting angry that Ben Crump has insinuated, and I think this is a fair statement, insinuated that there might be foul play in Nolan's death and that maybe some of the friends were involved, and there's even this overlay of racism. And the father of one of the friends now says he's considering suing for defamation. This is a really interesting case because it's a very public case. Ben Crump represents the family, and they are trying to put pressure on authorities in Mississippi to do a thorough investigation. They have their suspicions about whether they will or not, and they are raising these issues. What do you think about the notion that if you put a cloud over somebody without directly saying they're responsible, that in itself could be defamation?
Well, it depends on where you are, and there's kind of robust law on this defamation by implication versus defamation.
But that's what we're talking about. So, I mean,
it's defamation.
What about that just as a principle? About
and I have watched some of these interviews, and not the least of which the governor has come out and made some rather harsh statements, calling Ben Crump a liar, and there's been other people who have said this. He's doing what you would want a lawyer to do. I know that when I read the comments, which you don't do, which I do religiously, there'll be a lot of people saying, well, you're just another lawyer. But understand something. If you're a mother and a father and you've lost your child, what you want are answers, and that's what you're looking for. I know that people don't like it, and I know that it's framed in such a way that it can polarize, but the fact remains that there are people who have lost a child, and they should be able to get the answers that they want. So I do take issue with some of the kind of pushback that they've been getting, and there are lines that are drawn, but I haven't seen anything so far that crosses a line into defamation by implication.
Well, okay, so let's talk about this. Do you agree that Crump has put a cloud over the heads of Nolan Wells's white friends?
No, I don't agree with that. I think that
really,
and I don't think he's put a cloud. I think he's asking questions. I think the fact that there wasn't an autopsy that was revealed, at least to the parents. I go back.
Well,
to
no. That just happened. I mean, that just happened. They just finished. The autopsy is done. It's sealed. But that's not what Ben Crump was talking about. I'm talking early on, before any autopsy was completed. You know, when news conferences were held, when they were talking about, they were raising suspicions about his friends, and he brought race in. And look, I'm not saying race wasn't involved, but should there be a presumption going in that it is involved?
No, you shouldn't have a presumption.
You don't think, but you don't think that was the specter of that was raised very early on?
I think the fact that as I often say, race permeates virtually everything.
Johnny Cochran said that. You didn't.
Yeah, well, Johnny was a mentor, so I listened to him and watched him, and before Johnny, there were others in L.A. who said the same thing. I mean, it is something that permeates our American system. I mean, for hundreds of years.
It is, but look, it's one thing to say, I don't think Nolan Wells and his family are going to get a fair shake, because that hasn't been the way investigations go in Mississippi, where you make a broad comment like that. But when you start lasering in on individuals before knowing whether they were involved or not, and you raise it publicly, because look, the stepmother of one of these kids has been getting, she's a judge, she's getting death threats. They've arrested a guy for that. Frankly, everybody's getting death threats in this case, on both sides. So,
which, by the way, points out exactly what I'm saying. It's a polarizing issue. It's exactly, look at the guy, the death threats. Person who was arrested was more than just a death threat or an idle threat. I mean, it was awful in terms of what they were saying.
Yeah, but again,
both ways.
Who's stoking the coals on that?
Well, I don't know that. I know that it's easy to say somebody is stoking the coals, and Ben is polarizing. And I've known.
And listen. I like Ben. But
so
I'm saying
I like Ben a lot. I think
I do too. But I got to say, in this case, it felt, and look, they have a right to answers for sure, and they have a right to question things. But when you start bringing up race, and then pointing at individuals, I mean, look, they brought up race, but. This was the school he had gone to, the high school, was mostly white, and
so what?
And
they trying to cover that.
When we talked to his coach, And he said, look, he had great friends, and they were white, and it wasn't a big deal to any of them that there was a black kid and white kids and whatever. They were just real. They were pals.
I saw interviews with.
See, they can read these little niggas' mind. Harvey Levin face. How you know that, man? You sitting there like the bootlicker, man. You know what I'm saying? Saying these boys didn't do anything. Like he's so definite, adamant. He knew they ain't do nothing. And then here you go sitting here and sound like you know something. Y'all don't know nothing, man. Those little boys out there drinking, doing drugs, all kinds of shit. Y'all ain't know nothing, man.
And
they said the same thing.
I know, but look, I'm not saying that race was not involved here. It may have been, or it may have been just a tragic accident. But
I don't know.
So you change the subject on that Dodo Bird, man, because for one, why you mentioning the race, man? The parents already said from the rip, race ain't got nothing to do with it, didn't they? The parents came out, they made a whole news broadcast. Race ain't got nothing to do with this. We just want to know what happened to our son, right? But the distraction is when they keep trying to say that it got something to do with race, right? And being that she brought in Ben Crump, they trying to focus in on that. Why would you bring in Ben Crump? My man, Ben Crump getting the job done, that's why.
I don't know that I would go so far as to say I haven't seen anything so far that leads me to believe that there's race has driven anything other
but
than.
You would agree the issue's been.
He just said no, Harvey face. He just said no. So why right after he said that, you're going to say, but you would agree that it had to do with race. He just said, I don't believe that this was driven by race. Didn't y'all hear him just say that? He just said, I don't believe that this was driven by race. And the next thing out of Harvey's mouth was, but you must agree that this was driven by race. Man, shut your ass up.
Raised.
Yeah, I was going to say, other than the fact that the discussion is framed in terms of race.
And that's the problem.
Stop talking about
it. Listen, it may be that this is a racial
you went
death,
right back to it.
But
let's talk about what happened to Nolan, homeboy. I'm about to switch this programming because he's trying to be distracting. He ain't even letting homeboy talk. Y'all see that? He ain't even letting homeboy talk. Me and Flacco was just doing a program and we ended it. But this TikTok feed is 24 hours. That shit gonna go. If it go off, it's gonna come right back on because that's never gonna go off. But we live on everything else: Rumble, YouTube, Facebook. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? We gonna take this shit to the top. You know what I'm saying? We looking for some niggas to come up in here and spit some bars too, man. That's on some real shit. You know what I'm saying? We got some shit called Hit the Stage, man. You know what I mean? But anyway, man, we want to find out what happened to Nolan Wells, man. You know, I think I already got my idea of what happened, but you know, we're gonna see how it turned out. Let's get to this. But Harvey Levin getting on my nerves right now. I'm gonna keep it 100.
If there's evidence of it, then you pursue it. But out of the gate,
there's no evidence of it, so get off it.
When you raise it, and when you raise it in the context of specific kids, you know it's going to damage their lives, right?
I'd love to see the interview and be able to point to the interview and critique it in real time instead of talking in more generalities. Because what Ben Crump is extremely effective in doing is bringing attention to a case. Right. I mean, that is what he is very skilled at.
Yes.
And he does that and has repeatedly done that with great effect. And so how can you fault somebody if you're a parent of somebody who's lost a son or a child or a loved one? You want somebody who's going to bring attention to it so that you can try to get some transparency or get some answers. So
okay, here's one of the problems. So now we have a video of these kids that he went with going back from Horn Island in the mid-afternoon of July 4th, and Nolan is not on that boat.
Is this the one that you enhanced the audio?
Yeah, but the thing about the audio is Nolan's not on the boat. And
Right.
so if Nolan's not on the boat, the audio doesn't really make sense the way...
Well, except there is you could think, if you listen...
How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
There was talk about the boat sinking, and you could.
Well, no. We know that because we have the dispatcher and the guy on the boat talking to each other. So yes, the boat was taking on water, and you do hear people talking, and it's garbled. But Nolan was not on that boat. And there are people. There are.
Well, it's audio.
Let me just make the point.
Audio, so we don't know that for
there
sure.
Are two people who say that who have told authorities that Nolan was on the island at 6
Correct.
p.m.
Correct. But Harvey, I don't. When you make the jump from the audio to we've got two people, I get it, but I just don't make that jump yet. All I'm saying is that is the audio consistent with the boat taking on water? Yes. Was Nolan on the boat? I don't know.
Well, there's we have the video of the boat. He's not on the boat.
And if the video shows it, then you've got something.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. So some of these kids who are now, suspected on social media. And look, let's be real for a second. Social media for young people is judge and jury. And it can affect everything in their lives, from getting admitted to a school, to getting a job, to getting threats, to having friends, to being scorned. And that happens on social media in the best of circumstances. When there's an intimation that somebody may have been involved in something this heinous, it is hard to unscramble that egg.
What's heinous? What happened? What happened? What's so heinous, my guy? What you find so heinous? You heard what happened? What happened? Because we don't know. Shit, heinous.
One of the problems, I think, with the current state of the law when it comes to defamation and republishing and things of that nature, it's one of the reasons that I think it's a completely different discussion, but I think anti-slap has been stretched beyond the point of recognition and from what it was originally intended to be, but that's a whole different discussion.
That's a different discussion.
Yeah.
So there is something called confirmation bias. And I just think that is so at play in so many cases, including this case, that people who walk into something with a point of view will find anything to support that point of view and not necessarily look at the evidence objectively. Law enforcement can do that, and certainly people in the public who don't have the information do that, which is one of the reasons when you listen to that garbled audio, you can hear what you want to hear. And, when you walk in with a premise, it's easy to hear what you want to hear to support the premise.
Look
right?
at homeboy face. You looking at Harvey spin that shit. You're like, what is this thing out of his motherfucking mind? We all know what we heard. Is he crazy or something? He like, what the fuck is Harvey Levin talking about right now? This nigga bugging the fuck out. I know this nigga ain't about to try to tell me he ain't understand what we heard on that motherfucking tape. Because if that's what the fuck you trying to say, Harvey Levin, you out of your motherfucking rabbit ass goddamn mind.
And let me illustrate and tie up two things you said. You said Johnny Cochran before. Johnny, after OJ, used to rent himself out to plaintiff's lawyers to sit at the counsel table so that jurors who plaintiffs' lawyers did not want would raise their hand and say, I can't be fair because Johnny Cochran is sitting at that table. And you would eliminate those jurors without having to exercise a peremptory challenge. So now, in this post-Johnny world, Ben Crump, to some degree, triggers people the same sort of way. You'll hear terms like race hustler. You'll hear terms like racist, or he plays the race card, or things like that. When you would not normally, I think, necessarily, if it was somebody else besides Ben, who is polarizing, but effective. And so I understand that, but that's the first cousin of the confirmation bias. It's the prism through which you look or come to a situation. If you see Ben Crump, if you see Al Sharpton, that triggers in certain segments of society a certain preconceived notions, and you talk about it as confirmation bias. I talk about it or look at it as the prism through which somebody judges a situation. I mean, to my point, look at what the governor said. The governor was slamming and thanking and slamming Ben Crump, saying it's not the first time he's lied and it won't be the last, or something to that effect. So it's obvious that Ben comes with certain baggage and certain demographics.
I'll tell you the thing that kind of got me with Ben on this thing. So they did the official autopsy is now completed and it's sealed, and they are going to have a grand jury. I want to get into that in a minute. But there was an independent autopsy that the family did, and what Ben said was that the result of the autopsy was they concluded undetermined, that they don't know what caused his death. But then he went on to say, but they have not ruled out foul play. But yes, that's true. But that doesn't mean, it leads you. He mentioned this discoloration in the skull, which could be an injury.
It could be an injury. It could be Matt Murphy
pooling of blood on a slab, blood in a slab, and so it could be either. So it's like when you keep this kind of theory alive that he was murdered, that it's racial, and all this other stuff. I mean, look, he could have been murdered, and it may not have been racial. I mean, that's certainly possible. He could have been...
and he could have not been murdered, and it could have been an accident.
An accident.
Fallen and hit his head.
And I think you can say fairly at this point that it's not leaning one way or the other in terms of what the public knows. In terms of what the public knows.
I would agree with you, and I think that's a wonderful way to encapsulate it. Right now, when you say it's indeterminate or it's pending other investigation or whatever the caveats are, yes, I agree with you. I wouldn't call this certainly wouldn't call it a homicide yet, or and a homicide in the strict legal definition, but when it's indeterminate by definition, you do more investigation.
Okay, and that gets me to the grand jury issue. So the DA has said that when the investigation is complete, they are going to take this to the grand jury. So when you hear those words, it would seem that it would be a grand jury that would look to see whether they would indict somebody. That really confused me, because
I don't think, it's interesting you say that, because my first reaction was not that. My first reaction is, do they still have basically a coroner's inquest or a coroner's style grand jury? That used to be the case in the probably, decades.
No, but that's what I was thinking too, that it's an investigative grand. I was thinking that of all things, this would be an investigative grand jury, because there are people who are not talking to the sheriff, people who are not cooperating, and you get them before a grand jury where you put them under oath, and either they take the fifth or they testify. You could do more in terms of investigating than you probably could, with the sheriff's department. And so I was surprised the way they put it, that when the investigation is complete, this is at least what we're hearing, that they're saying then we'll take it to the grand jury. I would think they would do it before, as part of the investigation. They use the grand jury and maybe then use the same grand jury to determine if there are any criminal charges that are going to be filed.
Which is why I suspect part of the problem is when the DA comes out and announces it, then people's mindset is immediately, well, if the DA's there, then he's trying to determine whether there's criminal agency or criminal responsibility. Whereas if it's the coroner who's doing the investigation, then they're trying to figure out whether or not how to classify this.
Well, but I mean, in the David case, it wasn't the coroner; it was Beth Silverman, the DA, who had 3 grand juries where they called various people to piece together the story. So it wasn't the coroner's grand jury, it was the DA's grand jury, and it was an investigative grand jury that helped them put the pieces together that led to the charges that were filed.
Correct. And in California, that grand jury did not indict. I don't even know that they were asked to indict, which is why we just finished the probable cause preliminary hearing in front of Judge Almeida.
Right.
But I'm not so sure that, you and I have been around long enough to remember, you notice I didn't say old enough.
I know.
Been around long enough to remember Thomas Noguchi and using coroner's inquests and those kinds of investigative tools here in California and specifically LA County. And I'm not so sure that that isn't exactly what's happening in Mississippi.
You may be right. We usually don't change subjects, but there's something that I'm just fascinated by that I want to talk to you about. And it's different, but I really want to do this. Tony Romo. I was shocked today. Tony Romo got a DUI. He is the lead commentator for the NFL on CBS. He has a
star quarterback.
He has a gigantic contract. It's like $100+ million contract with CBS, and they have benched him. He is essentially suspended until further notice, and this is for a DUI. And
yeah, I don't understand this at all.
I was shocked at that.
Yeah, I don't understand this at all. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some legal saber rattling, because I think that I don't know what the contract reads, but DUI generally is not a moral turpitude offense in almost all jurisdictions,
right,
or by all definitions. So if it's not a moral turpitude offense, and as far as I can tell, there aren't any aggravating factors. I think about Charles Barkley, and Charles has had some challenges, and I don't remember him getting benched. I could be wrong.
Well, but that's my question, is that, look, my sports department is saying they think that CBS, there are 2 theories. I have one, but my sports department believes that they want to get rid of Tony Romo, CBS does, because people don't like him anymore, that he's so good at football that he anticipates plays and spoils it for people because he says what's going to happen before it happens. And people just don't like it. And this would be a convenient excuse for them to get rid of him. And that's why J.J. Watt is going to be stepping in, at least temporarily. And the idea is this is an excuse. But if they do that, then I got to tell you.
If they do that, his first call is going to be to Brian Friedman. And
because
Brian is going to, and I would advise Brian, I'll call him up and tell him, take that on a contingency, because my goodness, the payday there would be off the charts.
Yeah, because there are so many people who have done so much worse and they don't fire them. And so, if they do this to Tony Romo and use the excuse of a DUI, and I'm not saying it's nothing, because it isn't. It's a big thing. But using a DUI to void the contract, I think he's got a good argument.
Oh, I cannot imagine that they would win that.
I don't like the way he
Nolan Wells audio distress call. Is it real? Good evening. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
Everyone in the background is saying, is he dead? Nolan, wake the up.
Claiming they're sinking and calling for help. And yet in the background, are we really hearing all of this other activity?
Nobody has ever, none of the kids on this boat have ever admitted that any said that they thought Nolan was dead.
Detail assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right. Of course. How far is the work coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
All right. Well, let's get you going. Membership number or phone number listed on the account, sir.
I don't know the phone number. It's either. I think it's. Try that.
All right.
I know we have a membership, like guaranteed. I don't have the tag
unless
on
you
here.
have a
It got ripped
membership
off.
number or anything, it's okay. I'll get you over to the captain. What's the best phone number to reach you at?
Reach me at.
You are hearing the audio distress call from the boat. That is the boat on which Nolan Wells went to Horn Island. Now, there have been a lot of different accounts about whether he was on the boat when he came back from Horn Island, when he was supposed to come back from Horn Island. He never came back from Horn Island. And you can clearly hear on that version, which we obtained from the Mississippi Department of Marine Research. They released it. It's not something off TikTok or Insta. And that's what you hear. Let me hear 184 one more time, please.
Detail assistance, Vicky speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership.
All right, of course. How far is the work coming up, sir? Can you give me a description? Ankles? Hello?
Hey.
Yes. How far is the water coming up, sir?
It's coming up. We're just sinking. I don't know. Like we're going down now.
All right, so I want to be clear with this one thing because I know you mentioned before. Is there any chance or any knowledge that you have that anybody deleted stuff from his phone?
Wells' friends told investigators that when they left the island, he had chosen to stay behind with a young woman he'd met there. One friend, when asked about that account directly, said it didn't square with the Nolan he knew, that he'd never known him to separate from the group like that. That contradiction has been sitting in this case from day one, but new reporting adds something sharper.
Nolan was like a brother to me. Nolan lit up every room he walked in. 4th of July, everybody was out there. Nolan rode out on the Triton, and then we had a Palm Beach, 18 Palm Beach. There was 4 guys on that. The rest of the group, which was ranged from maybe 10 to 15 or 16 people on my buddy's tide line.
Yeah, so y'all
First of all, that's the deception right there because you know exactly how many people were with you. because y'all going all out together. All right, it's 20 of us. He like, oh, 14, 15, 20 people. Nigga, you know how many people it was. So why you beating around the bush? You like, you know exactly how many people are going out with you on the water, across the 10 miles on the sea to the island. You could say it was 20 of us, divided on 3 boats. All this was 20 out of 14. Nigga, you know. That's the first deception. Let's go.
Pretty much having a good. So you guys get ready to leave out of there, getting towed out.
Yeah.
And then where's Nolan in this situation?
Well, Nolan was, the last time I saw Nolan was 3 o'clock. And Nolan was cradling a girl in his arms, Katie, Katie. And Katie, Nolan was sitting there, and the last time I saw him, I looked at Nolan, and Nolan was like shaking his head, laughing, and I was like, dude, you crazy. I was like just joking with him. And, but anyway, Nolan, that was the last time I laid eyes on him. But when we were leaving, obviously, no one is getting left at the island that came with us unless they demanded to, be there and asked, this is a very common thing at Horn Island. When you're out there.
He said the last time he saw Nolan was 3 o'clock. Let me write that down, man, because we're going to crack the case. They got there, it was 10:30. Last time saw Nolan was 3 o'clock. Right. Right? And that was Warren who said that. Warren said that, right? Okay, Warren said that. 3 o'clock. Bang, got it. Let's go.
People ride out there with someone and in with somebody else all the time. I've done that 100 times. It's a very common thing, but Nolan was.
You know what, man? You see how they got to this part right here? He just sat down there, man. Now, the man jumped from being at Wyatt's house to going back home, man. All right, 3 o'clock. We'll go with 3 o'clock, man. We'll go with that. 3 o'clock. Last time you saw him. Okay.
Sitting by the boat with that Katie girl, and my buddy yelled for Nolan, get on the boat. We're leaving. The boat's having issues. And no, he didn't say that, but he was panicking. Nolan, get the F on the boat. Get on the boat. And Nolan said, no, I'm staying out here. I'm going to ride in with somebody else. And it's not uncommon to hear, but it's not like my buddy asked him one time. My buddy asked Nolan multiple times to get on the boat. Nolan, get on the boat. Get on the boat. We're leaving. If you're coming, you got to come now. And Nolan made a decision to stay out on the island. And like he said,
how many people heard that?
At least 5 to, everyone that was on our boat right there, because the Palm Beach had already left. My buddy went ahead and went home on the Palm Beach, and 3 guys on the way back. And Nolan wasn't the only person to ride out there with us and in with somebody else. We had multiple people in our group that rode out with us and rode in on someone else's boat. And that, like I said, that's not an uncommon thing to do. A lot of people do that. I could name probably 50 people out there that day that ran out with somebody and ran back in with somebody else. So, it's not like it's an uncommon thing, but it's not like we just left him there or my friends just left him there. Nolan made a decision to stay on the island after my friends asked him multiple times and told him to get on the boat, and he decided stay.
And I heard the girl that he was with, Katie, had text somebody that she heard people yelling
correct
for Nolan to get on it. Is that
yeah,
true?
and I have a picture of that. She texted my buddy, and the next day everybody was panicking and everybody's texting Katie, you know, because she was obviously seen with Nolan the whole day at the island. Katie sent a message to my buddy the next day and said, you know, this is the last time I saw him, you know, he's really sweet. But she also mentioned that the last time she saw Nolan was when my buddy was yelling at him to get on the boat. And she was right there to see that Nolan decided not to.
Dispatch audio confirms a call came in reporting the boat was taking on water and starting to sink. But GPS data pulled from the boat afterward shows it didn't actually leave the island until around 4:30 in the afternoon, roughly 30 minutes after that emergency call went out. Investigators have said plainly that if the boy's story doesn't match what the GPS shows, they have a problem. About 60 witnesses have now been interviewed as authorities try to reconstruct what actually happened on that island.
So what's your intent in calling the Coast Guard, right? Because right now, Nolan could be with a chick. He could be with somebody else.
Right.
He could have gone back with somebody else. What
Yo,
made you...
if y'all ever hear me say anything about a bootlicker, I'm talking about that guy right there. You know what I mean? If you ever hear me say anything about a bootlicker, bing, 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 bing. You hear me? Hold on, let me see something here. What we got going on? Yo, Notch.
What up, big dog?
Yo, Notch, check it out.
Big millionaire sponsor man and shit. Next thing I see you on
listen.
TV.
Listen to this, man.
What up, man?
Yo, so I'm in the middle of a live feed, right? And I got the bootleg on the screen right now. You hear me?
Yeah.
Yo, I'm wanted to ask you a question. Do you have TikTok, man?
Yeah.
You following me on TikTok, man?
Yeah, I always check your page on TikTok.
All right, so look, go see my live on TikTok right now and see my new effect. I want you to tell me how it look.
Oh, okay, I'll do that. I'm gonna put it on this.
All right, I want to see.
All right.
It's the new way I'm gonna do the show, man.
Hold on.
Yeah, because I'm live on TikTok. I don't never be live on TikTok, man.
HGM. Brand. Follow. Live. You want live?
Yeah.
What do I hit? I hit it live. Oh, that's you right there.
You see me?
You in a striped shirt?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I see. Oh, you hear me?
Yeah. No. Yeah, I hear you. So I could put you on the screen right now because I can hit the invite button and you could pop up.
Nah, I ain't. I'm looking at a show, my lady.
But you see the bootleg on the screen, right?
Right. Yeah.
Right. So this is dope, right? Do I got this shit hooked outside?
Are you speaking to him directly?
No, I'm controlling the video on the screen.
Right.
Look, see this the studio, dog. Look.
I know you're looking advanced right now.
You see?
You're talking to me on the phone in sync with your TikTok.
Yeah, right.
Damn,
and
son.
I'm live feed. You right now. You on the live feed with me, right? You on air.
Okay.
Right, but you also watching in the crowd. Right?
Yeah. That's good shit, man. You're getting technical on me, man.
Cool. So this is the bootleg. If you ever hear me say bootleg on the show, this is what I'm talking about. Now listen to how this nigga tried to make these white boys sound so motherfucking innocent. You understand what I'm saying? Right?
Mm-hmm.
So check this out. Watch this.
Yeah.
Concerned enough that you felt like
Look at something, Mr.
you couldn't wait it out anymore. You had to call the Coast Guard.
Well, I mean, like I said, my friends and I have been on the water our whole life. Stuff happens. People die all the time. I know people that have died.
Nigga said stuff happens. People die all the time. You heard that shit, son?
Yeah, he posted an interview.
Yeah, he posted it. That's how he got them little niggas busted. That's how we know what happened, son.
Oh.
Yo, they killed that kid, son.
So,
Allegedly.
are you over there blazing up on TikTok?
Oh, nah, man. You know how we do.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, man, I wish I could, man. I ain't doing that shit. Now, I got my cameras covered just to let you know. You know what I'm saying? I don't like my phone looking at me.
I can't see you. You in the crowd. You ain't even got no picture on your shit.
Nah, cause my cameras are covered.
Right. It's all good, nigga. Don't worry about it, nigga. You can see me.
Yeah.
We gonna go through some of this footage, cause right now I got my own theory of what happened, man. You know what I'm saying? We gonna put it down right now. So look, the dude on the screen, his name is Warren. You see this dude right here? Yeah. His name is Warren, right? Now Nolan is the kid that got killed, right? Allegedly. So Nolan and Warren went to Wyatt's house on the 3rd. You following me? Yeah. Right. So they got there on the 3rd to spend the night, to go on the trip on the 4th. So Wyatt and Warren got up in the morning and went to McDonald's. And then they went to Warren's house. And then they went to Bart's house. But where was Nolan? They claim they left him on the island. Right. I don't know how true that is, man, because I really ain't, you know what I'm saying? Check it out. From the time the nigga went to sleep on the 3rd, woke up on the 4th, Warren and Wyatt just left, Nolan disappeared out the story, man. Because Warren and Wyatt went and got the boat and took it to the dock. So where the fuck was Nolan? Nolan ain't help y'all get the boat or nothing? What happened? Where the fuck he was at? But anyway, we moving on. Right now, he gonna finish telling the lie on the bootlicker show, and we gonna analyze the rest of this footage. You heard? So we gonna sit and go through this shit. Let's see what the fuck else he got to say. Now, right now, like I said, he claimed the last time he seen the kid was on the island at 3 o'clock. Right. So let's go. Let's play this shit, man. These niggas playing with my Wi-Fi too, man. Got my shit glitching and shit. They think they slick.
Out there.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's a fun place to be, but it's also a very, very dangerous place to be if you're not handling it right. And Nolan, so I hadn't heard from him, and obviously I'm thinking I'd way rather be safe than sorry. I mean, I would rather call the Coast Guard 100 times and lose my mind over it, my buddy be okay, than, you know, not, and I, you know, me not know where he is and him not be okay. And so I called the Coast Guard and I talked to them on the phone for like 20 minutes, gave him a description, what Nolan was wearing, the last place we were at, the last time I saw him, who were we with, what boat we were on, the conditions of the water, just, you know, just a summary. And I called Miss Christine back after and I talked to her. And I said, I got in contact with the Coast Guard. I'm not sure who she called or, you know what she did, but I think she said she was going to make a couple phone calls to either DMR or Jackson County Sheriff's Office. And I mean, yeah, I was thinking worst case scenario. Like, I mean, you know, I would way rather be safe than sorry about this, you know.
The officer Tate.
What?
Why is this kid listen, under this current situation, this kid really shouldn't be saying shit.
Listen, they bought the bootlicker. Excuse me. They bought the bootlicker in, so they thought they was good. You know what I mean? They thought they could just tell him a story and bring it back to us, and we was gonna believe it. But they wasn't, just like the other dude, son. They threw that nigga out to the wolves, son. They thought they was gonna throw that other little black dude out there, and we was gonna be like, all right. So he said it, yeah, maybe it's true. Niggas threw apples in that nigga face. Get this nigga out of here. Shut the fuck up. Yo, his story's even worse, son.
Oh, wow.
Listen, he said, niggas asked that nigga, yo, when was the last time you seen Nolan, nigga? He was like, yo, man, last time I seen Nolan, man, me and my girl was going to the boat, and Nolan was going back to his boat, and I told Nolan, man, yo, you a funny guy. He said I had to make a comment about that girl he was with. See, they all talk about the girl he with.
Wow.
Yeah. He like, yeah, I had to say something about that girl he was with. You know what I'm saying? But then I told him, I love you, man. I love you, Nolan. You know what I'm saying? I never told him that before, but I just felt like I needed to tell him that just at that moment, man. I love you, man. Yeah, for some reason.
Shit.
Yo, I'm gonna get to that interview too, man. I'm gonna play both them shits. But this nigga was like, cause this is a 24-hour feed tonight, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm going all night. I've been going
24-hour feed.
Yo, I've been going since this morning, my nigga.
You crazy.
Dog.
So this is the whole interview. This is the first interview he did, right?
This the first interview I did all day, cause yo, look, this shit been going since I got up, man. On all platforms. Look, I'm on YouTube, Twitter, Kick, Facebook, everything live right now. I've been going since this morning, nigga. This shit ain't gonna never go off. This booth is now considered a live feed zone. Anytime you turn that shit on, it's live, nigga.
Oh, that's crazy.
Look, I could do a whole show for you right now, nigga.
But you're doing good shit. I mean, damn, son. I mean, you live, you know what I mean? You got your equipment. That shit is blessed, bro.
Yo, son.
Shit, I don't even got a fucking radio right now. I ain't got a fucking boombox or nothing, man.
Listen, man.
Shit is crazy.
All you gotta do is pull up, man. Look, they got a chair for you right there. Sit.
Yo,
man,
that shit is crazy. Yo, that shit is.
You know what I mean?
That shit is mad shit, right? You got your lasers up there too.
Hey, yo, you don't see all my lasers? Yo, look at my lasers.
Yeah, I
dog.
see the lasers, son.
You see all this?
Got a big ass TV.
Yo, look
Boy, lamping out. That shit's crazy.
Yo, Dad,
Damn.
I got a whole collection.
It's mad shit.
Yo, Dad, I got a whole collection of lasers down, nigga.
You gotta pan the camera to your oh shit. Well, that's old school, man. That's old school.
What?
That's old school.
This laser?
Yeah, man. That's the first D-Walk.
The Bosches, nigga.
Yeah, I know this shit. I know that little baby just goes like less than 80 feet. I got one of those.
You got one of those?
Yeah. Yeah, I got a little baby right there. Man, I got a 5 Beamer.
The 5 Beamer?
Yeah, I got a $500 one.
Look at this big shit up there. Look. This is the shit
I
I'm
mean,
telling you about.
You gotta pan the camera.
What camera? This one?
You gotta pan the camera over to your left so I can see where you're going.
Oh, like
to your left. Yeah.
Right.
To your left.
Right. I got them shits hung on the wall right here. See?
Oh, you got this man got multiple lasers. You got more lasers than a Spanish guy.
I got this shit hanging.
You got more lasers than a Spanish carpenter, son.
Yeah, good. Yo, thanks. See, that's why I called you, man, so you can tell me how to do this shit. See, I wasn't moving my shit. I was just leaving the camera like that. Now that you said that, now I'll be doing that now. You know what I'm saying? But
okay.
Yeah. And you see my wolf on the wall?
Well, yeah, I see that. Yo, you know what you could do too, right? You could get a they have the cameras that follows you.
Yeah.
A sensor kind of shit.
I ain't got no money.
A motion sensor camera.
I ain't got no
yeah, well,
money.
you got. Listen, man. With all you got drones, you got all that shit. That ain't nothing for you, man. You got that big money, bro.
What's up, baby? Yo, no nice.
Yeah.
But they trying to cover that shit up, son.
I see you working hard on that shit. Oh, you got a range. How much feet? I got that one. That's like 100 and something feet.
Yeah, but yo, I told you I was getting these shits out the store
100.
for like $10.
Let me see the side. Let me see the sides. It says 100. Let me see the side. Yeah, that side right there. Now the other side. Turn it around.
Fuck is you talking
about,
that's... Nas?
Yeah, right there. Hold on. Yeah, right. Keep holding. Put it back on that side. Let me see. That's a distance right there. Nah, the other side, man. The narrow side. The narrow long side. Turn it. Rotate. Next way. Yeah, next way. Yeah, rotate again. Rotate again. Rotate. Yeah, rotate one more time. I want to see the side. That's a 102. Oh, is that a measurement? What's that? What is that? Feet?
Yeah, man. Feet.
What is that thing? What's that number? 126?
That's 165 feet.
Oh shit! Damn, that's not bad. That's good. I think I got something like that.
You do.
That's good shit.
It's like the one you got.
Yeah, that's good shit though, man. But you know what I'm saying?
I told you the store I'll be getting these shits for like $10. You see I got them damn lasers, dog?
Yeah, that's mad shit.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Facts.
That's good shit.
But yo, like I said, yo, when I start the talent show, right? You see the toilet over there, right?
Mm-hmm.
The toilet is for niggas who's garbage and shit. Yo, nah, and that shit flush. Watch, look, like yo son, where that nigga? And we don't even need it. We don't even need the tape. Be like, yo, stop that shit. They be like, hold on, money, hold on. Don't say nothing on the mic. Chill. Hold on, money. Hold up. I'm looking for something. Hold on. Give me that shit. Yeah, hold on. Huh? You see all that shit, Nas? Hold on. Crazy, Nas? And I got my pit bulls out back, son. It's a fact, son. Nah. You already should know it's your boy Dabrand knows. We back at it once again with the 24-hour feed. We never go down, we never lie, we gonna keep it moving. Let's go, let's pop, let's get it, let's go. Back these, back to those. I love it. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it. Yeah, but back to business, because they trying to cover it up. You know what I'm saying? What's up? Yeah, I hear you. Loud and clear. All right. Right, but let me ask you something. Did that music sound clear? Right, but you ain't hear no noise when I was going. It was silent. It's a booth, nigga. No. This is what I'm trying to say. I'm in a booth itself, man. And when we want silence, we go with the headphones. Everybody got
Okay, here. Listen. You have what you have there is your control room.
Yeah.
Alright. So your control room is where you're in. Alright? Within the control room, you gotta have an isolated booth that there is no leakage from anything when you're recording. So then those recordings could be officially like clean when it's time for mixing and shit. Because when you go if you go to you know what I'm saying, like when you really zero in, just like when they had a call with Nolan, right? Mm-hmm. And they had motherfuckers in the background talking about, is he dead? Yeah. Is he dead? Oh my God. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah,
okay?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, leakage. Listen, if your song is mad crazy nice, right? And you in a perfect motherfucking vibe that night, and that vibe can't be replicated, and you did something immaculate on that night, you got to understand what I'm saying from an audio engineering perspective. That clean recording is gonna last forever, and anything could be done with it. You could soup it up, you could spice it up. But if that original recording is tainted, it's just impossible to make it into something that is clean. You understand what I'm saying?
I get your point, Nas, but check it out.
All right.
I get your point, but at the same time, I'm trying to tell you, you hear them dogs barking, man?
Huh?
You hear dogs barking?
Now, I'm not gonna hear the dogs barking from here. Let me see.
Yeah, my nigga got 12 of them shits back there.
Exactly. So
But anyway.
listen. Okay, I want you to really understand that, because that's the thing I'm telling you from an audio engineering perspective is very important. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Mm-hmm.
Right? You need to have a little. You could build. You're a carpenter. You could build a little booth, and then you could have a little glass in front of it where you could see the artist and put them inside the room. You know what I'm saying? And that isolates when you're recording. You know what I'm saying? Bada bang. And everything you do in there is gonna be official because you got mad equipment. You're looking like a fucking spaceship. You know what I mean? You're looking like a spaceship. Like we did a studio in Brooklyn many years ago, right?
Yeah.
And we did we built a dummy wall in front of the existing wall, insulate that shit, made a whole dead room, bro. You know what I'm saying? So every recording was just immaculately professional and fucking clean. You could take that shit to D&D, and then fucking engineers will put that shit on and be like, oh shit, that shit is, okay, I could work with it, I could mix that down. Because when you start mixing down shit on other levels, it's just a messy recording, and no one could work with a messy recording. So I want you to understand that shit. So just like you hear the dogs in your control room, right? When the artist is in the booth, right? Yeah, but when the artist is in the booth, the artist should not hear anything, and the microphone should not pick anything up except what the artist is saying. You know what I'm saying? Now on your live shows, you can have your live shows in the control room.
You don't hear no dog now. Because I closed the door. I had that shit open because I was smoking and shit. You know?
Yeah. Listen.
Look, this room booth itself now. Look, I got this whole shit padded out. You see, if you look around, everything is padded out. See? Boom.
Yeah, I hear you.
Everything.
Listen.
You know
what about listen, hums and clicks and everything can be picked up in the mic, bro.
Right. But when you got the right wires and shit, you don't get no hums. See, right now,
man.
Listen to me now. Hear me loud and clear, right? I've been doing systems like this since I was a baby, my nigga. Like on some real shit. I've been getting record deals since I was 14, my nigga.
That's not a point. I'm not saying that you're not qualified.
You ain't hearing me out. So, look, right now my system is down there on full blast, nigga. Look, yo, Nas, all I do is if I just chip the shit like this, it should be blicky. I gotta keep my shit volume damn low. So there's no hum. Right now, you just see me press the button, you see how loud it was, right?
Yeah.
All right.
So,
and you don't hear no hum. Do you hear a hum?
So you're telling me.
Look, you don't hear no hum.
My question is this, right? Okay, I did a recording already, and I'm telling you there was leakage in the microphone in the recording I did. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, you did
I'm only trying to tell you how to make that shit clean on the initial recording. Take the advice or don't take it, right? So
I'm telling you, this room is the booth, nigga. All we do is put on the headphones.
But that's your
If you was in the booth, in the studio, you would have to put the headphones on, right?
Show me the booth.
Right here, look. Right there.
Where?
Right there.
Where?
Right there.
Where? Show me.
You looking at it.
Yeah, but that's your control center.
That's right. And that shit it's a booth under there. Look, let me take this shit off. Hold on, man. Cause I got
Yeah. Show me that shit.
Wow,
what are you talking about? I gotta step in the isolated room and spit my verbs, man.
You see the foam and all that shit on there?
Yeah, alright. Okay, that's good. Okay.
Right? You see the motherfucking, there's no motherfucking, yo, this shit is the booth, dog. This shit is padded out, son. Feel me?
But that's your control room.
But this shit is solid.
Yeah, brother, but that's your control room.
No,
What I'm trying to tell you, I know you understand what I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, that's your control room. You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker right here, man. I gotta go look at my TV show, man. Listen. You got a Betsy Ross flag up in there too? You got a Betsy Ross flag?
No, where you see that at?
What do you mean where I see that shit at? What you talking about? The fucking first American flag. No, hold on, man. The Betsy Ross flag. Show me the Betsy Ross flag. Show me the flag, man. Yeah, that flag right there. You know what that flag is?
What is it?
Fuck you mean, what is it? You got it up there.
What is it? You said you know, right?
That's the Betsy Ross flag, the first American flag, 13 colonies.
Okay.
You know that, right?
Yeah.
Well, you ain't know that. I just told you that shit.
Nigga, I know it's 13 stars on my shit.
Okay, that's the first 13 colonies. That's the first American flag.
Yeah, guess what? You the only nigga ever pointed that shit out.
Actually, that's the flag of the rebellion.
Mm-hmm.
You know that, right?
And what I do?
Huh?
What am I?
Who's that?
What am I? I'm a rebel.
Yeah, but so I'm saying that's what I think it was fighting against the British. There's 13 stars on that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Betsy Ross. That's the first one. You know what I mean? Little white girl, sew that shit up. Yo, I gotta get back to look. Listen.
Go ahead, man.
What's that?
I'm about to get back to
Yeah, bootlicker. Yeah, bootlicker. Go ahead, man. Listen, I think there's more people like you doing this right now, man. So you know what I'm saying? This guy's under pressure.
Yeah, well.
You heard me, right?
He need to be because he did some dumb shit. Going against the.
And it's not. It's not only that too. It's like what you're doing. There's other cats doing that shit. Because they're keeping this whole shit quiet, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You know what I mean? They're keeping this whole shit quiet, and people are really coming out and speaking on this shit, man. Even Judge Mathis, bro, he was saying like, yo, he listened to the recording on the boat, and he was like, yo, he don't understand why the authorities ain't really, you know what I mean, stressing this shit too much. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I don't know. It's a lot of fucking hitting, smoke and mirrors happening there.
Hell yeah.
And fucking bootlickers going mad hard holding his ground for these little motherfuckers. This shit is crazy.
Bootlicker like
mad crazy.
Yo, Nas, I ain't show you my motherfucking tool shed, nigga.
Where's the tool shed at?
Right here. I show
Where?
the junkie right there.
Okay.
Look.
Yo, how come? Oh, shit, damn.
Look.
Yo, how come you ain't got an African American flag up in there?
What?
Why you ain't got a Black American flag?
Man, listen, man, I ain't getting shit like that, man.
Okay.
Trust
You got. Yo, man, I fucking guy called me for such tomorrow, but I gotta go on vacation with my lady. You know what I'm saying? I gotta go on vacation with the fams. Oh, when last you use that shit, bro?
Yo, I use my 70-day, nigga.
You got a vacuum?
I got a backyard. I'm building this shed back there, nigga.
Okay.
Put all this shit out there, but I gotta get a way to lock that shit up.
I'm gonna have to come over there and build and fucking help you build a boot, man.
Yeah, nigga, look, so I got mad shit up in here, shit.
Yeah, you got everything. Yeah, that's you got. I mean, you ain't using them things no more except for personal reasons.
Yeah, look, I got special shit niggas ain't never saw before, nigga. What are you talking about?
What's that? Oh shit.
Fucking hole cutters for the ceilings and shit, nigga. You cut the holes in your ceiling with the motherfucking box lights. You know, it's shit like a store in here, nigga. Check it out. She go deep, son, cause I'm on the stage, nigga. Building a stage.
Okay.
Here.
Yo, pan the camera. Give me a 360 view of the room, bro.
Hold on.
Give me a 360 view of the room you got there. Well, how much space, how much depth you have there? 360 view. Bang, give me a. Okay, wait, slow down. That's the front. Okay, you got your chair over there. Damn, probably ain't got no room for that shit. You had a big ass table. Then you gotta. Okay, you got a futon. That's your gambling table. Now you stacked up tight. There's a door right there. Boom, boom, boom. Damn, it's tight. It's tight. I mean, right. That's where you sitting down there. Yeah. I mean, you could. The table. Yeah, you gonna need a boom, boom. Step inside. Da da da. I don't know. Yeah. But I'm saying you got mad equipment though, son. That's congratulations, man. That's crazy. I ain't got a fucking radio, man. Maybe right there. You see right there? You see right there in that area? Between the you got space. Oh, that's the balcony? What's that door? That's to go outside. What is that? Oh, what's that, a room? What is that? A what? That's a nice little room for, what is that, a boot? What is that room? Oh, that's outside. Oh, shit, that's outside. Oh, damn, okay. That's out, okay, that's right there. Oh, shit. So you go right there inside there. That's your back wall. Okay. That's you, that's your backyard right there, huh? Okay, you go up in there. That's your entrance. That's your back entrance, right? Yeah, that's a backyard. Okay, so you got a good little spot, son. Yo, by tomorrow, I'm going to be out of state tomorrow. I'm going to Delaware. Huh? I'm going to Delaware tomorrow, Delaware. Yeah, a little vacation shit. My wife and her fams and shit. Now, you see right by that door? You see right by that door right there? But I know, it's nice to see the person. From that door to the sofa, you know what I mean? That's like what, 3 feet?
That's more like 6 feet. My stage.
Oh shit! You got space. Yeah, you got space.
I got a whole bunch of space on my stage.
Oh, you got a stage right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Under there, that's a big ass closet, man. This shit is huge, man.
Okay.
I took about 4 feet for this shit. See? I got mad shit
Alright.
in there. Chairs.
Yeah. Man, you got enough space for the goddamn boot, man. Come on, man.
But under here again, man. Back there, that's my tool shed, nigga.
Okay, you got it. That's where you pack your shit up. Cause you got to keep all that shit away from wifey section.
Wifey got the house, nigga.
Yeah. wifey got a whole house, and you gotta keep everything tight in there.
I'll show you the rest of the house one day, nigga, but not now.
Yeah. Not right now.
No. This shit is deep, nigga.
Yeah.
Deep down in here.
But you ain't using these tools no more, man. You're retired now, son.
You probably don't remember this shit right here, nigga.
Your stack, what's that?
You probably don't remember this nigga here.
I remember, yeah, that's a tool belt, man.
Yo, this nigga was with me and you and the motherfucker. Joe
Yeah.
Green and all that shit, nigga.
Yeah, that's way back, son.
That shit like 15 years old, nigga.
Exactly, son. You know what I mean? When not you use that shit, son?
Son, I got my new shit I use every day. I just told you.
Okay. That shit is crazy. Yeah, that shit feel brand. That shit feel like history when you touch it, right? That shit's crazy.
I got shit down in this motherfucker, dude. Yo, son, we need to get our business going, son. I'm telling you, man.
That's good shit, though. That's good. I ain't gonna front, man. That's some hell of an investments you have up in that motherfucker right there.
Yo, I got a store down in this bitch, nigga. Yo,
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's mad shit, son. That's yo, man. Yo. By the way, man. Yo, listen. Something very important. You listening to me? Where's your fire extinguisher? All right, man. Make sure you got one close by, cause that's a lot of shit. You don't want to lose nothing. You see, you know, if you wasn't so busy online, I probably could have hooked you up with a job tomorrow, man. Today's Sunday, right? No, today's Saturday. I mean Monday. 87th Street, man, in Manhattan. Putting in anything. I mean, shit you could do, bro. Ain't nothing. But I don't know if you know what I'm saying. You have your show going on and shit. You busy. You ain't got time for this shit. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. The kid might find. You might have somebody else anyway. But you retired now, man. You retired.
I'm in the business, nigga. I'm in the custom design business. All of that. Where the job at, nigga?
Yeah. But listen, man. Go put pressure on that guy, man. That boot-looking ass motherfucker. You know what I mean? See what's going on. That's a lot of shit you got in there, man. I mean, you got a whole fucking setup.
Look, watch this. I'm gonna shock you with this bag I'm gonna pull out. See how everything is. Look.
Don't wreck your closet, man. You got to put all that shit back, son.
No, I'm in my shit around every day. No, I own this, man. It's my shit. Nigga, I just say it's my bin.
What you got there?
You think I wreck it, something?
Nah, I'm just saying. You got to put it all back. How? Is that the back of the closet? Yeah. Oh.
It's my shit. And it's on stage. It ain't even in my way.
Okay. Well, that's your little stage area. Maybe you could bang, bang, put some baffle, boom, boom. Yeah. What the fuck is that? Damn, son. You got everything, son. Yeah, you need to get in the field. You got mad tools. See that? See how much tools you got invested over the years, son? That shit is crazy. Sawzall, battery. Damn, son. Damn. Drill. This man got everything, son. Yeah, that's mad shit. Why, the grinder? Oh shit, I got a grinder. Oh man. Oh shit, you got a nail as a finisher? Holy shit. You got compressors too?
Yeah, nigga, wait up. Hold on.
Oh shit. Sheetrock. Got a whole bag of tools up in there. Oh shit. Big ass fucking angle drill.
You see? That's one bag, right?
Yeah.
I showed you one bag of that shit. I'll pull this 8 bag out of here, another brand and the same shit, nigga. We ready for some work, nigga. Look,
yeah.
You remember these, nigga. You remember these. This is a classic right here, son.
That's mad investments right there, son. That's mad capital resource.
Nah, say this ain't a classic gun right here.
Yeah, son, that's just, everybody use that shit still. That's what we're using.
That's classic, but that shit, those shits, niggas don't use those no more, nigga.
Yes, they do.
Oh.
But the fucking, that's what the sheetrockers use.
I use the impact, nigga, everything.
The who? Impact.
Look, I use this right here for everything, son.
Yeah, because, I mean, yeah, you can, but for sheetrocking, you gotta use a sheetrock gun, bro.
This shit for sheetrocking too, man. I put my shit on here.
Yeah. I know, you can. I know you can. You know what I'm saying? Because you gotta, you already had the skills for that shit. But the DeWalt is faster though. It's faster for sheetrock and the screw gun. It's better. You know what I mean?
Cause the zip, 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 they got the little head on it and shit. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna drill a hole outside and put me a tent, man, cause I can't be out there, man. Them bums be tearing you up, son.
Oh, really?
Hell yeah, look, I got bites all over me, nigga.
Shit.
That's why I'm doing the thing right here, so they can't get into me, man.
Oh, you got gnats. Is it like gnats, like black ones, right?
That's should be getting in here, son. They be tearing
Oh, you in the jungle. Oh, you in the jungle up there. You in the countryside. Yeah, you all up in the back of the Bronx somewhere.
Nah, nigga, I'm on motherfucking Castle Hill, nigga.
Castle Hill. Where is that? That's Bronx, right? Yeah, Castle Hill. So you like fucking, let me see that shit. I don't know.
That's right there, nigga. The motherfucking 6 train.
You Castle Hill?
Yeah. 6 train, nigga.
Let me see that shit. Oh wow, you close to the water.
Yeah, that shit down the block or some shit.
Yeah, you don't go fishing?
I ain't got time for this.
Yeah, you over there trying to dismantle a bootlegger. Shit, I think I lost my feed.
That's right. Look, nigga, this shit come with a table, nigga. You see this
Hold on, I lost my feed for a second. Hold on. Yeah. See?
That's gonna be the hottest feed on the planet, nigga.
Where the fuck is that?
Look, I got the compressor and all that shit downstairs, outside, under the steps.
That's crazy shit.
You know what I'm saying? All that shit is too big to be in the house and shit, man. I got all the wires and shit in the house. You see that plug on? So I can poop up and all that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You got everything. You gotta be ready for some work, nigga.
Wait, the camera is black, man. I can't see shit. What's going on?
You can't see shit.
Yeah, what's happening? Is it my side?
Yeah, cause my shit is good, man.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah, I started to see now. Okay, I just started to see you. I gotta go back and look at this movie, My Lady, man. Yeah. But yeah, you're looking good over there, man. You look stacked up. That shit is good.
I just showed you that shit to let you know we ready, nigga. Stop playing, man.
Yeah. And you're doing your live feed and all that shit, your video feed. That's really good shit, man.
Yo, let's get this work shit, dog. Let's get this shit popping, nigga.
Alright, we'll see what's going on.
You can take on any job, nigga.
If he needs someone, he doesn't have anybody, I recommend you. But you got to be dedicated, you know what I'm saying, to the work. You know what I mean? When you're doing it.
Let me know what it is you need to be done, man. I'll tell you.
All right, I'll let you know. Okay. All right.
All right, y'all. Let's get back to butt kiss over here. Hit play. Come on, butt kiss.
Him on YouTube. He has interviewed Nolan's friend. Now, we're about to bring on 2 experts, each one taking a different viewpoint on that call. But, Officer Tatum, thank you for being with us tonight. What do you make of that audio, Officer?
Well, Nancy, thank you so much for having me on. If you put the audio within context, it is a impossibility. Unless these people are prophesying that somehow they're saying Nolan's name or projecting that Nolan is somehow injured, hurt, or killed, because we have witnesses that have come out. When I interviewed Warren, a lot of those kids that I talked to already alluded to this way before the audio came out, that they were gone. And people had already saw Nolan after they had left. The young lady, Katie, that he was hanging out with, I saw a text message from her alluding to the fact that she never saw him get on that boat at all. We have video of the boat that we shared on our social media page, and it shows all the occupants on the boat, and Nolan was not there. And so if a person thinks that they've heard something on the audio, they have to compare it with context. Maybe they said, is it dead? Talking about items that could potentially have died or damaged on the boat, given the fact that they were sinking. So I think people need to put this in context and reevaluate what they're listening to on the video, because if you are going to make a staunch stance in the wrong direction, in my opinion, by saying they're obviously talking about Nolan, it is incredibly impossible. One more thing, real quick, that when you look at where they were at when they made the phone call and their GPS coordinates, it literally put them on the island. And we know, and not on the physical island, but really close proximity to the island. And we know, because we have another video of Nolan being out there and also all the other boats surrounding him, that this would have had to happen very near to hundreds of people in hundreds of different boats. So somebody would have seen something if there was a dramatic commotion like this occurring on that boat.
I hear what you're saying, Officer Brandon Tatum.
Sources with knowledge of the investigation say there's now evidence, including at least 2 witnesses, placing Wells on Horn Island after his friend's boat had already left. If that holds up, it directly undercuts the version of events his friends gave to police in those first critical hours. And the boat itself doesn't line up either. Meanwhile, a Marine Patrol email surfaced describing Wells's alcohol intake that day as heavy, adding one more variable investigators will have to account for once toxicology results are in.
Wait a minute. The state of Mississippi is trying to reshape the narrative on the Nolan Wells death? Really? So it has been reported that Nolan Wells, witnesses have come forward to say that Nolan Wells was drinking heavily during the day of the 4th of July. As to say, that's why he drowned. Because remember, authorities have already come out and said, even before they did the autopsy, that Nolan Wells drowned. And his mother, Christine Wansley, said that was not good enough for her, that she needed a medical explanation as to what led up to those events of him, if they say he drowned, right? Now let me ask y'all something. Was Nolan Wells the only one on Horn Island with his group of friends that was drinking? Let's go back through the evidence. Now, as you can see, the gentleman right next to Nolan Wells has beer dripping all down his chest. The other guy had a beer can in his hand. Now, these children are all under the age of 21. None of them can legally purchase alcohol except for Bart. Wait a minute. Bart, were you the one who bought the alcohol for the underage kids that day on the boat on Horn Island? Was it you? Oh, this plot is just really thickening. Not to mention, if Nolan was drinking, if the toxicology come back and he did have alcohol, that doesn't negate the fact that something nefarious happened on that island. Just because Bart was drinking is going to lead to all these things that we see plain as day in our face. We're just going to bypass this, right? We also are going to forget the fact that allegedly they deleted everything off of their social media accounts. We're gonna not think about, oh, Nolan was drinking, so now they gotta, if Nolan was drinking, why everybody got a lawyer up? Why everybody got an attorney? And if Nolan was heavily drinking on the 4th of July, we're just gonna forget the fact that the telephone calls for the tip line was routed to Ashley Cole, Judge Ashley Cole's office, instead of going to the Jackson County Sheriff's Department? Really? Y'all, all these things cannot be coincidental. We're gonna negate the fact that now Governor Tate Reeves is coming out trying to assault Ben Crump's character, call him a bold-faced lie. Really? We're just gonna negate the fact that the Sheriff's Department, the day of, right when they pulled Nolan Wells' body out of the water, stated it was a drowning. Are you serious? I just want to know this. with those children who were drinking. Nobody is drawing attention to that. And even if Nolan was drunk on the 4th of July, that does not give anybody a pass to do anything harmful to him or take his life because he was drunk. And it does not fall on him. That does not make him responsible for leaving here.
From the beginning, investigators leaned toward an accidental drowning. His parents never accepted that, and the gap between those two positions has only widened. Here's what's new. A private forensic pathologist hired by the Wells family, Dr. Roger Mitchell, finished his independent autopsy and released his conclusion. Cause and manner of death, undetermined. Not drowning, not homicide. Undetermined. Because according to the family's attorney, Mitchell's exam turned up something nobody expected. An area of discoloration on the back of Wells's head, deep enough to sit beneath the skin that no one has explained. And critically, the body that arrived for the second autopsy didn't include his lungs or his throat. Those are two of the most important pieces of tissue you'd want if you were trying to confirm or rule out drowning. Without them, an independent pathologist can't tell you much of anything with confidence.
Dr. Judy Malinek, I'm a board-certified forensic pathologist, and I just watched the Nolan Wells press conference, and I wanted to share some context for everyone. Being able to definitively state the cause of death after a body has not been found for several days and has been subsequently autopsied twice with signs of decomposition is incredibly, incredibly unlikely. Drowning is what's called a diagnosis of exclusion, which means that when you've got a fresh body, you want to be able to look at the body and see if there's any other causes of death for that body that is found in water that exclude the death being exclusively a drowning. So for example, if someone is shot and then thrown in the water, you'll have that gunshot and they'll be bleeding and the gunshot will be the cause of death, and the thrown in the water is not the cause of death. It's not even on the death certificate. If a person is strangled and they die from strangulation and then their dead body is thrown in the water, their body will take on water, but the cause of death is going to be strangulation, not drowning. Also for any kind of traumatic injuries. Now we got to talk